Chapter 61. Red Barren Earth. It seemed that it had just rained outside. There was a very pungent smell in the air. Even when they were sitting in the car, they could still smell the smell. In the end, they all had to put on protective masks. The surroundings were empty. The trees and vegetation had turned charcoal-colored, with only a small piece of root left. The ruins of the buildings that were still standing had all collapsed. The wheels rolled over the red soft mud on the ground, making a crackling sound. After driving on the normal charred black ground for a short time, the tires were completely scrapped. At first they changed the tires. But the other car? Half of its tire had rolled in a puddle. And in addition to the tire, even the wheel was damaged. They realized at this time that the puddles were filled with highly corrosive acid water, and they had to merge the supplies and abandon the car. It was a pickup truck. And fortunately, there were not many seats in the car, and there were not many people. So they squeezed a little into other cars, and finally found a place to sit. After that, they were extra careful, and tried to drive west, to go through the charred black land, and stay away from the red area. In addition to the radioactive zombies, they also saw living people on this land. But these survivors were not as lucky as them. They failed to take shelter underground in time, although they were not in the explosion zone, and did not die in the nuclear explosion. They were attacked by excessive radiation and high-intensity acid rain for many days, and could no longer hold on. Their car was halfway through the journey and stopped crookedly. Someone rushed out of the car and knelt there to vomit. In the end, all he vomited was bright red blood. He coughed violently while vomiting. Finally, he fell to the ground silently amid the calls of his companions. In Gu Hanqing current convoy, there were also people with lung problems who could not stop coughing. But for people like them, it was very lucky to be able to leave the Red Land alive. They knew that they had been exposed to radiation to some extent, and that they might have health problems in the future. But as long as they were not sick or collapsed at the moment, they could not stop and were unwilling to think too much about it, because no matter how much they thought, it was impossible to change what had already happened. So many people had fled the mall because of the black rain with deadly radioactivity. But for them, even the contaminated area of the mall was far better than the occupied area. There was nothing there except the charred wasteland and the Red Land. And there would be nothing there for a very long time to come. The description of the Red Land and the acid pit made Ji Ningxin understand something. Because she changed her family's escape route and came to the mall in the spring, they would not encounter the acid rain that had appeared in her dream and could corrode the flesh and blood of living people in an instant. That was a terrible disaster that would only occur near the impact zone of the nuclear explosion. If they evacuated from the mall this time and stayed away from that area, the possibility of encountering that level of acid rain would be smaller. For ordinary acid rain, even if you don't want your RV to be wet, ordinary buildings can block it. So there is no need to worry about hiding in glass buildings. Where are your former team members? Ji Ningxin couldn't help asking. The smile on Gu Hanqing's face faded. She tilted her head, turning the stainless steel cup on the table, and looking at the black rain hitting the glass wall. After that night in Heian City, we first evacuated to the north of Fenghe River and rested for a while. But the situation there was not good either. The earthquake caused a tsunami, which in turn triggered heavy rains and floods. Once the infection in the disaster area broke out, it was impossible to control it. Later, several team members died in the disaster relief. Xiao Xiao survived, but his leg was broken, and he could no longer go on missions. He was discharged from the army due to injury. The remaining team members reunited with their families, and mainly carried out missions north of the Feng River. What about you? Why did you come to the occupied area again? Gu Hanqing looked at the other person again, and when his eyes met hers, she smiled again, because someone once wrote me a note. She told me that what I am doing now is the most meaningful and hopeful thing in this terrible disaster. Ji Ningxin felt a sour and warm current in her heart. She looked at the other person's hand holding the cup. It didn't look like a girl's hand. The joints were thick and scarred. But it's too hard. You should think more about yourself. My family is gone. I need this kind of meaning of existence, she said, hesitantly approached, stretched out her hand, and pressed Ji Ningxin's hair. Little girl, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm very strong. Since you saved me several times, I've become more lucky. I can get out of every mission safely. Ji Ningxin looked at the other person, and was silent for 2 seconds, and suddenly asked, Are you hungry? Want beef noodles or hamburgers? Gu Hanqing, ? If it were any other time, Gu Hanqing would never eat alone. But when he was with this girl whose name he didn't even know, and whose face he had never seen, it was a special case. When she took out her camping table, she placed it very skillfully, not on the side facing the inside of the botanical garden, but between the RV and the glass wall, plus the messy decorative plastic plants around, in this position. As long as you don't eat food with a strong smell, the convoy at the other end of the botanical garden can't find it at all. Finally, the other party came into the RV and took out the beef noodles and hamburgers. The beef noodles were served in a large bowl, which seemed to have just been made. The noodles were hand-pulled noodles, and a large layer of thinly sliced beef. White radish slices and chopped green onions were placed on top. The beef bone soup was rich and fragrant, and it was still piping hot. The hamburgers should also be homemade. The round bun was filled with thick pieces of fried chicken, cheese slices, tomato slices, and crisp lettuce, as big as her face, and was placed on a porcelain plate. There were also canned drinks such as cola, coconut milk, and juice. She pushed all the food and drinks in front of her. Gu Hanqing glanced at the food. In the north of Fenghe River, food was not so scarce, and these were still available. But in the south of Fenghe River, it was self-evident how precious and scarce such food was. The other party could take it out like this, which was a trust in her, compared with the fragrance of the food in front of her. Gu Hanqing valued this trust more in her heart. She didn't ask any more questions, and picked up the chopsticks and started eating directly. There were plenty of supplies in the RV. Since the end of the world, Ji Ningxin family had never been hungry. At this moment, watching Gu Hanqing eat for a while, he said, "You came to the mall to replenish supplies, but unfortunately you encountered this black rain, right? I have prepared 2 bags of rice, a box of instant noodles, a box of canned fruits, 2 bags of dehydrated vegetables, a box of ham sausages, and a box of luncheon meat. Except for rice, they are all instant food, which should be able to solve your food problem during the few days you have been trapped." Gu Hanqing shook his head. "Keep it for now. It may not rain for a few days. There is enough food for now. We can replenish it once we enter the city. My team is not all team members. The situation is always more complicated for ordinary people's convoys." Gu Hanqing did not mean to be polite to Ji Ningxin. They did lack food. But as soon as the rain stopped, they could go directly to the city to replenish. But if they took so many supplies from Ji Ningxin, it would be equivalent to telling the entire team directly that there was plenty of supplies in this shabby-looking RV. To this day, her team members can be controlled. But ordinary people cannot be controlled. She can suppress by force. But once she does, it will be either death or injury. She is a soldier, and it would be too tragic if it really came to this. "The situation is complicated?" Ji Ningxin asked. The mental power that was originally only controlled to guard the surrounding area was once again sent to the resting area of the convoy, and began to investigate carefully. Lu Tong brought the instant noodles with ham sausage to the small camping table. The area was cleaned very cleanly. There were 2 folding chairs next to the table. A woman wearing a mask and a scarf wrapped around her hair sat on one of the chairs. She was wrapped in very ordinary clothes. Even if she didn't show her face, she was just sitting quietly, and she was more eye-catching and better looking than the others around her. When she saw Lu Tong coming, she reached out and pulled down her mask, and smiled at him. She had a beautiful face, which she could only see on TV before. Now she was not only close to him, but also looked at him with a gentle and affectionate gaze. Under such a gaze, Lu Tong's ears turned red involuntarily. He looked down at him and said, "There are only instant noodles. Just eat a little. We will be fine after we go into the city to replenish supplies. This place is far away from Fenghe River. Once we cross the river, we will be completely safe." "Yes." The woman nodded, her voice soft, and she reached out to hold Lu Tong, indicating that he should eat with her. Lu Tong held her hand and sat down together in the RV on the other side of the fleet. Qian Ling brought a small pot of instant noodles and walked into the car. There was more soup than noodles in the pot, and there was no meat added. She walked directly to the innermost side, opened the curtain of the bed, put the instant noodles on the small cabinet beside the bed, and then gently woke up the person on the bed. The man lying on the bed was a young man with regular features. He started coughing violently before he could even open his mouth after waking up. He had tried to suppress the sound of his cough, but he still coughed heartbreakingly. He took the soft cloth from Qian Ling and covered his mouth with it, trying to calm down. It took a while before he stopped. When the cloth was put down, There was a trace of blood on it. He quickly folded the cloth and put it under the pillow. Qinling looked at him distressfully and handed him half a bottle of water. He waved his hand, did not take it, did not eat the noodles, and laid down again. Qinling's eyes instantly turned red. You are committing suicide. You need to drink water. You need to eat. We are already in the mall. We will be able to send you to the hospital soon. Didn't the people in the mall evacuate? Dapan leaned there, patting Qinling's arm comfortingly. What's more, this disease cannot be cured. Qinling thought of the reason why Dapan became like this, and anger appeared in his eyes again. How difficult was it for these classmates to survive all the way from Suchong to now? Dapan has always been taciturn, but he is always the first to stand up when something happens. He has no relationship with the three girls, but he has fulfilled this responsibility that even his family members cannot do. Disasters are terrible, but people's hearts are even more terrible. After the evacuation team was officially established, Lu Tong was elected as the captain. He became more important to the entire team, and some things began to change. Whenever something happened, he planned the action. But Dapan was always the one who actually carried out the action. Under heavy pressure and difficulties, even family members would have conflicts, let alone such a large team. Later, Peng Yu died. Xiaoqing also disappeared, and only the three of them were left in the original small team. She still remembers Lu Tong's broken cry in front of Peng Yu's body. He blamed himself for always being indecisive and failing to control the other people in the team. His eyes were red. He blamed himself very much, and vowed never to make the same mistake again. At that time, Qinling really believed that he would change because of Peng Yu's death. But later, there was one more person in the team. That woman was different from the little artist in the villa area before. She was a real national actress. Everyone in the country knew her. She was sexy and beautiful. She was pitiful, weak but cute. She used to be so brilliant. Now this starlight fell in front of him. At the beginning, when the other party had nowhere to go and turned to Lu Tong, he should have thought so in his heart. It would have been fine if nothing happened, but that day, the walking corpse tide triggered a nuclear explosion. Because of this woman and Lu Tong, Dapan, who had already run down to the safe area, turned back to save people. Later, Lu Tong and the woman came down to the safe area, but Dapan did not come down. Later, the woman explained that it was too late. The second level gate had to be closed first. Otherwise the radiation would continue to invade downward. Qinling beat the other party that day. Fortunately, later, the Captain Gu who rescued them found the chemical protective suit in the corner of the warehouse. She returned to the upper level with her, reopened the second level gate, and rescued Dapan who was locked outside. But Dapan had been exposed to radiation at that time. Even if he was rescued and brought back to the lower level, his body had already collapsed. Dapan chose to go back to save people, so he didn't blame Lu Tong. But Qinling knew that he was heartbroken because his companion, who had walked with him all the way, at the most critical moment, only cared about saving his woman, but abandoned his brother. He chose to save such a brother, because he deserved it, because he didn't give up, and still had hope for Lu Tong as a brother. As a result, reality gave him a heavy slap in the face. Qinling's eyes were red, and she fed the other party some water and a few mouthfuls of noodles. Dapan couldn't hold on any longer, and laid down again. When she was about to leave, he pulled her back and said in a low voice, "I don't have much time. Remember, if anything happens, just follow Captain Gu, and don't care about these people in the team anymore. I know you pity those children, but the team will always be disbanded, and your own life is the most important." Chapter 62. Partial Memory Unlocked. Ji Ningxin hadn't used her mental power like this for a long time. Everyone in the team spoke at the same time and made different expressions. She was like a huge information processor, not only receiving fragmented and messy conversations, but also extracting useful information from these conversations, and finally piecing them together. Her mental power was like riding the wind, silently passing by someone, sweeping away all the useful information, and then sweeping to the next person again. This feeling was completely different from when she used mental power to investigate the situation before. During this period, she didn't have many opportunities to use her mental power every day. Occasionally, it was not like the time in Heian City, when she reached a certain limit and critical point, and then suddenly stretched out the mental power pool box that originally restricted her, achieving a breakthrough and improvement. But her mental power seemed to be growing automatically every day. The voices of the other people in the opposite team became clearer and clearer. Not only the movements, but also the micro-expressions of each person gradually became like slow-motion shots. Every detail could be imprinted in her mind when her mental power passed by. Not only every corner of the glass pavilion, but also the surroundings outside the glass pavilion, also flashed into her eyes and mind one by one. She moved under the sky with flying black rain, passing through the withered and blackened branches and leaves, passing through the open space between the venues, and successfully passing another glass pavilion. She found a snake hiding in the soil at the root of a large tree that had not yet died in the camping area. The snake's hiding place was infiltrated by the black rain. The highly corrosive rain surrounded the snake. It was struggling in the wet and sticky soil. She saw the road that had been blocked by cars before the nuclear impact. At this moment, there was no one on this road. It was very dark around, and it was full of flying rain. She couldn't stop moving forward, but she couldn't get rid of this darkness. This feeling was very familiar. She seemed to have walked in the darkness like this before. There were unknown dangers all around. She subconsciously prepared for some kind of battle. Until a certain moment, she ran into a terrible face in the darkness. That face was twice as big as that of an ordinary zombie. All the skin was like a swollen bubble, squeezing out in all directions, squeezing the facial features that should have been on the face into a distorted and bizarre shape. She was startled, with no time to dodge, and instantly ran into it. The scary zombie wailed. She could feel something being cut in an instant, and the smelly black liquid exploded around her. "Master!" Someone shouted in her ear. She closed her eyes for a moment, and then opened them again. There was no darkness around, nor any unknown dangers, nor any walking corpses. She was still in the botanical garden, sitting by the tall glass wall, while Gu Hanqing, who was standing beside her, had just finished a large bowl of beef bone noodle soup. Ji Ningxin's fingers resting on her legs trembled slightly. Her mental power suddenly went out of control. If it weren't for the voice master, she might have continued to move forward in the darkness, as if she had unlimited power and could do anything. And that familiar sense of crisis and combat awareness. When had she ever had such a combat experience? Those are not her experiences. Whose are they? "Are you okay?" Across the table, Gu Hanqing asked worriedly. Ji Ningxin came back to her senses again, and still looked at him in a daze. "It's okay." She paused, and then said, after replenishing supplies in the mall this time, "Are you going to go north across the river?" "Yes, now the south bank is no longer habitable, the troops are retreating northward, and there will be no more missions to the south in the future." Gu Hanqing thought for a moment, and then continued. "In other words, there is still one last mission going on south of the Feng River." On this day, before leaving, Gu Hanqing brought Ji Ningxin the last and most important piece of news. After the nuclear shock, the situation in the occupied areas was worse than expected, especially the acid rain and radiation, which formed many heavily polluted red areas. In addition, there were also the appearance of radioactive zombies. Obviously, after some substances in the cell virus combined with radiation, new mutations occurred. The number of radioactive zombies has been increasing continuously. After the radioactive zombies mutated, even acid rain could not do anything to them, because the liquid in their bodies was corrosive. Therefore, the entire occupied area is being built with a wall. This is not an ordinary wall, but a giant wall that is tens of meters high. There will not only be sentry posts and watchtowers, but also various large-scale thermal weapons installed. The plan is to isolate the entire area and not allow anyone to enter. Once the wall is completed, the area will be completely sealed off. Therefore, there is no way out in the south. All troops and resources will be withdrawn to the north, and the southwest will also be affected to some extent. When Gu Hanqing went back, Ji Ningxin still gave him a box of canned fruit and a box of canned luncheon meat, saying that they were for her personally, or they could be distributed to the wounded in the team to increase nutrition. As for whether the situation among the ordinary people in the team was complicated, and whether someone would cause trouble for the RV, Ji Ningxin said it didn't matter, and whoever wanted to come could come, but they had to find a way to kick this iron plate. Gu Hanqing remembered Xiao Zhao's descriptions after he woke up from a coma that night in Heian City, and smiled as he took away 2 boxes of canned food. After Ji Ningxin returned to the RV, she quickly called Xiao A to her room. "What happened just now?" "Just now I sensed that your mental power was infinitely increasing and spreading." "What do you mean?" "My mental power increased again in an instant?" Ji Ningxin felt incredible. It was so difficult to upgrade mental power in the past. Every time, there had to be some breakthroughs at a certain opportunity to achieve mental power growth. Just now, she just wanted to check the details of the surrounding situation. How could it be infinitely increasing and spreading? She sat on the sofa, leaned back, closed her eyes again, and carefully projected her mental power. It had indeed increased, and the detection range had increased several times. Not only could she detect the details of the convoy at will, but she could also block the sounds and movements that were amplified by the enhanced senses when she didn't want to hear or see them. However, this time she deliberately suppressed it, and did not continue to spread her mental power outward, fearing that the previous situation would happen again. Master, seeing her open her eyes, the butler who was standing slowly half knelt in front of her. I remembered something. When your mental power surges, I can answer a question you asked before. Xiaoyi said that he remembered something. According to what he said before, some of his memories were locked in his brain. He said that he remembered something now, which means that some memories in his brain were unlocked. And the opportunity was the surge of her mental power? He did not pause, and went on. Biochemical robots are second-level life forms. She remembered that she had indeed asked this question, asking him whether he was a machine or a life form. At that time, his answer was that he did not understand what she meant. At that time, she thought this answer was very strange. I am indeed not a life form on the planet Mercury. He raised his head slightly and looked up at her. When he said this, his expression seemed to be a little regretful. My manufacturing technology comes from a distant civilization in the Tyne galaxy that has been completely destroyed. Tyne galaxy? It was indeed alien technology. Has it been completely destroyed? Why? Ji Ningxin was really afraid that the part of the memory he unlocked would only stop here, but fortunately, he continued, because of a large-scale simulated universe game, the disaster included dimensional storms, stellar explosions, and super black holes. He could feel that she wanted to know more, but this was all he knew at the moment. Ji Ningxin sighed. There was still too little information, and there was no news related to her mother. I don't know how I got here, nor why I'm in that box. I only know that I have your genetic signal in my body, and you are my master. Ji Ningxin looked at him quietly for a while, and smiled slightly. You are much stronger than me. You come from another civilization. I can't be your master. Master, he frowned slightly, and there was worry in his eyes. The title is just a title. You can call me whatever you want. Although I don't know why. Your locked memory seems to be connected to my mental power. I will restore all your memories as soon as possible. That's all for today. Please leave. Ji Ningxin didn't let him continue. She wanted to continue studying her mental power. The other person's eyes were always full of humility and complete obedience when he looked at her, as if he could die for her immediately as long as she had a thought. Now that he is confirmed to be a living being, when he shows this expression in front of her like before, she will feel a little strange. He was silent for a moment, and finally stood up slowly. Yes, Master. Gu Hanqing asked 2 team members to distribute canned fruit and luncheon meat to several wounded soldiers and children in the convoy that night. In this case, fruit is a very rare thing, but it is not a staple food, and the quantity is not large. Moreover, it is the supply she exchanged from the dilapidated RV, and it is a nutritious product designated for the wounded and children. Even if other people want to eat it, they can't lose face and ask for it. On the first night, everything seemed peaceful on the surface, but Ji Ningxin received complaints and dissatisfaction from some individuals in the team. The black rain did not stop the next day, and the team's plan to enter the city continued to be shelved. The food in the team could still be filled with food, and Gu Hanqing distributed nutritional supplements to the wounded and children again. So far, all 2 boxes of canned food had been distributed. Ji Ningxin watched Qin Ling feed to Pan with fruit several times in the RV, and sighed softly. On the second night, someone in the team finally couldn't help it, and sneaked to the RV in the middle of the night. Ji Ningxin pulled and released 2 landscape stones, and directly hit their legs with them. The screams of pain echoed throughout the glass pavilion. It was too dark, and without the help of lights, none of them could see where the big stones that hit their legs came from. They just thought it was a trap set by the RV. The noise here woke up the other people who were resting in the team. As the captain, Lu Tong was naturally informed of the situation. He quickly put on his coat, walked out of the tent, and ran to the RV to deal with the situation. But apart from the 2 men wailing on the ground, no one else showed up in the other party's RV. The two injured people said they were just passing by and came here out of curiosity and did not expect to be attacked. They said the people in the RV were too cruel and merciless, and they must have an explanation for this matter. Don't try to fool me, you just came here for the food. To this day, Lutong is not that stupid. Survivors can choose a team, but it is impossible for a team to see everyone clearly at a glance. You are the ones who are in the wrong in this matter. What else do you want me to say? If you can crawl, crawl back by yourself. If you can't, just keep lying down. After all the things he had experienced, Lutong had long understood that he could not change and control everyone. Moreover, in the current situation, it was impossible for the people in the team to be selfless. The only difference was that some people only thought about it, while some dared to do it. But he still needed this team to exist. He could not rashly kick anyone out. As long as nothing serious happened, the most he could do was to scold them like this. Lutong left angrily. Another person, who was close to the two injured men, ran over. This was originally planned by them privately. Now they didn't get anything and ended up in such a miserable state. Naturally, they were upset. He helped the two men up, cursing, while returning to the direction of the motorcade. When passing the glass wall, someone's eyes inadvertently passed by and saw a few dark shadows lying in the acid rain outside the glass. They shouted again in shock. What the hell is that? What's wrong? Outside. Someone is watching us outside. You are dazzled. It's raining highly corrosive acid rain outside. How can a normal person lie outside and watch us? The man said so. But he still took out a small flashlight from his pocket, turned it on, and shone it outside. Chapter 63. Trapped in the glass pavilion. The battery of this flashlight is on the verge of exhaustion, and the light it emits is very dim. Plus, the flashlight is too small, and the light source is only a small ball. The man still can't see what is outside after shining for a long time. Wait a minute, I go over and take a look. After all, they survived all the way from the occupied area. The three of them have a sense of crisis. Now that there is an unknown situation, they must figure it out and eliminate the hidden dangers. The two people whose legs were injured were unable to move, so they waited where they were. The only one who was not injured walked slowly towards the glass wall with a flashlight. It was almost midnight, and it was raining outside. The flashlight in his hand was the only source of light. The raindrops hit the glass wall, and because of the high acidity, it made a low and sticky sound. He didn't take a few steps, and the flashlight, which was already lingering on, went dark. He turned off the switch. If he turned it off in time, he would wait for a while and turn it on again, and the flashlight would stay on for a while. With a shortage of resources, he could only rely on turning it on and off to keep using it. He walked forward in the dark. Outside the glass wall, the dark shadows suddenly shook vigorously for some reason. This reminded him of some bad memories. His heart began to beat violently. How could it be possible? This is the mall, a safe city outside the occupied area. When they came in yesterday, they saw many military vehicles along the way. He turned on the flashlight again, but it didn't light up. He lowered his head and tapped it twice. The flashlight flickered twice, and finally it lit up again. A faint yellow light shone on the dark shadow outside the glass wall. At the same time, he saw a scary face. A deformed head as big as a pumpkin, cheeks drooping to the chest like bubbles of a goldfish. The skin above grew bulging hyperplasia, crowded like the back of a toad. Black raindrops fell on it, and then slid down, so scary and disgusting that it made people numb all over. Bang! On the side, a strange-looking thing like an octopus limb waved over, as if because of the light source in his hand, it was eager to break the barrier between the two sides and entangle his body. Walala! On the other side, another huge mouth came closer, opened towards the glass wall, revealing countless twisted, split tongues like earthworms inside. These earthworms climbed outside the glass wall, and were eager to get in, and get into his body. The movement here attracted the black shadows that were originally wandering in other directions. In the flying black rain, more strange black shadows gathered here. Walking corpses. His voice seemed to be hoarse suddenly, and it took a while before he spoke again. It's radiation zombies. They are all outside. Get up quickly. Run away. Many people in the team were awakened by the noise of their own people. They were now gathered in their cars or tents to rest, whispering about what had just happened, sighing and shaking their heads, or looking down on them. When they heard the words radiation zombies, they were all shocked. They had been together for so long, and they were very clear about the temperament of each person in the team. So after being shocked, they first suspected that those people were not giving up and were causing trouble again. The three men quickly ran towards the convoy, not even caring about their injured legs, supporting each other and crawling. "Hurry! We have to leave here!" Before the people in the convoy could respond, another cry of surprise came from the area where they were resting. At that moment, everyone who was awake could not stay any longer and came out of the tents. In the resting area of the convoy, there were two small fires burning. Although the fire was not big, in the dark world outside, the flickering fire was particularly eye-catching. Under the sky, one after another, strange-looking zombies staggered through the black rain and pounced on the glass wall. In the huge forest park, this was the only place with human voices and fire. The radioactive zombies passing by were wandering and were slowly attracted here. In just a few minutes, the survivors in the convoy woke up. They found that outside the botanical garden, there were all kinds of disgusting and weird radioactive zombies. "Hurry up! Drive away! Before they surround this place." They are afraid of zombies, but they are more afraid of such radioactive zombies. The bodies of these radioactive zombies have become strange, and their speed is not as fast as ordinary zombies, but they will not die immediately after being shot in the head. The liquid in their bodies is highly corrosive, even if they encounter one or two. It is very difficult to deal with, not to mention that there are so many here. At this time, no one cares about where these radioactive zombies entered the mall from. They just want to escape. "Calm down. It's still raining acid outside. We can't go out." Lu Tong spoke at the right time, stopping several people in the convoy from throwing things into the car and planning to drive away. "Besides, it's too dark outside. We can't see the situation in other places clearly. We don't know if we will run into more radioactive zombies if we rush out like this." Brother Tong is right. The situation is unclear now. It's too dangerous to go out like this. It's raining so hard outside, the car can't last long. We can't go out. There's only one way out. What should we do? The people who originally wanted to leave knew that they were right, but they became more and more panicked and helpless. "Are we just going to watch the radioactive zombies come in?" The voice of the person who asked the question was sharp and loud, which immediately made the two radioactive zombies outside the glass wall agitated. One of them almost pressed his entire body against the glass, because he was so strong that he rubbed off the outermost layer of rotten skin, revealing the blood-red and yellow rotten flesh underneath. Who knows what is growing in the rotten flesh? It bulges and is disgusting. "Keep your voice down." They were attracted by the sound and the fire. Gu Hanqing had already checked the situation outside along the nearby glass wall. The situation was not optimistic. She walked directly to the fire, scattered the burning dead plants with the end of the gun, and then raised her foot to stomp out the scattered flames with the thick soles of her combat boots. Seeing this, someone nearby also immediately stepped forward to put out another fire. The glass pavilion suddenly became dark, probably because there was no light source. The zombies outside the glass wall did not seem as agitated as before. Several other team members wearing night vision goggles, who were scattered to check the glass walls in various places, also came back. They walked silently and quickly, and soon returned to Gu Hanqing's side, and lowered their voices to explain the situation in various places. Fortunately, because the botanical garden is large enough, there are only two places where there were flames and noises before. There are radioactive zombies blocking outside. They are not completely surrounded, but they definitely cannot go out at the moment. They have to wait. Fortunately, the glass wall can isolate the smell. As long as they don't make any noise or light up the fire, they will not target the people inside, and they may even disperse automatically afterwards. Gu Hanqing hummed, took off his night vision goggles, and gestured, indicating that they should drive a pickup truck to the door of the glass museum and block the glass door horizontally from the inside. The lock of the door was broken, and there was no way to relock it. Although the two glass doors were thick and heavy, as long as there were too many radioactive zombies, they would be able to break through them quickly after a few more hits. The pickup truck was long, and it could just block the two glass doors tightly when parked horizontally. The other survivors in the convoy had forgotten about this. Seeing the team members under Gu Hanqing driving, they thought they were going to leave them and go on their own. They all stood up and whispered and questioned. Captain Gu Lutong's voice was filled with disbelief. Gu Hanqing glanced back at him. The light was too dim, and their expressions and eyes were a little blurry. She slowly said, "If I wanted to abandon you, I wouldn't have saved you in the first place. Take care of the people in your team. I've said that we have to keep quiet. She didn't explain much. After saying this, she got into the back seat of the Jeep with the door open and sat there sideways. Lu Tong didn't speak for a while. He actually wanted to speak. For example, the situation was different this time. They didn't have hot weapons. And if they were left here, they would only die. Another example was to apologize and tell the other party that he had no other intentions, but was just worried. But somehow, ever since the nuclear shock that day, he always felt a little uncomfortable in front of Gu Hanqing. He could no longer talk to him as a team leader, plan routes, and discuss escape as he did at the beginning. The team member who drove to the glass door to block the door came back soon. He had good driving skills and good eyesight, and quietly parked the car according to the plan. Seeing this, the others also understood it at this time. Thinking of the door that they had ignored because of panic, they were all scared. After the fear, I felt a little regretful. I felt that I was too reckless just now. I shouldn't have questioned and blamed Captain Gu and the others before I figured out the situation. In this situation, the other party is the only savior they can rely on. Gu Hanqing would not pay attention to their entanglement. She signaled several team members to rest and recuperate, and also closed her eyes. It was obvious that she had said that she would keep absolute silence. Others also knew that it was not convenient to say more at this time. Although they were entangled and worried, they had to rest on the spot like them. In the convoy, several children had their mouths covered by the adults nearby. They were all orphans. And after all the experiences along the way, they were much more sensible than those children with relatives around them. Even if they had not seen the zombies outside before, they understood after seeing the expressions and behaviors of the adults around them. As they did every time they avoided the zombies, they began to cover their mouths, sit down and curl themselves up, trying to reduce their presence. In their opinion, it seemed that as long as they were so quiet, those terrible monsters would not find them. There are still 6 hours until dawn. Outside the glass wall are all radioactive zombies of various shapes. Some will become agitated because of the noise of hitting the glass wall, and hit the wall repeatedly. They, the survivors, are like birds trapped in a cage, unable to fly, and can only wait. Time is too unbearable. Any movement is particularly eye-catching in such silence. Healthy survivors can bear not to make any noise, but those with physical problems can't bear it. Inside the RV, there was a heart-wrenching cough. Even though the noise was not loud across the RV, it still made people feel frightened. What's going on? Why are you coughing non-stop at this time? After the other party coughed violently for the 3rd time, someone finally couldn't help it. In fact, they knew in their hearts that coughing was unbearable due to physical reasons, and he didn't do it on purpose. But in this situation, everyone was panic-stricken, like a frightened bird. Even if these coughs might not necessarily cause the radiation zombies outside to become restless, they were still worried, and even muttered that it was troublesome and burdensome. After that, someone even suggested that they should knock him out directly and let him be unconscious for a while, which would be better than coughing non-stop. As soon as this idea was proposed, 2 people stood up and walked towards the RV without saying a word. Chun-Ling, who had just walked to the door of the RV and was about to get off to ask for a bottle of water, was immediately shocked. She couldn't believe that someone was actually planning to do this. In the back seat of the Jeep nearby, Gu Hanqing opened his eyes, and his eyes, which had adapted to the darkness, accurately glanced at Lu Tong, who was sitting outside the tent. He sat there motionless, watching the 2 people passing by him, but did not say a word to stop them. Gu Hanqing shook his head and was about to get off the car, but a low, clear voice came from the side. "Leave the coughing person to me." In the darkness, a slender figure appeared. It was a young girl wearing an old coat, a mask and goggles on her face, and her appearance could not be seen clearly, except for Gu Hanqing. Everyone else was shocked. They had no idea where this person came from, and when she came, Lu Tong quickly stood up. "Are you from the RV opposite?" Ji Ningxin didn't answer. She wasn't afraid that the other party would recognize her. She just didn't want to talk to Lu Tong. Of course, it would be best if he didn't recognize her. "Are you willing?" Chun-Ling was the first to react, although she had never seen the people in the RV opposite. The fruits and meats that Dapan had eaten in the past 2 days were all given by the people in the RV. So when she heard her identity at this moment, she subconsciously had a better impression of the other party. "I am willing. Find someone to help carry it. Hurry up." After Ji Ningxin finished speaking, Gu Hanqing moved. She walked a few steps to the door of the RV, silently pulled down the two people who were going to get on the car and knocked Dapan unconscious. Threw them aside, and then signaled to her teammates. Wait. Why are you? Lu Tong hadn't figured out what was going on yet. He felt that the other person's voice sounded a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Gu Hanqing turned around, made a gesture to him expressionlessly, and then pointed to the glass wall beside him. Outside the wall, because of the noise of these words, the radioactive zombie that had moved a few steps away made another slap and flopped against the glass. Lu Tong stopped talking with some difficulty. On the other side, two team members had already boarded the RV, one carried Dapan down, and the other took away all his personal belongings at Qinling's signal. There were not many things, just a few clothes and an old protective mask, and the rest of the water and food, which were all shared by the team, could only be collected when needed. Seeing the two team members get off the car quickly, Qinling led them to the opposite side of the botanical garden, and looked at Lu Tong hesitantly. Dapan still hasn't received a meal of water today. No more. Ji Ningxin directly reached out and pulled her over, motioning her to follow the two team members, and then deliberately lowered her voice. Captain Gu, you come too. I have a deal to make with you, and you will be the negotiating representative. Gu Hanqing held back his laughter, whispered a few words in the ears of the remaining two team members, and followed Ji Ningxin directly. The people in the team looked at each other at this scene, and some of them were still unable to react. But because there were still two team members left here, they didn't want to be like before, questioning because of random guesses. So they temporarily suppressed the uneasiness and suspicion in their hearts. Chapter 64. Breakout. An hour ago, when the team was in a panic, the people in the RV also woke up. Ji Ningxin was the first to notice something was wrong. She woke up the others, and told them about the situation outside the botanical garden. Not only around the glass wall, but also in the entire forest park, and on several lanes around, there were traces of radioactive zombies. Yang Ren was worried about Yang Yun, so she sat in the corridor between the rest areas and called her. Yang Yun had just learned about the situation outside, and was about to call her. Although the research institute is underground, it has been monitoring the situation on the ground, and naturally knows the changes in the mall. She even knows the reason why the radioactive zombies invaded the mall. It is an organization that calls itself the God's Descent. It should be the work of the psychopaths in the prison in the south of the city. They destroyed the sentry post, the wall and the guardrail in the south, and deliberately went to the occupied area to attract radioactive zombies. What should we do now? Aren't the remaining people in the research institute going to leave? They shouldn't leave for the time being. There is a self-contained ecological planting system here, which can supply food and clean water, and there is all the data they need on the ground. What about Grandpa? He can't leave either? This time, Yang Yun was silent for a moment, before speaking. Your grandpa has an accident. Father Yang took advantage of the nurses in the ward not paying attention, and put the medicine he was supposed to take in his mouth, and then quietly spit it out. Since the newly developed medicine has made his body recover day by day, but it has no effect on other infected people, although he still has to live in the research institute, he is no longer the focus of researchers and medical staff. In the past, he was under constant surveillance, and had to undergo several checks every day. It would be discovered immediately whether he had taken medicine or not, and he could not hide it. But now it is different. He can no longer provide more research data for researchers. However, he still has to take the medicine developed for his condition every day. Otherwise the cell virus in his body will relapse. For 4 days, he did not take medicine. He deceived the medical staff and his daughter. The cell virus broke out again. And because it had been suppressed by drugs before, it came with extra force this time. It took only a few hours from the time the medical staff noticed his abnormality and examined him to the time they announced that the infection had relapsed and could not be suppressed. Yang Yun stood outside the glass window of the isolation room, crying uncontrollably to the people inside. Let's go. Xiao Ran is still waiting for you. The virus attacked his old skin. His cheeks turned blue, and large areas of plaques appeared on his face, neck and arms. He held on to the wall next to the glass window. His face twitched because of uncontrolled muscle management, and his pupils were already stained red. He seemed to be somewhat distracted, but because he hadn't finished speaking, he still shook his head stubbornly, hitting his forehead against the glass, trying to use the pain to wake himself up. Dad doesn't want to trap you. Dad can't leave here. But you can. Follow Xiao Ran. As long as you can be safe. This is now. The only thing I can do for you. Go. Go. Young father was completely mutated in the afternoon. Cell virus. The invasion entered his brain, and he completely lost his human appearance. Even when facing his daughter outside the glass window, he showed a bloodthirsty and cruel appearance. After all, Young father assisted the researchers in their research for such a long time. So the researchers gave her the right to choose whether to keep him and let them do other research, or to let him completely stop his activities, cremate him, and seal him for burial. Yang Yan chose the latter. He didn't get freedom during his lifetime, but at least she hoped he could get peace after his death. In the evening, the silver-sealed box containing Yang father's ashes, like the ashes of other cremated people, was placed in the deepest burial room in the ground. There are many boxes here, each of which was once a human infected with mutations, and had a family who cared about them. They also had a beautiful and ordinary life. But now they have all become the same ashes, and are placed in the same cold box, buried deep in the ground. Yang Yan originally planned to wait until the next day to tell Yang Ren the news, and then wait until the black rain stopped, and get in the RV and leave with them. But he didn't expect that before midnight. Something happened in the mall. The research institute is underground, and only insiders know the entrance and exit. Even if the lunatics in the God's Descent organization want to cause trouble, they can't find the entrance. What's more, they only care about making trouble. Now things are obviously out of control. Even half of them are being chased and eaten by radioactive zombies. They can't take care of the original plan at all. This news made Ji Ningxing family sigh, especially Liu Wei, who felt the same way. Father's love is like a mountain. Even Yang father, who had been complained by Yang Ren countless times for being pedantic and stubborn, could sacrifice himself for his daughter without hesitation. If it were him, he would probably do the same thing for his daughter. Yang Ren felt that she was too mean. Every time she went back to her hometown, her father would complain to Ji Ningxing, saying that her mother was foolishly filial. She cried while holding her phone. Ji Ningxing squatted in front of her, patted her shoulder gently to comfort her, and then said to her calmly, "Tell your mother that after 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, as long as the black rain stops temporarily, we will go to pick her up. Remember? No matter how short this temporary stop is, we will go." "Yes." Yang Ren nodded vigorously. After Ji Ningxing finished her instructions, she stood up and looked at her father and elder brother. Lu Tingfeng was leaning against the wall of the corridor, with his arms folded, and talking to Liu Yue. When he saw her coming, he turned his head to look at her, as if waiting for her to speak. "Brother, Dad, that?" Lu Tingfeng smiled faintly. "Go ahead." He had guessed something. If they just wanted to leave, it didn't matter whether there were radioactive zombies outside, or whether the black rain stopped. As the co-pilot, he could use many functions on the main screen. And naturally he had studied every function thoroughly. So he guessed that she not only wanted to go alone, but also wanted to take someone with her. Ji Ningxing briefly explained the plan. Liu Yue was still the same, saying that as long as she wanted to do it and her brother supported it, he had no objection at all. Lu Tingfeng was not blindly supporting his sister, and his decisions were made according to the actual situation. Nowadays, none of them live in the RV, nor do they eat or rest in the RV. The only function of the RV interior space is to become a snail that carries other areas and takes them to different places. And with intelligent automatic driving, they basically don't have to go back to the RV even when driving. In addition, the active defense of the defense system is more useful in the early stage when the RV is not upgraded, which can prevent outsiders from forcibly boarding the vehicle. But now, the iron bones have been upgraded to level 3, and the car body can easily crash through the buildings of an entire street. In addition, his sister's ability to see the surrounding situation at any time, and the newly unlocked weapon system, even if the active defense is turned off, as long as she doesn't want, no one can get close to the RV. Taking all aspects into consideration, it is no problem to temporarily place a few people in the RV. Anyway, as non-passengers, they can only stay in the RV and cannot enter other areas at all. Even he, the co-pilot, can only enter the rest area and dining area at present. He still doesn't know what the ecological area that Liu Yue often goes to looks like. "Hey, why are you dragging me here? You sound so sour?" Liu Yue deliberately joked, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Then you can use the main screen at will. The co-pilot sounds higher than me. An engineer, right? Actually, the ecological zone is nothing special. It is just a miniature farm that can change seasons and weather at any time. You know what? It is a bit like the farm game you played when you were young. It is quite interesting. Lu Tingfeng looked at his father's rather proud expression and did not want to respond. When the family was talking, Ji Ningxin's expression froze slightly, and then she said that she would go to the other side to pick up someone, and told the three of them to stay in the zone for the time being and not to enter the RV. Are you alone? Lu Tingfeng frowned. I go with you. You stay here. I won't go to the RV alone, Ji Ningxin said, calling softly, Little A. A few seconds later, the black-clad butler responded and appeared at the door of the rest area. Master. Ji Ningxin took out clothes and a mask from the storage area while walking and put them on. Switched to combat mode. Follow me. Yes. He stood at the door waiting for her to come over, and the black casual clothes on his body wrapped around his whole body in a few seconds, turning into combat uniform again. The two disappeared in front of the door one after the other. Lu Tingfeng looked at the direction of the section door and frowned again. On the other side of the botanical garden, the RV that was originally parked against the glass wall had been moved behind the shaped plants a little further away from the glass wall. Although there was no fire here, and no other movement, there were also many radioactive zombies outside the wall that were attracted by the three people before. Ji Ningxin Place was not like the convoy, where there were several cars, many people and many things. Before, there was cleaning, setting up tents and sleeping bags, and placing tables, chairs, and pots for cooking noodles. It would definitely be inconvenient to move to another place, and it would also make noise. She only needed to drive the RV a little further away, and a Pan's cough would no longer be a problem. This was the first time that Gu Hanqing had walked into the interior of this mysterious RV. Among the people present, she was the only one who understood what it meant for the other party to open the door of the RV and let them in. However, these team members were all selected by her before the mission, and Pan and Qinling were both people she trusted. Moreover, she was here to guard the last bottom line for the other party. The interior of the old and rusty car door was surprisingly clean and tidy. The team member carrying Pan stopped involuntarily. He looked at his shoes. With the help of another team member, he took off his shoes with his left foot on his right foot. However, when he saw his socks, he still couldn't move forward. The outside of the RV in the team was similar to the inside. It was slightly old and full of various sundries. Usually, many people crowded in it, so it couldn't be clean or tidy. Since the end of the world, he hadn't seen such a clean carriage for a long time. Ji Ningxin poked her head out in surprise. Come up. She quickly figured out the reason and said softly, It's okay, come up. The team member who took off his shoes finally carried Pan into the RV. He originally planned to put Pan in the booth, but the girl pointed directly to the clean and soft bed at the back. Put it here. After he put Pan on the bed, he ran out of the car as if his feet were burned. Another team member simply didn't go up, put the clothes in his hand in a ball at the door, and turned around. Don't go back yet. On the side, Gu Hanqing took off his shoes and coat, and pointed to the camping table and chairs placed next to the RV. Because there was no light, they couldn't see clearly. There seemed to be a few round boxes and bottles of drinks on the camping table. That was prepared by Ji Ningxin in advance, and she told her about it on the way here with Gu Hanqing. These 4 members were probably used to such a mission life. When other survivors in the convoy were eating instant noodles these 2 days, she saw that they were eating military ration compressed biscuits. She also stockpiled a lot of that kind of biscuits, which were square and large, and each time she ate, she only needed to break off some, and one piece could last for a long time, which was convenient to carry and quick to eat, and which was also nutritious. The only drawback was that it only had one flavor. Ji Ningxin didn't quite understand the feeling of hunger, but she knew that, if there were enough supplies, they wouldn't have to eat only compressed biscuits. Gu Hanqing made a gesture of finish eating to them, and said that without her order, they should stay for the time being. The 2 team members nodded, but then looked at each other in confusion. Eat? What to eat? They soon found out what the captain asked them to eat. There were several round boxes, which were round packaging boxes made of craft paper. There were drinks such as cola, coffee and water. The 2 sat there, looking at each other stupidly in the dark for a while, and then opened the packaging boxes in front of them. The box exuded an alluring aroma. Not strong, but it was food they hadn't eaten for a long time. The box contained a hamburger, the same as the one Gu Hanqing had eaten yesterday. After taking a bite, both of them widened their eyes. The round bread was sandwiched with a thick fried chicken steak. And there were also lettuce, cheese and tomato slices. The two dared not speak loudly, but they both couldn't believe their mouths. This RV was parked in the mall, and it was in a safe glass pavilion. It was understandable that there were some food supplies that others didn't have in the car. But the question was, the other party was willing to give them such good food? They protected the people in the convoy all the way here. When the ration bags were used up, the survivors in the convoy also handed them cooked noodles or soaked flatbreads. They refused once, saying that they still had compressed biscuits and could eat them first. But after that, the convoy never took the initiative to give them hot food again. The captain of the convoy did give Gu Hanqing instant noodles a few times, but Gu Hanqing didn't care about it and would rather eat compressed biscuits with them. Later, they kept eating compressed biscuits. To be honest, compressed biscuits are delicious, but eating them every day is too much for even an Iron Man. On the other side, Chen Ling, like Gu Hanqing, took off her shoes and coat before getting into the car. The blinds on all the windows in the RV were closed, and there were 2 yellow lights on inside. The light was not strong and could not penetrate, but it was enough for them to see the situation inside. In addition to the pan, there was only the other person in the car, which was a bit strange. Unlike Gu Hanqing, Chen Ling felt familiar as soon as she got on the car. However, this thought only flashed through her mind. After all, the interiors of RVs are similar. The shape and color of the doors of this car are different from the previous one. It is definitely not, and cannot be the same car. Ji Ningxin took out a few bottles of water from the cabinet and handed them to them directly. Since the Pan knew that the people in the team were going to knock him out, he had been trying hard to hold back his coughs. Now he was so embarrassed that his face turned red. But he still coughed a few times. It's okay. Cough. This place is far from the glass wall, so those things can't hear it, Ji Ningxin said, and shouted towards the driving area. Come here. The curtain that was originally drawn in the driving area was opened, and a tall man in a full set of black combat uniform stood up from the driver's seat and turned to walk towards them. He was wearing a silver mask on his face, and they couldn't see his appearance clearly. Check on him. Ji Ningxin pointed to the person on the bed, who was coughing because he drank a few sips of water, and his coughing gradually stopped. Okay. Little A didn't say much, and walked directly to the bed. Let's sit over there. Ji Ningxin pulled Gu Hanqing to the booth area. She didn't lie before. She did have something to talk to Gu Hanqing about. These things were all related to the other team, so there was no need to avoid Chen Ling and the others. Ji Ningxin got straight to the point and said directly, the mall security and protection have always been very good. But if the radioactive zombies have entered the forest park now, and there are so many of them, you probably can't go to the city. There are 3 children in the convoy, and your 2 team members, and you will be responsible for transferring them. As soon as the rain stops at dawn, we will leave. We still have to drive the jeep, and my team members and I will take the jeep. She knew that the other party didn't need to rescue anyone, so she tried her best to reduce the trouble. 2 cars are more convenient to take care of. Then you have to follow me closely. Gu Hanqing smiled. Don't worry. It's not the first time. I can keep up. As she spoke, her expression froze again. Not everyone in the team is like the 3 people just now. They have their own cars. If they want to survive, they will follow you. Ji Ning didn't care whether there was a car following her. Anyway, she only protected the people she wanted to protect. Then after leaving the mall, are you going north or west? Gu Hanqing was asking her where she was going in the future. Where are you going? Maching. My other team members are there. It's far from the sea and was affected by the earthquake, but it's safe overall. Maching is not far away. After crossing the Feng River, it is about 300 to 400 kilometers northeast. The situation north of the Feng River is better than the south. If everything goes well, it will take at most 1 day. Okay. Then I will go to Maching too. Gu Hanqing was a little surprised. She knew the other party's situation. The last thing he wanted to do was to integrate into a crowded place. She thought of something and reacted, you are not. For me? Not entirely. She wanted to protect the other party, but she also wanted to increase the mileage of the RV and upgrade the existing auxiliary functions as soon as possible. After unlocking the 4th section, the RV rarely moves. Now it is still a long way from the 6,000 kilometers. Instead of driving aimlessly to accumulate kilometers and wasting fuel, It is better to use these fuels more valuable. Moreover, she also wants to go to a safe city and purchase a batch of supplies other than water. The main direction of the plan is determined, and the details are the next. Gu Hanqing also circled 2 places close to the forest park on the map, intending to get some fuel and water, but was stopped by Jiningshin, saying that she would provide them. Cross the Feng River first. If you want to replenish supplies, wait until you reach the north. When the 2 of them were almost done with their plans, Little A came over. He had already checked Japan's condition. How is it? It should have been directly exposed to strong radiation. It can't be cured. Little A's answer was the same as what Gu Hanqing and Qinling knew. Not to mention here, even if we return to a safe city, it is difficult to cure this level of nuclear radiation with current medical conditions. However, when Jiningshin closed her eyes, Little A's voice suddenly appeared beside her ears in the form of mental power. Little A, according to the current treatment conditions on this planet, it is impossible. But the RV, maybe it can be used. Jiningshin, how to treat it? Little A gave her only 3 words. Disinfection area. Unlock the disinfection area and upgrade it to level 2. Maybe it can remove the radiation in Pan's body. But the question is, can he hold on until then? The atmosphere in the team was not good. After Gu Hanqing went to the dilapidated RV opposite, he did not come back. The 2 team members who went together before did come back. But the 2 team members who originally stayed in the team went there again, just like taking turns, and no one knew what they were doing. Lu Tong's intuition told him that some things were getting out of his control. But he subconsciously felt that Captain Gu could not be that kind of person. She was from the army, and was an experienced rescue captain. In their eyes, all people were treated equally, no matter who they liked or disliked. They would treat them the same during the rescue. They would rather sacrifice themselves to protect these ordinary people and rescue them back to the safe zone. In this situation, everyone wanted to rely on the army, and the people in the dilapidated RV were the same. The other party said they wanted to trade, but it was actually just a rhetoric. She was just trying to get Captain Gu to take her people away with her. In his opinion, although their team was not perfect, they had experienced life and death together and fled here together. The relationship between them must be different from that of the newly acquainted. For Captain Gu, the team had long been her own. Even if she didn't like some people in the team, she would not ignore the children in the team. But Huang Zheng, the national female star, didn't think so. You have seen those canned fruits and canned luncheon meat. That woman has supplies. Captain Gu has weapons. Why did she take us? Even if she did, there are so many zombies outside now, and there is one more RV to take care of. Can she take care of us at the critical moment? Huang Zheng sat in the tent and lowered her voice very low. Okay, don't think too much. She is a soldier, and the rescue team leader. She will not abandon the convoy. I am not overthinking, this is a fact. She only has 5 people, and the number of manpower and weapons is limited. Why are you deceiving yourself? Her voice was soft, but every word was clear. Zheng. Lu Tong looked at the other person's bright and beautiful face, and held her hand tightly. Captain Gu is not that kind of person, don't worry, I promise you, no matter what happens, I will protect you. Huang Zheng looked at him, and did not continue to speak. In the black rain outside the glass wall, radiated zombies were still wandering nearby, and the swaying black shadows made everyone tense up, and prayed that the acid rain would stop soon. Perhaps the prayers worked. Before dawn, the black rain gradually stopped, and finally stopped completely. However, the sky was still dark at this time, and the time was when everyone was most sleepy. In the convoy, no one noticed that the rain had stopped, except for some people who had already made plans. When the sound of the car engine came, the off-road jeep that originally belonged to Gu Hanqing had already reached the glass door, and the pickup truck that was blocking the door had been moved away. Someone wearing a protective mask and gloves opened the glass door. Someone in the convoy reacted and cried out. Lu Tong, who had fallen asleep in the tent, rushed out and asked about the incident. He looked around for Huang Zheng. He found her soon. If the car wanted to leave the botanical garden area, it had to go around to the side and drive down the gentle slope. In the dawn light that was slowly brightening because the black rain had stopped, he saw Huang Zheng sitting in the back seat of the jeep. She was wrapped in thick clothes and a scarf. When she met his eyes, she took off the protective mask on her face. She looked at him indifferently, as always, with gentle eyes and a beautiful face. Next to Huang Zheng sat another man in the team. He had always been a key member of the team. He had learned martial arts, and was very fit. Seeing Lu Tong standing still in the glass pavilion, he smiled at him. The team members and the two team members had never thought that in this situation, their own people would take action. Knock the man unconscious first, and then seize the jeep. They relied on Captain Gu because of his weapons. But now, Gu Hanqing and the other two team members were not here. But the weapons were in the trunk of the car. Among them, the most important machine guns and the last two flamethrowers were included. There were only 2 members in the team, and most of their defense capabilities were gone. Plus, they were completely defenseless, and they were knocked down directly by them. This idea was proposed by Huang Zheng, and he asked 2 good brothers to carry it out. The 4 of them were waiting for the rain to stop. God was helping them, and the black rain stopped smoothly at dawn. The radioactive zombies outside the glass wall scattered to the side because of the silence in the glass pavilion, which was a good opportunity to act. Everything went as planned. They succeeded. For people in one car plus these weapons, of course, is better than dragging a bunch of people with them and having to look at other people's eyes. They bypassed those disgusting radioactive zombies, drove down the platform from the gentle slope, and then turned on the lights, ready to rush out of the forest park in one breath, and leave from the west entrance along the way they came. They drove this road before, so they knew that this place was not far from the entrance. There were shaking radiation zombies everywhere in the forest park. Attracted by the movement and light of the car, they all walked towards them, but the radiation zombies were not fast enough to catch up with the car. They passed through the camping area and were about to drive onto the road to leave when they encountered a group of radiation zombies blocking the way ahead. The man in the driver's seat shouted, and the man in the back seat immediately turned around to get the weapon behind the backrest, and then reached out, but touched nothing. Behind the backrest was the trunk space. The trunk that originally held the machine gun, the flamethrower, the bullet box, protective equipment, the air detection instrument, and the sprayer was now completely empty. There was nothing. Those things seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Hurry up. Weapons, what are you doing? The man sitting in the passenger seat opened the window a little, checking the situation outside, while urging. Huang Zheng also noticed the abnormality in the trunk, and her hands and feet turned cold immediately, and her face was no longer calm, only fear and panic remained. For the 4 people in the car, without weapons, they were like sheep automatically sent into a pack of wolves. What? Gone? What do you mean? Be careful. Don't open the car window. There's a zombie with tentacles over there. Quick! Close the window. They're coming from behind. Hit them. Ah! Be careful. Help me. Ah! Ah! Under the sky before dawn, beside the avenue less than 100 meters away from the gate of the forest park, the car, without any resistance, flipped over there. As all kinds of weird zombies surrounded it, the screams in the car gradually subsided. In front of the open door of the glass pavilion, a man in a black combat uniform nimbly dodged the radiation zombies that were moving over, using the air bomb on his wrist to blast away the zombies that were attacking him, and quickly closed the 2 glass doors. Then he kicked a tall landscape boulder nearby, which fell to the ground, blocking the double glass doors, and temporarily blocking the increasing number of radiation zombies that were surrounding him from outside. Xiao A jumped on the pickup truck and drove quickly to the convoy. Gu Hanqing had already woken up 2 of her team members, and her other 2 team members carried the 3 children and threw them directly into the back seat of the pickup truck. After that, the 2 fainted team members also got into the back seat. Gu Hanqing closed the door from the outside. Another team member got into the passenger seat. She and the last team member stepped on the steps under the pickup truck door, climbed the metal poles on top, and temporarily fixed themselves to the body of the truck. If you want to live, follow me. Gu Hanqing shouted to the remaining people in the team. There was still 1 RV and 1 pickup truck left in the team, but it was obviously enough to accommodate the remaining people. Xiao A started the pickup truck again, zigzagging all the way, bypassing all obstacles, and drove directly to another closed glass door. Ji Ningxin RV also drove over from the side. The RV door opened, little A jumped out of the car, and directly replaced Ji Ningxin in the driver's seat. Ji Ningxin took the 3 children from Gu Hanqing and the other 2 team members, and took them into the RV. Before Gu Hanqing turned around, Ji Ningxin grabbed her and said, "Be careful. Also, look inside the pickup truck." The other party was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. She quickly returned to the pickup truck, and went to the truck bed. The truck bed was opened, and the weapons that were taken away by the Jeep reappeared inside. She smiled and shook her head. She took 2 flamethrowers, a machine gun and a box of bullets, and threw them to her team members in the pickup truck, and then jumped into the driver's seat. The door of the RV was closed, Chidling accompanied Pan on the bed, and the 3 children sat in the booth very obediently. Ji Ningxin released her mental power, and at the same time opened steel bones, and said to Xiao A, "Break the door open, let's go." The engine of the RV roared, and then rushed to the locked glass door. With a loud bang, the 2 glass doors were knocked away, and the pickup truck followed the RV and sped out. Chapter 65. Suffering the consequences of one's own actions. The sky became brighter. The radioactive zombies wandering near the gate of the forest park were attracted by the noise inside the gate, and they changed their directions and headed inside the gate. The road surface was slippery and sticky after the black rain, and the acidity was extremely high. Ordinary wheels would wear out very quickly when driving on such a road surface. There were no spare tires in the team. Once there was a problem with the tire, being trapped in place would mean a dead end. The changes at dawn made it impossible for the remaining people in the convoy to react. Why did the Jeep suddenly drive away? Why did the people in the team attack the troops? What kind of cooperation agreement did Captain Gu reach with the other RV? What was the exchange? If it was supplies, why didn't they see anything? No notice was given to them in advance. Everyone had a lot of questions in their minds. They watched Captain Gu take a few children and team members to the other end of the glass pavilion in the car, and subconsciously asked their captain, "What's the situation now? Where are Chen Dong and the others? Have they really betrayed us? Brother Tong, give me some reaction." The noisy voices of the crowd finally woke Lu Tong up. He looked at the rear of the pickup truck where Captain Gu was, and immediately regained his voice, asking everyone to get in the car immediately and leave everything except food and protective gear behind. At this moment, in the convoy, except for those who usually had no opinions, there were only the 3 people who had secretly planned to get supplies from Ji Ningxin RV. Everyone felt sorry for their pots, bowls, cups, tents and sleeping bags. But at the glass door where they had entered originally, more and more radioactive zombies heard the noise and surrounded them. They lay there, banging the glass door. The huge stone that had fallen sideways could no longer resist, and the double glass doors were slapped open. The long tentacled bodies of 2 radioactive zombies had already poked in through the cracks, knocking and rolling the stone, as if they knew that it was this stone that blocked them. Lu Tong sat in the driver's seat of the RV, started the car, and spoke again, almost screaming, "Get in the car!" This time, the people in the team did not hesitate. They held the most important protective equipment and the little food left, and got on the pickup truck and the RV. The 2 cars drove one after the other, chasing the pickup truck where Captain Gu was. They had many such escape experiences, being chased by zombies, hiding in underground fortifications during earthquakes and tornadoes, and hiding in the army's underground shelter before the nuclear shock arrived. But this time, the scene outside the glass pavilion was more terrifying and disgusting than the disaster scenes they had seen before. There were radioactive zombies everywhere, emitting a strong stench. Most of them looked like a pile of rotten meat moving on a skeleton, because the noise of the car was coming from all directions. They didn't know how long the tires of the car could last. All their spare tires were used up when they crossed the occupied area. Moreover, even if they had spare tires, there were so many radioactive zombies around that they couldn't get out of the car to change. Fortunately, when they left the glass pavilion and passed through the camping area, the surrounding area became more open, and the number of radioactive zombies decreased. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would stagger toward the convoy, but they would also be shaken by the machine guns in the second pickup truck, staggering and falling. By the time they got up again, the car had already driven a distance away. At the corner where the camping area driveway turned to the main driveway, a small group of radioactive zombies lay on an overturned Jeep, constantly taking out some red and white objects from it, and then greedily stuffing them into their weird mouths. The people in the convoy couldn't help it, and they covered their mouths and retched. The Jeep looked very familiar. It had just left the glass pavilion not long ago. Lu Tong was in a complicated mood, and there was still grief in his eyes. But the others were puzzled. They didn't understand. There were weapons in the Jeep. Why didn't they even get to the gate of the forest park? Perhaps this was retribution. They tried to get rid of the others and escape by themselves, but they lost their lives here. When the car turned onto the main lane, the people in the 2 cars behind could no longer care about studying the other cars. The noise and blood in the forest park attracted the radioactive zombies outside. They saw a large number of radioactive zombies gathered in the circular open space inside the gate of the forest park in front. With so many zombies, even if Captain Goo could knock down some, their car would not be able to pass through them. Their car would be blocked in this open space. And the other radioactive zombies chasing after the car would cut off their retreat. They would be trapped here. The people in the two cars behind panicked instantly. They knew what would happen to them. They had seen too much. They just didn't expect that after trying so hard to escape until now, they still couldn't escape the tragic fate. The RV in the first position seemed to have not seen the zombies in the distance, and continued to drive towards them. This inexplicable act of committing suicide made them scream. And some people kept shouting to stop the car. The two men whose legs were injured, and the first person to discover the radioactive zombies were in the same pickup truck. The pickup truck was lighter, and easier to drive than the RV. The pickup truck that was chasing the Captain Goo in front of them was in the third place. But now that they found this situation, they immediately held the driver's hand and forced him to slow down. As they slowed down, the RV at the back caught up, and the two cars exchanged positions. "What are you doing?" The driver was confused. "Stupid. If you don't understand, just shut up." The man was used to being scolded by them, and they didn't think they should restrain themselves. "Lu Tong is stupid. But we are not stupid." The crisis was imminent, and the situation this time was different from all the previous situations. There were too many radioactive zombies around, and the gate in front was the only way to survive. Even if they couldn't get through, they knew what the other party was thinking. It was nothing more than a gamble. They thought there were too many cars, and planned to crash into them together. Even if they made a small hole, they could still escape. But they didn't want to be cannon fodder, and blindly plunge into the pile of corpses with corrosive liquid. The only way was to take advantage of the RV in the front being entangled by the zombies. And then, when the time was right, they could directly pass through the gap on the side. Just like the Jeep they had just seen on the side of the road. They had to see blood, overturn the car, and attract more zombies to them before they could seize this opportunity. "Follow our own RV. Why chase the car in front so closely?" The man sitting in the passenger seat gritted his teeth while touching the wound on his thigh. In this situation, there is no medicine to treat the injury, so he can only bear it. "Isn't it just a little food? Since it can be given to the weak in the team, why can't we share some with them?" They even set up a trap, and instigated those team members to protect her all the way. After all, she is a young girl, and she is too naive, thinking that everything will be fine with the protection of the army, and rushing to the front all the way. In this situation, even the weapons of the army can't protect her. Now, if she likes to rush to the front, then let her have the chance to be cannon fodder. They always pay attention to the situation in front, and ignore the environment on both sides for a while. When the pickup truck passed a row of low wooden houses, there was a loud bang on the right roof, as if something fell from the roof of the nearby house onto their roof. What? The man in the passenger seat felt his body stiffen instantly, and his hair stood on end. There was a voice in his heart telling him that something was wrong, and he was in trouble. He had to think of a way quickly. But the subconscious knows what is going on, but the actual action of the body is another matter. The next second, a face covered with blood thorns appeared upside down outside the passenger window. It was a radioactive zombie. Its limbs seemed to have suction cups, and it was clinging to the roof and door tightly. Then, amid the man's shrill screams, it used its face covered with blood thorns to desperately and quickly hit the window glass. The blood thorns seemed to be particularly strong and sharp, and the speed of the impact was extremely fast. It hit dozens of times in a few seconds, and before the man could react, the glass was shattered. He hurriedly pulled the person next to him, subconsciously trying to pull the person over to resist. The person was driving, frightened and pulled, accidentally mistook the accelerator for the brake, and the steering wheel in his hand was completely tilted. The pickup truck suddenly rushed out of the lane and crashed into a row of metal poles at the end of the post station. The movement of the pickup truck attracted the car in front, and the RV where Lu Tong was located slowed down a bit. The other people in the RV leaned on the rear window and quickly told what happened. Lu Tong frowned. He wanted to go back to save people, but at the critical moment, he couldn't step on the brake. He just eased the accelerator a little. "It's Axia!" Someone pointed to the back and shouted. He escaped? The Axia they were talking about was the one who was driving and being scolded. Although he was not smart and had a bad mouth, he was very strong. He broke free from the hand that wanted to pull him to be a scapegoat, and rushed out of the car by pushing the door directly, and ran towards the RV in front without looking back. Brother Tong. Stop the car. Axia has escaped. Let him get in the car. Lu Tong looked at the rearview mirror. The radioactive zombies that had been chasing the car had already surrounded the pickup truck that crashed into the car. It was too late for the passenger and the people in the back seat to get out and escape. A radioactive zombie with long and proliferating tentacles found the fleeing Axia and rushed towards him. Just as Lu Tong was struggling to decide whether to stop the car and wait for him, or to drive away immediately, a row of bullets hit the zombie, breaking its tentacles and knocking it down. Lu Tong looked back and saw that Captain Gu's car had reversed. Axia took advantage of this opportunity to speed up again and rushed to the door of the RV. The door had been opened from the inside. Other people in the team reached out to him and pulled him up, just as Axia was lying in the RV, panting in cold sweat. The two men in the pickup truck, who were unable to move due to leg injuries, and another person were completely blocked in the car. The man in the passenger seat had been bitten on the neck. He leaned there with his limbs twitching. The radioactive zombie with blood on its face was greedily lying on him to suck blood. Outside, the radioactive zombies that were chasing behind them all surrounded them, banging on the rear doors, just as they had planned before. As long as the car had an accident and blood was seen, it would attract more zombies. However, the fate that was supposed to fall on others in the plan fell on them. The two people who were huddled in the back row suddenly saw through the shattered windshield in front that a huge flame was spurting out from the roof of the RV in the front. The flame was much more violent than the flamethrower of Captain Gu, and the spray range was also longer. The blazing flame shot up into the sky, igniting all the radioactive zombies that were originally blocking the open space at the entrance, and then began to spray to the left and right sides, igniting all the radioactive zombies hiding in the woods that were trying to get closer after hearing the sound. No wonder this RV dared to stay alone in the glass pavilion. It turned out that the roof had been modified, and a flamethrower was installed. To deal with radioactive zombies, this thing is far more useful than a machine gun. But they don't understand, this RV obviously has such a powerful self-defense weapon, and sufficient supplies. Why should it help those weak and useless people in their team? If they had known that the other party was so powerful, not only would they not have thought of stealing the other party's supplies, they would have tried to get along with her. When the radioactive zombies grabbed their bodies with their stinking mutant fingers, they still couldn't figure out why. In the pickup truck where Gu Hanqing was, the two team members repelled the radioactive zombies that surrounded them from both sides, and originally wanted to continue to rescue the people in the pickup truck behind them. It's too late. Gu Hanqing glanced at the RV blocking their car, reshifted the gear, stepped on the accelerator, and caught up with the RV in front. The continuous attack time of the RV flamethrower is 1 hour. This 1 hour can be paused and then resumed, but it consumes a little fuel, so Ji Ningxin will not use it under normal circumstances, unless it encounters the current situation. The flamethrower is set to automatic mode, and it will automatically change direction and spray distance according to the surrounding situation. Under such a strong output attack, plus Gu Hanqing cooperation, the whole RV is like entering an empty space, and even speeds up when approaching the gate, and crashes into the burning corpse that is shaking like a headless fly, and rushes out directly. After leaving the forest park, the RV did not go directly to the west entrance, but drove along the suburban driveway towards the city. Inside the RV, Ji Ningxin took out 3 boxes of room temperature milk from the cupboard and handed them to the 3 children in the booth area. The oldest looked 8 or 9 years old, and the youngest was probably only 5 years old. Since getting on the car, he has been sitting in the same position, not daring to move. They have escaped with the convoy many times, and they already know what to do when an emergency occurs better than ordinary adults, who have always lived in a safe city. Don't move. Don't talk. Keep absolutely quiet. The milk was placed there, and the 3 children were still curled up together. No one dared to pick it up. Ji Ningxin didn't care. She lifted the curtain and gave a few instructions to Xiao A, who was driving. The car sped up again, heading in the direction of the medical school, but did not go out of the entrance driveway, but crossed a small path in the woods and drove towards the wall at the end. Ji Ningxin had already checked, and this area was the area with the least radiation zombies. She was just picking up someone, so she had to make a quick decision, and the less noise, the better. She took out the intercom, called Gu Hanqing, and asked her to wait at the intersection of the forest. The intercom was given to the other party by her in advance, and it was not a military channel, so it was more reliable to use. Not long after Gu Hanqing parked the car, the RV driven by Lu Tong also rushed over. He found that the old RV in the front was gone, and some panic appeared on his face. After what happened just now, the existence of the dilapidated RV at this moment made him feel more at ease than the existence of Captain Gu and her team members. Lu Tong adjusted the steering wheel and drove the RV to Gu Hanqing's car as close as possible. He did not dare to get out of the car rashly. After parking, he lowered the window and asked her about her current situation. Gu Hanqing threw a word to him. Wait. Wait. Wait for whom? Why wait? Seeing the other party's indifference, Lu Tong was even more worried. After all, it was someone in his team who knocked out her team members and robbed her car. He felt guilty and anxious now, especially in this situation. He wanted to say something urgently. Captain Gu, it's my fault. I didn't manage the people in the team well. Don't worry. After this, I will definitely keep an eye on my people and never make the same mistake again. He felt that he was also a victim, and he did not betray his teammates. He was not only abandoned by his teammates, but also betrayed by the woman he loved. He did not want to, and could not let himself experience such a painful lesson again. Gu Hanqing had already signaled the team member in the passenger seat to raise the window. After hearing what he said, he lowered the window a little, and then looked at the other party. Can you really manage it? Thinking that you can manage it well, and being able to manage it well are two different things. Lu Tong's mind buzzed. For a long time, the things that he had been trying to hide seemed to be exposed in front of everyone in an instant. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the car opposite had already rolled up its window. At the other end of the forest, the RV stopped by the wall, and Xiao A jumped out of the driver's seat. The wall had collapsed in half. He barely ran up, just kicked the wall once, and then turned over and went in. Most of the team from the research institute had evacuated, and the remaining small part all hid in the underground bunker. It was difficult for people outside to get in, but it was easy for people inside to get out. Moreover, Yang Yan's father had just passed away. It was normal for her to ask to leave at this time. The other party even provided her with a few days' worth of food and water so that she could take it away. The ground buildings of the medical school were hit by continuous black rain. The steel parts were riddled with holes, and most of the cement walls collapsed in half. The tables, chairs, and various equipment inside were scattered. The medical school that was magnificent and beautiful not long ago has now become a ruin. Yang Yan wore thick protective clothing, wrapped tightly from head to toe. This was the request of Ji Ningxin and Yang Renran. One is for safety, in case of sudden black rain, and the other is to hide her face. The underground fortifications of the Research Institute actually have several entrances and exits. This is to prevent one entrance and exit from being buried by the building, and the people inside from being trapped to death. Yang Yan took the hidden elevator, and found herself in an inconspicuous glass flower bed after returning to the ground. The hidden elevator went back to the ground, and it could not be opened from the outside. This is a one-way exit. You can only go out, and you can't go in after going out, which is suitable for people like her who plan to leave the mall. As for how she would leave after returning to the ground, whether she could successfully meet the person who would pick her up, it was not the concern of the Research Institute. She walked out of the flower bed, carefully checked the ruins of the buildings around her, and walked around a half-collapsed building according to the appearance of the academy in her memory. Soon she heard the roar of the walking corpse. Before she could react, someone held her arm. Xian asked me to pick you up. In this situation, it was not appropriate to use the full name, so Ji Ningxin specifically asked him to use the nickname. This was the first time he said her name, and it was an extremely intimate nickname. So much so that he stuttered as soon as he said the name. In the RV outside the wall, Ji Ningxin, who had been checking the situation with her mental power, smiled and said, "Come back soon when you find someone. There are zombies nearby that are attracted by the movement of the car and are coming over." Xiaoyi's voice sounded beside her ear. "Yes, Master." Although this kind of mental power communication has a certain range limitation, it is much more convenient and hidden in a walkie-talkie. Even though Xiao was alone, he was still very fast. He avoided the zombies that were wandering around the medical school and successfully climbed over the half-collapsed wall with Yang Yan. The two of them got on the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat respectively. The RV started again and drove out of the woodland along the path quickly, then turned around and headed west. Gu Hanqing followed immediately, and Lu Tong also reacted quickly. Seeing the old RV appear, He quickly restarted the car and followed. The RV did not stop again. When they encountered radioactive zombies blocking the way, they used the flamethrower on the roof. They rushed through the entrance and exit on the west side of the mall half an hour later, and then turned directly to the north. The south side of the mall was full of radioactive zombies attracted by the God's Descent organization, and they could no longer go. If they wanted to cross the Feng River, they had to bypass the north side of the mall and head east. In the northern suburbs of the mall, there was a large car sales center, which was also part of Jiningshin and Gu Hanqing plan. The mall was a safe city before, and the evacuation was hasty, so there would always be something left behind. It would be best if they could find a car there, either a new car or an old car, which could be used to accommodate Pan Chenling and the 3 children. Even if they couldn't find a car, they would also need things like spare tires and repair tools. Chapter 66. Trailer RV. Inside the RV, the curtains of the driving area were tightly drawn. Jiningshin leaned against the back of the passenger seat. After Yang Yun closed the curtains inside the car window and took off the mask, she handed her a bottle of water and a sandwich. It was not very convenient at the moment. Yang Yun could only stay in the RV with them for the time being. She had to take off the mask to eat, and she could only eat like this. As for the future, we would see what happened next. If their luck was really so bad, they couldn't find any cars in the car sales area. As long as they left the Black Rain area, they could always find cars abandoned because of running out of fuel on the way north. Although Jiningshin chose to save people, Chenling and Pan were not like Gu Hanqing, who had faced life and death with her several times. She could show her extraordinary qualities in front of Gu Hanqing because he knew nothing about her appearance and background. But Chenling and the others were different. They had met once in Sucheng. Although she was wearing a mask and goggles and rarely spoke, there was no guarantee that the other party would not recognize her. This was also the reason why she only let Xiao A go out with her. So, before completely trusting each other, first of all, Xiao A and Yang Yun, would not show their faces. Secondly, the RV could be sufficient in supplies and modified with weapons. But she could not show the part of the RV that was beyond common sense in front of them. This was also the reason why she wanted to go to the car sales center. Steel bones had been turned on, with a time limit of 3 hours, and it would be a waste if it was not used. Therefore, on the way from the west to the north of the mall, she directly turned on the intelligent automatic driving, set the speed, and let Xiao A sit there to rest. The RV drove very fast all the way. Just like before, when she encountered radioactive zombies blocking the road, she used the flamethrower on the roof, and when she encountered roadblocks, she just crashed through them. She was very cautious. Even after crashing into a tougher roadblock, she would modify the data of the mechanical template camouflage at the front of the RV again. In simple terms, it was to make it look old and wear and tear marks. Gu Hanqing also drove wildly, and the pickup truck had big tires and good performance. She chased after Jiningshin car, and didn't fall behind at all. In comparison, Lu Tong hadn't driven like this for a long time. He lost the pickup truck in front of him at a certain intersection. Fortunately, this area is far away from the south of the city. There are no radioactive zombies around. Not even ordinary zombies. It is still safe. But they have no weapons in the car now. The fuel is about to run out, and the wheels are badly worn. If they are really trapped here, it will be a dead end. Someone couldn't help but complain a few words, and someone immediately suggested that Lu Tong take a rest and let someone else drive. Lu Tong had no choice but to give up the driver's seat and let Axia take over. After Axia got in the driver's seat, he chased the car under the urging of everyone. Fortunately, at the next turn, they saw the pickup truck in front of them slowing down. Everyone's hanging hearts were finally put down, and they immediately praised Axia. After that, Axia kept chasing the car in front and never fell behind. The 3 cars finally arrived at the car sales center in the north of the mall at around 10 o'clock in the morning. The buildings here were also attacked by the Black Rain, but most of the walls of the car sales center are made of glass, so it looks much better preserved than other places. After the disaster, this place was in a semi-closed state, and many sales centers locked up their stores and warehouses. After that, the troops entered the mall, and those jeeps, off-road vehicles, and SUVs that were convenient for long-distance travel were basically requisitioned. After that, many local people in the mall wanted to move, and their families had no cars, so they used their connections to buy large capacity and fuel-saving cars at high prices. Previously, Due to the radiation of the black rain, the people in the city were evacuated in large numbers, and the people living nearby also came here, and took away some cars in the chaos. At this moment, although the buildings here are well preserved, most of the interior is actually empty, some exhibition halls are in a mess, and you can see cars half stuck at the door that have not been driven away. The front of the car was damaged by the black rain outside, but the back part is still brand new because it is inside the door, which is a pity. This area is very large, and Ji Ningxin mental power cannot fully cover it. She drove directly to several showrooms selling RVs, found a larger glass showroom, and drove in directly, in case of sudden black rain. After that, she used this as the center point to check the surroundings. And after confirming that the surroundings were safe, she went to the back of the car first, took out some chocolate bars, small packages of room temperature egg cakes, and canned fruits, and gave them to Chenling, Dapan, and the 3 children. We are not hungry yet. You can keep these things for yourself. Chenling knew how precious the food was, and was embarrassed to take more. We haven't finished the canned meat and fruit you gave us before. It's okay. I don't need these things. Ji Ningxin was still the same as before, and said a few words, and then put the things down. We have to get off the car. You stay here. Chenling didn't know what she thought of. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on the car, and I will never let anyone else get on. Ji Ningxin looked back at her, and nodded at her. Yang Yan stayed in the driving area. She got off the car with Xiao A. Although she had strong mental power, she had few means of attack at present. Ordinary zombies and radiation zombies could not get close to her. But in the face of speeding attacks such as bullets, she was still of fragile skin, so it was safer to bring Xiao A with her. After all, at critical moments, he could be used as a meat shield. As for the RV, as long as it was within her mental power range, no one could get close. Gu Hanqing left 2 team members to support, one to watch the pickup truck, and the other to watch Ji Ningxin RV. She took the 2 team members to find what she needed. After the other RV stopped, several people rushed out of the RV and vomited. Axia was a good driver, second only to Dapan, but unfortunately he drove fast, but not steadily. In addition, the tires were worn, and the car was bumpy all the way. Most people in the car were carsick. The RV also needed to change tires, and they had to find some fuel. When Lu Tong saw that several people had finally finished vomiting, he immediately said that he would organize people to find something. Those people looked at each other, and none of them said anything. In this team, the strongest and most capable ones all died in the forest park. The rest of them were always in charge of logistics in the team. They could do the heavy work and lead the charge. Everyone was a little hesitant. How about we wait here? Captain Gu will definitely find something. Once we know where the thing is, we can go over and help move it, someone suggested in a low voice. That's a good idea. Yes. I don't know if it's safe around here. Hey, there is an office behind this exhibition hall, and the door is locked. Why don't we find something to eat first? Otherwise, we won't be able to run away when we see a zombie. The last bit of food in their car was also shared by them when they just left the west of the mall. It was just a few packets of biscuits, and everyone shared them together. Even after eating them all, their stomachs were still empty. Lu Tong glanced at the RV with its doors closed and curtains drawn not far away. He knew that there must be a lot of food in it. His thought stopped when he touched the team member who was standing guard next to the RV. In this situation, starvation won't kill people. But if they completely lose their companions, they will have no choice but to die. Thinking of this, he stopped several people who wanted to find food. Don't go all of you. Find a few people among you, and follow me to find tires and fuel. The warehouse door behind the RV sales area was also destroyed. RVs, which are suitable for the road, are the first choice for everyone, whether they are purchased or looted. Large and drivable RVs have long been gone. But strangely, when she was investigating, she found a peculiarly shaped square car in this warehouse. Most of the car was covered with cloth. From the outside, it looked like a rectangular bread with 2 wheels. A car with 2 wheels? What kind of car could it be? Even a tricycle must have 3 wheels. Ji Ningxin quickly knew what kind of car it was. After the cloth was lifted, a small trailer with several windows was revealed. This car itself has no power and cannot be driven. People who come here to look for cars are those who don't have cars. When they find a car that can be driven, they just drive away. Why would they spend the effort to fix this thing behind the car and tow it? It is troublesome and fuel-consuming. If there are too many people to fit, it is better to find 2 cars directly, so that they can take care of each other along the way. But for Jiningshin, this is really a good thing. The RV is not short of fuel, but it lacks space. Although it is small, it has everything. The door is in the back half. On the left side of the door is a bunk bed. On the right side of the door is a simple small kitchen, which is equipped with an induction cooker, cabinet and sink. Opposite the kitchen area is a small bathroom with a window. Going further inside, the front half of the RV is a U-shaped booth area. Because this type of RV has no driving area, the booth is reversed, and the entire booth area has a door curtain that can be pulled together to separate it from the area behind. There are narrow windows on 3 sides of the booth, and the view is also good. Jiningshin went up to check the car and was very satisfied. At the same time, Xiao A checked and repaired the car outside and confirmed that there was no problem and it could be used normally. She thought about it. Cleaned the water tank on the car first, and then filled it with clean water. The water tank was much smaller than the one on her RV. Only 50 L, a quarter of the capacity. But it was enough for daily water use. As for electricity, in addition to solar panels, trailer RVs are generally equipped with generators outside the body, which can be used as long as fuel is added. She found the metal cover protecting the generator at the rear of the car, opened it, filled it with fuel, and the electricity problem was solved. After that, Xiao quickly returned to the glass exhibition hall, drove the RV directly over, and then reversed into the warehouse, fixed the trailer RV at the rear of their own RV, and then it was a matter of relocation. After 2 days of rest and adequate water supply, as well as some lung and throat medicines, Dapan's condition has improved a lot. At least, he can get up by himself. The trailer is brand new, and it is very clean inside. It may have been used as a demonstration vehicle, so there are simple pots and pans, quilts, and bedding inside. Although it has not been used for a while, and has accumulated some dust. For Chenling and Dapan, this little dust is nothing. The 3 children carefully stepped into the trailer, holding the food and milk that Jiningshin had given them before, and they all showed expressions of surprise. The youngest child carefully pulled the corner of Jiningshin's coat and said the first sentence, "Sister, can we sit there?" She pointed to the booth area. The U-shaped booth looked loose and soft. Sitting there, you can also see the scenery outside. This car belongs to the 5 of you now. You can sit however you want. Jiningshin pressed her head. "Thank you, sister." The 3 children looked very happy, but they did not rush over. Instead, they followed Chenling and Dapan's example, took off their shoes first, put them near the door, and then walked over carefully, put the things in their hands on the table, and then climbed up the booth carefully, gently stroking the soft cushions, leaning against each other. "You look at me, I look at you," and then continue as before, keeping quiet, while Chenling was settling Dapan. Jiningshin went back to her RV. Yongyan returned to the booth area, pulled the curtain of the driving area, and was taking off her chemical protective suit. Jiningshin turned on the active defense of the RV. Now, except for the 5 of them and Xiao A, the car was restored to a protective state where no one else could get in. "Aunt Yang, go back to your room and rest. Xiao Ran is waiting for you." "It's okay. I just called. I've been in the research institute for so long. Actually, I don't have to do anything every day. I drive the rest of the way. You go back and rest." Yongyan's movements were neat and skillful. She quickly took off her protective suit, folded it, and put it aside. Jiningshin smiled. "Didn't you notice just now? The car can drive itself. Don't worry. We will go back to the rest area after we finish here. You go first." Yongyan understood. She turned around and touched Jiningshin's face. "Thank you, Shinshin. Xiaoran is grateful to you." Yongyan quickly passed through the washroom and entered the rest area. Jiningshin came up to pack things. She took out a large cardboard box from the space, and then began to put things in it, including a dozen bottles of purified water, a dozen packs of instant noodles, 2 bags of dried noodles, a few cans of fruit, a small box of eggs, a bag of dehydrated vegetables, disposable bowls and chopsticks, a few sets of replacement clothes and socks of different sizes for adults and children, soap and shower gel, paper towels, some chocolate candies and biscuits. When this large box of things was placed in front of Chenling, she was simply stunned. Chapter 67. Lutong ending. The other party even took into account that she was a girl. There was also a pack of sanitary napkins and a pack of disposable underwear. There are not many clothes. One set per person. The sizes of these 3 sets of children's clothes may not be correct, so just wear them for now. She did not include the clothes in the stocking list before, because she put all the clothes of their family, and the clothes in the Yang family villa into the space grid at that time, and she also stocked up the warm clothes. Other 4-season clothes are not necessities, and she did not have time to stock up. These sets of children's clothes were brought into the space when she hurriedly packed up all the items on the night of the tornado in Baiyun County. The outer packaging and labels were still there. It was probably bought by Yang Yun for the new year and was originally intended to be a gift. Ji Ningxin looked at the other person's face and said, "The water tank in the RV is full. You can simply clean it. Wipe your body. Change into clean clothes. And I will give you daily drinking water separately." Why? Qinling's eyes were red. For such a long time, she followed the team to escape and run. Although they gathered together when something happened, they would help each other. But that was because they were all equal. When supplies were scarce, they had to accept help from others and give help to others at the same time. In other words, you get what you give. No one would give her preferential treatment just because she was a girl. Similarly, no one would give Dapan preferential treatment because he had health problems due to radiation. Especially for supplies like water, each of them is very precious to the survivors. Even if they are in the same team, when they go out together to find some supplies, these things cannot be privatized. Each person can only receive a fixed share every day. But now, such a big box of things is placed in front of her, she can use and control them freely. Before the end of the world, these kindnesses may not be worth much, but after the end of the world, such kindnesses are so precious that she can't even pay them back with anything, including her own life. Human life is worthless. In the eyes of some people, her life is far less valuable than this box of things. No reason. For Ji Ningxin, the relationship of old classmates alone would not make her take the initiative to do these things. She might help Qinling and Dapan because of their kindness, and protect them from danger, but she would not go to such an extent. Rather than saying it was because of old acquaintance, it was for Gu Hanqing. Gu Hanqing was the only difference. She would take care of the people they wanted to save, the people they were reluctant to save, so that they would not have to risk their lives again and again for trivial matters such as supplies. She only has one life. When Ji Ningxin got off the trailer, Gu Hanqing also drove over in a pickup truck. In the cargo box of their car, there were many useful maintenance tools, and the spare tire was also found, but it had not been changed yet. Because he heard from his teammates that Ji Ningxin and her RV drove here, he came directly to meet them. Gu Hanqing was also surprised when he saw the trailer behind the RV. From the outside, it looked like a tin hut with wheels, and it had all the functions it should have inside, which was perfect for them to use. Ji Ningxin stood beside her. "There is water in the car. You can come here to wash up at night, even if it's just washing your hands and face. Good luck." She patted Ji Ningxin's shoulder, saying with a double meaning, "Everyone will be much more comfortable on the road later." Ji Ningxin glanced at her, hooked her finger at her, and then took her to the door of her RV. Gu Hanqing was waiting outside the car. Ji Ningxin quickly took out another small cardboard box from the car, which contained 5 bottles of water and a dozen craft paper packaging boxes. Ji Ningxin leaned closer to her. 5 fried chicken burgers like the ones you had before, and 5 smoked chicken sandwiches. A standard meal. If you get tired of them, tell me, and I change the menu. These burgers and sandwiches are new products in the automatic finished product area. The micro farm has recently had a bumper harvest of chicken, a rich variety of vegetables, and plenty of wheat. So several new menus have been unlocked. These things can be prepared with one click, and she only needs to take them out of the glass plate and put them in the takeaway box. For her, as long as there is an ecological zone, there will always be a supply of these foods. On the contrary, these packaging boxes and cartons will be used up one by one. This is also the reason why she went to Imo City to replenish supplies. I won't be polite with you. When you get to Imo City, call me directly if you need anything. Gu Hanqing knew that this was a special supply from the other party. Only for them. So he closed the carton before taking it. I thank you on their behalf. Don't worry. They won't get tired of eating these. After all, if you can eat compressed biscuits for a week, how can you get tired of eating these hamburgers and sandwiches for only 1 or 2 meals? Also, do you have a portable fuel tank? The RV has been parked in the same place for most of the past 2 months. Jiningshin has a lot of fuel stored, but there are only a few portable fuel tanks left, so she has to keep them as a backup. She can directly fill up their pickup trucks, but it is impossible for several team members to not know the situation of their own cars. If the fuel tank is full, it is beyond common sense and cannot be done. Yes, but the RV consumes more fuel, so don't give it too much. We can collect fuel from abandoned cars along the way. Understood. Jiningshin said so. But when Gu Hanqing brought a 50L portable oil barrel, she still filled it up, while everyone was busy packing up the trailer RV, changing tires, and repairing the car. Lu Tong team had an accident. Lu Tong was bitten by an ordinary zombie. Jiningshin mental power had explored this area, but because the area was too large, she used a scanning image mode, which was not very clear, more like a radar scan. Whether in the glass exhibition hall or in the warehouse behind, there was nothing moving aimlessly, which meant there were no zombies. It was their bad luck. When several people followed Lu Tong to look for tires and other things, someone found a door in the corner of the warehouse. The door was behind a car that had been repaired halfway after its tires were removed in the warehouse. They were still cautious and made a noise on the door before opening it. This was their experience in finding supplies. If there were zombies in the space inside the door, they would definitely be startled by the noise outside, roaring or jumping on the door, so they could be alert in advance and clear the zombies before entering. There was no movement inside the door, which was not surprising. The mall was a safe city after all, and it had only been occupied for a day. They broke into the room and were surprised to find that it was a rest room similar to an office, probably because it had been closed for a long time. The air inside was not circulating, and there was a bad smell. There were many empty takeout boxes on the ground, and the food inside had turned black. The smell should come from there. There was a cabinet in the lounge. When they opened it, there were actually water, biscuits, and food like egg cakes. On the other side of the table, there were a few packs of instant noodles and a few cans of Coke. The items were scattered, as if they were left behind because the owner left in a hurry. They were very happy. They took them as soon as they saw them, but they were not impatient to eat them directly. However, because they were very excited to find the food, they ignored Lu Tong, who was only looking for the tire. Then, they heard Lu Tong scream. On the other side of the lounge, there is a secret door leading downwards. At this moment, the secret door is open. A dry, bluish-white hand tightly grasps Lu Tong's ankle. Half of a scary face sticks out of the secret door and bites his ankle from below. Lu Tong is not wearing protective clothing, nor are others, because the black rain outside has stopped. If you wear protective clothing, you have to wear an oxygen cylinder. The less oxygen cylinders you use, the less they will be used. If there is no acid rain, they will definitely not waste them. No one knew why there was a walking corpse with its feet tied up in the underground compartment of a safe warehouse lounge. The moment they saw the walking corpse, they realized that the stench in the lounge was not only because of the rotten and blackened takeout boxes, but also because of the walking corpse. Lu Tong's screams were filled with despair and fear. It was obviously not only because of the pain, but also because the moment the pain came, it doomed his life. Jiningshin heard the screams in the lounge at the first time. She focused her attention, condensed her mental power into a beam and projected it in that direction, and then saw Lu Tong's face that was a little distorted because of fear. Gu Hanqing also vaguely heard some noises. She immediately picked up her gun and told the team members to stop the car for inspection, pack up everything, and prepare for battle. A team member notified the people in the trailer. Qinling quickly closed the car door, and the children also cooperated to close all the ventilation windows. Qinling went forward to lock the car windows, then sat on the seat and hugged the 3 children. Lil A got off the RV and stood in front of Jiningshin. In a few seconds, everyone in the 3 cars was on alert. But the alarm was lifted quickly, because such miserable cries were only caused by a tied-up zombie. When Lu Tong was tied up and brought here by others, he had not mutated yet. Gu Hanqing had seen this situation before, which meant that the zombie that bit him was not the 2nd or 3rd generation, but most likely the 1st generation. She asked the team members to tie him up again, and after confirming that he could not break free, she took a team member to clean up the zombie in the lounge. Gu Hanqing came back soon. It should have been deliberately hidden in the underground compartment, probably a relative of the owner of the lounge. The 1st generation of disease takes a long time. And many people know that their relatives will eventually become mutated but still conceal it. And try to tie them up and hide them. The other 3 teammates who went to check other places nearby also came back soon, saying that everything was safe. It should be just an accident in the lounge. An accident. Everything nearby was safe. And Lu Tong was the only unlucky one. If he was bitten by the 3rd generation, he would have mutated directly within 1 to 10 minutes. But now he can neither die nor live. And he was tied up and thrown there, looking ashen. The door of the trailer opened again at some point, and Chen-Ling stood in the door, looking at Lu Tong expressionlessly. Is this retribution? Wang Zheng, Qin Dong and the others wanted to get rid of them and leave on their own, but they were eaten by the radioactive zombies. The other 3 people who wanted to steal supplies from the RV did not leave the gate of the forest park alive. And Lu Tong, who had let down Pang Yu, Dapan and her trusted old classmate again and again, was also bitten by the zombies. Now the remaining people in the team, after Dapan was exposed to radiation because of cowardice, did not say a word for him, did not take care of him more than once, even because he couldn't help coughing, indulge those who wanted to knock him out directly. And now, they have lost the capable person and the captain in the team. At this moment, from their faces, she saw the anxiety and fear of the future. Somewhere, it seems that there is a force controlling their fate. This world is full of holes, but it still treats everyone fairly in its own way, in a certain way. The team did not stay here for too long. The black rain could come at any time, and their time is precious. Gu Hanqing left some fuel and a few tires for them, and told them at the same time that Lu Tong was their own captain, and how to deal with him was their own business, and she would not interfere. Those people had no opinions. But they knew very well that Lu Tong could not survive. He would definitely die. The only difference was how long he could live. In the end, they voted. And except for Axa, everyone chose to leave him behind. A thin man squatted in front of Lu Tong and stuttered to announce the result of their vote. Tong. Brother Tong. I'm really sorry. You understand? It's not that we don't want to take you. But no one knows whether we will be infected if we stay in a closed space with the cell virus patients for a long time. It's not easy for everyone to get to where we are today. And no one wants to take risks. You are so good. You have always led us. You can understand? Right? Also, others said, if you can't stand a little bit of mutation, we can go and borrow Captain Gu's rob, Brother Tong. We can't do anything else, but at least, we can give you a quick death. Lu Tong looked at him, his expression gradually became desperate, and finally became angry, his eyes were red. I don't know if it was because of the infection, or because of the huge anger. His eyes were red, staring at the person in front of him, shouting at him to get out. The man fell backwards in fear, and then used his hands and feet to really get out. Captain Gu! Captain Gu! Lu Tong turned to the pickup truck. But Gu Hanqing's decision would not change. If it were someone else, she might have tied him up and taken him with her. But she also had her own sense of right and wrong. She was willing to take some people with her. And some she was unwilling to take with her. Just as she said, she could not interfere in the internal affairs of the ordinary people's team. Once she took action, she would either die or be injured. She was a soldier, so she would not interfere. So in this situation, she would not interfere either. Gu Hanqing got in the car, drove the pickup out of the warehouse, and prepared to leave. Lu Tong turned to the RV again. There was a trailer behind the RV. He knew who was inside. He just saw Chen-Ling. Chen-Ling. I haven't mutated yet. Maybe I won't change. Isn't there a special case? Go to the safe city north of Fengha River. Maybe I can find a way to treat it. Maybe I can survive until the special medicine comes out. You can't leave me. Finally, he called another name, Dapan. Dapan. We worked so hard. And finally escaped from Sioux City. We have been through so much together. You are my best brother. Dapan. You have always been my best brother. Lu Tong's voice was hoarse. In the trailer, Chen-Ling looked at Dapan on the bed. She was really afraid that he would be soft-hearted again. However, Dapan just lay there with his eyes closed, and then shook his head gently. Never again. After so many stupid things, if he was still soft-hearted, he might as well die in that nuclear shock. Let's go, he said softly. Chen-Ling nodded vigorously, and motioned to the children waiting by the window at the front of the booth. The oldest child opened the window a little, and waved a small green flag outside. That was given to them by Ji Ningxin. Green means go, red means stop. It is used when both parties are in the RV. It is simple and convenient. Ji Ningxin in the RV in front received the signal, and then started the automatic intelligent driving. The three-dimensional image of Xiao A appeared in the driver's seat. The RV started, and with the trailer, it drove out of the warehouse and drove in the front. In the warehouse behind them, Lu Tong, who was tied to a pillar, was still screaming something. But the sound soon blended into the wind and disappeared. Chapter 68. On the road. According to the plan, the convoy started to drive eastward after leaving the northern suburbs of the mall. After what happened to Lu Tong, the people in the RV at the end of the convoy were now in a state of panic. They could tell themselves that leaving Lu Tong behind was the outcome after everyone voted, and it was reasonable, but they were not evil people after all, they were just cowardly ordinary people. So as long as they thought of Lu Tong's appearance after he found out that he was left behind, they felt a little uneasy. In fact, this feeling has happened many times before. This team has never been smooth sailing since its establishment. After all, it is not easy to survive in the end times when there is no order. Many times, we have to choose to turn a blind eye. As long as their interests are not infringed, they will choose to stand on the side of the majority. Just like Lu Tong and Huang Zheng closed the second-level door of the underground shelter, and told them afterwards that he had no choice because he was afraid that if the door was not closed, the radiation would continue to spread downwards, and all of them would be in trouble. At that time, they knew that Japan went out to save them, but they easily accepted this explanation. So this time, in the interests of the majority, they decided to leave Lu Tong behind, and selectively forgot that he was bidden for the sake of this team. They are now restless. Firstly because of the conscience in their bodies, and secondly because of fear. After all, Lu Tong is their last backbone now. In the future, when something happens, who among them can stand up, make suggestions, and think of various solutions? This uneasiness and fear made them urge Axia to overtake all the way. They wanted to overtake the pickup truck and drive in the middle of the old RV and the pickup truck. But Axia, who always obeyed everyone, was a little stubborn this time. No matter what they said, she just followed the pickup truck. Fortunately, it was not far from the mall to the intact bridge over the Feng River. Many convoys had driven on this road before, especially after crossing the east side of the mall. The road ahead was smoother. The road had been cleaned up long ago. There were no abandoned cars or corpses blocking the road. The larger fractures and potholes on the road had also been slightly filled. This 150-odd kilometers was even smoother than the journey from the west to the north of the mall. The car soon arrived at a fork in the road. Turn left here and drive a few hundred meters to the intersection of the bridge. However, the old RV in front stopped, and the pickup truck also stopped. Gu Hanqing got out of the car with a gun in hand and went directly to their car. Someone quickly opened the door and carefully stuck his head out. Gu. Captain Gu. What's wrong? I take you here. After crossing this cross-river bridge, there is a safe base on the other side. If you don't want to stay in the safe base, you can continue to move forward and go to the next safe city, because the other side of this area is a safe zone. There are many checkpoints on the bridge, which will check and quarantine people passing by from the south. Generally speaking, as long as you have no problems, you can pass through after spending some time. As Gu Hanqing spoke, the other people in the RV came over. What do you mean? Captain Gu, are you going to continue escorting us? Why? Don't you understand? I have escorted you to the station. From this bridge, it is a safe zone. Can't you even cross the bridge to get checked? But, this was not their original plan. Even if they reached the safe zone, they could be with the troops, which would definitely be more convenient than going there by themselves. In this world, ordinary people like them, arriving in a new place, where they don't know anyone, just think about how difficult it would be. Gu Hanqing certainly knew what they were thinking, but she didn't intend to continue listening. After explaining what she needed to say, she went straight to the trailer. The old RV ahead of them was not driving very fast, and it was driving very steadily. They were very comfortable staying in their own space. First, they each used a small amount of water to simply wash their hands, faces and feet, and used their own old towels to wipe the interior of the trailer RV to remove the dust. After that, they used the induction cooker on the car to cook some vegetable and egg noodles. When the noodles were cooked, they cut a few slices of luncheon meat and put them in. This kind of noodles was not like instant noodles, and had a strong MSG taste. Instant noodles taste good occasionally, but they taste the same when you eat them too much. They are just for filling your stomach. Dried noodles are different. The other party gave her some salt, chicken essence and soy sauce, and she could season them according to their own taste. Dried vegetables and eggs are nutritious. Even if dried noodles are not as fragrant as instant noodles, they are more suitable for the children and the sick. Dapan was in a good mood these 2 days, and his physical condition also improved. He put on his clothes and got up to eat noodles. Chenling served 4 bowls of noodles for 1 big and 3 small ones, and planned to cook a pack of instant noodles for herself, but was stopped by Dapan. Sister Chenling also eats this noodle. The 3 children looked at her. Good girl, sister likes instant noodles. Next time, sister cooks instant noodles, and we can eat together. The youngest one went to get a bowl, the oldest one began to carefully serve her noodles, and the other child used a spoon to serve her noodle soup. Soon, the various vegetables, eggs and luncheon meat that had swelled up filled the bowl. Dapan pushed the bowl in front of her. Eat it quickly, the noodles will not taste good if they clump together. The thoughts of the 4 people were all in this bowl of noodles. Chenling sat down and ate lunch with them, when Gu Hanqing knocked on the door. She had just finished cleaning the dishes with the help of her 3 children. There was still a smile on her face. Captain Gu? I want to ask you. There is a bridge across the river a few hundred meters ahead. There is a checkpoint on the bridge. After crossing the bridge, it is a safe area. Do you want to follow Axia's RV? Chenling carefully checked the other person expression. Gu Hanqing's face was gentle. He was not here to chase people away, but just to ask. Can we continue to follow you? Chenling's face was a little hot when she said this. These people, some were sick, some were small. She had killed zombies before, and led a team to search for supplies, but that was all she could do. In Gu Hanqing's eyes, she really was nothing. Now the safe zone was almost here, but she subconsciously didn't want to follow Axia and the others. This was a trailer, so she was prepared for the worst. If something happened, with the temperament of those people, they wouldn't get on the car to grab food, but they would probably disconnect the 2 cars and leave the trailer behind. You want to follow us? Gu Hanqing was not surprised. You want to continue with us? There is no problem, but there are some things you need to know before you set off. We will not take this road to the safe zone. We will continue to go northeast along the river. You should know the situation there. The area ravaged by the tornado at the beginning, the zombies fell like dumplings in every city. The infection broke out a few months ago, and most of the city buildings were destroyed. The situation is similar to the area in Hucheng where you first stayed, but it is also different, because it is close to Fenghe River, and closer to the northern safety zone. The people who are still alive have basically evacuated after the tornado. So the closer you are to that area, the more desolate the surrounding area is, and the chance of encountering zombies is very high. And there is even the possibility of encountering a group of zombies. You follow us. You have to think about these things clearly. After all, there are 3 children. Gu Hanqing's words were interrupted by the little hand holding her thigh. And it was still the youngest child. Like a human pendant, Xiang doesn't want to go with others. Xiang wants to follow Sister Gu. Xiang is not afraid of monsters. Gu Hanqing. A cute human cub. We are not afraid. We have come so hard from Hucheng to here. And in this world, it doesn't mean that the safe zone is safe. If something unexpected happens, we may not survive if we stay with them. We are just afraid that we will become a burden to you and add burden to you. You don't have to worry about that. I still have the ability to protect a few people. Gu Hanqing nodded, indicating that he understood. Since the decision has been made, there is no need to worry about other things. Just stay in the trailer as before. In the last RV, the others saw Gu Hanqing go to the trailer, and waited eagerly for her to come back after she finished talking to the trailer. They tried to beg each other again. Let her go across the bridge with them to the safe area. But after Gu Hanqing left the trailer, she sat directly on the passenger seat of the pickup truck. Then, the old RV in the front started again, and drove the trailer directly to the right turn. And the pickup truck followed closely behind. Huh? Captain Gu, why did you just leave like that? What does this mean? Don't you understand what it means? She just doesn't want to carry us burdens anymore. But aren't Dapan and the others more burdensome than us? Then, if you can be as cute as those little ones, she will be willing to carry them. There was a different sentence in the dissatisfied voice. Everyone tilted their heads. A Xiao in the driver's seat looked out the window, pretending that she hadn't said anything just now. Okay, Axia, you are capable now. And you are so eloquent? Stop talking. They have already left. Hurry up and chase them. What are you chasing? They are not heading towards the bridge at all. Amid the scattered voices of the crowd, Axia restarted the car and drove towards the left lane. What are you doing? Axia, Captain Gu, and the others went to the right. Then we can't follow them to the right. The bridge is on the left. Oh, Captain Gu is such a fool. We've already reached the safe zone. What's the point of doing all this? That's right. She's so capable. What's wrong with her escorting us a little longer? Axia drove the car, without answering. Others have escorted them all the way to the safe zone, and they just need to get on the bridge and be inspected, but they still don't give up, and insist that they continue to escort them? They and their team just met by chance, and they rescued, searched for supplies, searched for cars, and escorted along the way. Do they owe them anything? It was just out of kindness. They didn't think about how much the other party had given them, but only wanted to continue to enjoy the other party's efforts. Even if the other party had done his best, they were still not satisfied, thinking that I was weak and I was right. Where in the world is there such a bandit's logic? Axia didn't say anything, but silently cursed the people around her in her heart, and secretly decided that, as long as she reached the safe zone, she would immediately part ways with them. Jiningshin and the others had walked this road before, but at that time they were facing the direction of the setting sun, and at that time the dining area had not been unlocked. They wanted to eat while looking at the scenery outside, so they could only gather in a room. Now, the dining area with glass walls on 3 sides is just like a sightseeing tour car driving on the high ground beside the river. Yongyun has not yet come out of the pain of losing her loved ones. But she doesn't want to stay alone in the room. So she decided to find something to do, and cook dinner for them herself. Let's have hot pot. When we went to the mall to find you and Grandpa, we also had hot pot. Yang Ran suggested, and tied an apron to help wash the vegetables. Okay, let's eat hot pot. In this season, let's eat beef bone soup and tomato hot pot. Yang Yan checked the freezer, took out the beef and beef bones, soaked them in cold water, and added some salt and vinegar to speed up the thawing. Do you need help? Jiningshin also came over. Just help me eat later. Yang Ran smiled. My mother's hot pot soup base is delicious. There are many people today, and the 2 4-person tables cannot be moved. We will eat in the round booth. Take out 2 large electric soup pots. One for beef bone soup base and spicy soup, and the other for tomato soup base and spicy soup. Okay. Jiningshin put the pot on the table. Lu Tingfeng also came to the dining area. He said hello to Yang Yun, and then looked around. Where's Dad? Didn't he just leave the room? He should be in the ecological area. You know, that's his little world. Jiningshin smiled slightly, mainly because there was a little A, who was willing to listen quietly to his memories of the past. Lu Tingfeng stepped forward and pinched her face. Would you like coffee? Not coffee today, milk tea? As she spoke, she placed several cups of milk tea and fruit tea of different flavors on the table, with ice cubes in them, as fresh as ever. She distributed milk tea according to the different tastes of several people, and received a wave of praise. After Yang Ren helped Yang Yun wash the vegetables, she went to the glass viewing area to drink milk tea with Jiningshin. The 2 of them didn't talk for a few words, and Jiningshin walkie-talkie rang. It was Gu Hanqing who told her the direction to go next. They only drove east along the river for a while, and they didn't need to go back to Heian City. She told her what to watch out for at the next few turns. There was also a bridge across the river. It was just that the road was difficult to drive on. The other side of the bridge had been affected by a tornado and zombies long ago, and the city residents had already evacuated. Therefore, it was not a safe zone, and there was no checkpoint on the bridge. She and Jiningshin chose to take this road to avoid the checkpoint. She knew that Jiningshin didn't want to show her face. Others might not be able to do it, and they couldn't take the RV to Maching. But she could. She stayed in the north of Fenghe River for a while. She was familiar with the city conditions and routes in that area. Okay. Jiningshin wrote them down one by one, and at the same time used her mental power to convey them to Xiao A, asking him to go to the RV to modify the route. After that, she asked Gu Hanqing and the others if they could eat spicy food. We all eat it. What's wrong? We all eat it. I send you delicious food for dinner later. Jiningshin smiled and turned off the intercom. The other party's pickup truck was inconvenient, so they couldn't eat hot pot in the car. But they could use hot pot ingredients with various hot dishes to make a big pot of spicy hot pot for them. Because of Jiningshin's last words, the other 4 members of the Picari were particularly excited. Although they had just eaten burgers and sandwiches not long ago, they were all looking forward to it, hoping that it would get dark soon. They didn't know what to eat for dinner. Spicy burgers? Spicy sandwiches? Their imagination could only go so far. Near dusk, they found an area suitable for overnight stay somewhere beside the Highland Drive, and then parked the car. Chapter 69. Dinner time and function upgrade. Perhaps because they were a little further away from the nuclear explosion buffer zone, the sky that had been cloudy for a long time finally cleared up. The sky in the southwest was still gray, like a stain that could not be wiped clean on the sky, but the sky above their heads, but behind the clouds, revealed the light blue that should be in the summer evening. In the trailer, Chinling opened the window facing the Fengha River, gently sniffed the air outside. The long-lost refreshing breeze brushed her cheeks. If she closed her eyes, there was a feeling of returning to the past peaceful times. This place is far from the nuclear impact danger zone, and the radiation has not spread here for the time being. As for what will happen in the future, no one knows. After the RV stopped steadily, little A went inside the RV to do some work, first canceled the automatic intelligent driving, then turned off the engine, pulled all the curtains at the front and both sides of the driving area, covering the interior of the RV tightly. Finally, he left a small rechargeable lamp on the table in the booth, so that the yellow light of the lamp could penetrate through the closed blinds, creating the illusion that there was someone inside the RV. In the dining area, Ji Ningxin wanted to make the spicy hot pot herself, but Yang Yun took over directly, saying that it was very simple and would be ready in a short time, because it was prepared for Gu Hanqing. The side dishes should not be too many, just increase the amount of each. In the end, she chose pork belly slices, tender beef slices, cabbage, mushrooms, potatoes and meatballs, which were basically dishes that could be stored for a long time or frozen, which was both reasonable and rich. After Yang Yun finished cooking, she took an old soup pot with a lid, poured the spicy hot pot into it, covered it, and temporarily put it on the ground in the storage area. After that, I went to the automatic finished product area and ordered 10 servings of white rice, which were then packed into 5 large takeaway boxes, which were put into plastic bags, and a few cans of drinks were put into them. When I was about to leave, I saw Xiao A coming back, and I called him away again. The main reason was that Xiao A was too easy to change clothes. She had to wrap herself in a coat and put on goggles and a mask, but the other person could change clothes in 1 or 2 seconds. The two got off the car one after the other. She carried the bag of the rice box, and he carried the pot. Gu Hanqing had already measured it with an instrument. The air quality around here is good, so tonight they planned to put up a simple tent outside. Everyone took turns sleeping. It would be much more comfortable than staying in the car all night. The place Gu Hanqing found was an L-shaped depression next to the mountain wall. The RV was parked horizontally in the depression, with the door of the car facing the mountain wall. The trailer was on the innermost side, the RV was in the middle, and the pickup truck was outside near the RV. Ji Ningxin got out of the car and turned left directly to the camping area of Gu Hanqing and his friends. In front of the pickup truck, the fire had already been lit. One team member stood on the top of the pickup truck to keep watch. 2 team members were packing up the tent. Gu Hanqing opened the hood to check the condition of the car. Another team member sat in front of the fire and continued to add burning materials. As soon as she got out of the car, the 4 team members' eyes all gathered around her. They had been thinking about the dinner for the whole afternoon, and now it was right in front of them. The 4 people were embarrassed and expectant. They looked at her twice, then looked away, pretending to be busy. Looked at her twice again, then looked away again. Gu Hanqing closed the hood, making a bang, and the 4 people immediately collected their attention and continued to focus on the work at hand. Gu Hanqing saw the big pot in Xiaoyi's hand, and immediately walked to the passenger side of the pickup truck and opened the door. Why did you take the pot today? Well, it's convenient to take the pot for dinner today. Ji Ningxin asked Xiao A to put the pot in the storage box between the 2 seats, and she put the bag in her hand on the passenger seat, and then stepped away. Just return the pot to me when we leave tomorrow morning. Do you have chopsticks? Yes, we all have folding chopsticks. The team member standing on the roof of the car squatted there, smiling at Ji Ningxin. There are definitely chopsticks, but they are rarely used. Okay, I go back to eat too. I wish you a pleasant dinner time. Gu Hanqing thanked her and patted her shoulder. Well, rest at night. Don't worry about the night watch. After Ji Ningxin and the other 2 left, with the 4 team members grateful and excited farewell, the 3 team members who were setting up the tent and lighting the fire immediately surrounded them, opened the door and squeezed into the back seat one by one. wanting to know what was in the big pot. A big pot of spicy instant noodles? Actually, it's okay. They had been eating compressed biscuits before. And instant noodles are delicious. Gu Hanqing brought the bag to the driver's seat, and got on the passenger seat himself, and then opened the lid of the pot under the expectant eyes of several team members. Soon, a fresh and spicy smell came to his face. In addition to vegetables and mushrooms, there were also a lot of meat slices. The dinner set by the other party far exceeded their poor imagination. Boss, your friend is too generous, so much meat. The RV is really nice, and you can cook your own food, boss. Why don't we get an RV next time we go on a mission? You're so nice. This time, we didn't even take care of the Jeep, and someone took it away. If the boss hadn't been prepared, and hadn't transferred the weapons and equipment to this pickup truck in advance, what would we do later? You're still talking, aren't you, next to me? The three people in the back row started bickering and playing, and Gu Hanqing opened the window, and stuck his head out, and patted the roof rack. You come down and eat first, I keep watch. Boss, you guys eat first, just leave some for me. The car window was opened, and the aroma drifted out a little through the window, but the team member on the roof was still very restrained. After all, he had a mission to accomplish. Okay, then I leave it for you. Gu Hanqing got out of the car again, and found the round craft paper takeaway box that had been used to pack hamburgers in the truck bed. Because hamburgers are dry food, the takeaway box was not dirty, and was clean. She took two, and returned to the car, moved some of the dishes over first, covered them, and put them aside, and then said to the three people who were looking at her eagerly, "Let's eat." When the team members started dinner, Ji Ningxi was thinking in front of the owner's screen next to the RV door. After she got in the car, she found that the RV mileage had reached 6,000. In addition, the breeding area and hydroponic area had recently harvested new food, and the dishes and drinks in the automatic finished product area had already exceeded 30 kinds. The existing auxiliary functions of the RV can be upgraded again. However, just like last time, only 5 functions can be upgraded. Ji Ningxin first selected fuel, purified water, and electricity, which is the basic daily need, and the ecological zone and catering zone also need it. And from the 2 zones unlocked before, she felt that unlocking the 5th zone would have relevant requirements for these 3 auxiliary functions. The remaining 2, she chose last time. Fresh air system and weapon system, because she felt that fresh air system was only level 2, which was a bit low, so she upgraded it to level 3. And weapon system. Now they have both long-range and short-range weapons. And now they are going to the safe zone, which is enough for the time being. Finally, she chose to upgrade steel bones and external camouflage. After steel bones is upgraded to level 4, the usage time will increase after it is turned on, and the body strength performance will be taken to another level. According to the current strength estimation, it will be comparable to a tank after the upgrade. As for external camouflage, this function has only been upgraded once after it was unlocked. After the upgrade, a new camouflage function appeared immediately. Instead of upgrading on the original basis, she wants to raise the level of this function and see if there will be a more powerful camouflage skill. After the upgrade, fuel reached 30 L per day, purified water reached 70 L per day, electricity reached 6 hours of electricity per day. Iron bones use time increased to 4 hours, CD time was 20 hours. Among all the upgraded functions, external camouflage surprised her the most. External camouflage: 1. Chameleon static camouflage, 2. Mechanical template camouflage, 3. Car model change camouflage. Upgradable. She clicked on the 3rd camouflage, and found that a large area of car pictures appeared on the screen, all of which were car models that the RV could change into, including trucks, vans, pickups, other RV models, buses, large buses, minibuses. Compared with the 2nd camouflage, it used to be like a person changing a wig or putting on a fake beard. Changing the skin color with cosmetics, the RV model was actually still the same C-type RV as before. But now, it's like a person has learned magic, and can change himself into a man or woman with other appearances at will. She scrolled to the bottom of the changeable car model, and there was a detailed explanation of camouflage. Car model change camouflage can only be used once a month. Once changed, it cannot be restored to its original appearance within a month. Secondly, the 3 functions of car model change, mechanical template and chameleon static camouflage, can be superimposed. That is, she can try 3 first, then use 2, and finally use 1. Secondly, after the car model changes, even if they get off the car and look back, the RV will appear in the changed appearance. Of course, they can get on the car from any door, and after the door is opened, the interior of the corresponding car model will also be presented. But the moment they close the door, the 3D simulation projection inside will be cancelled immediately, and they will stand or sit at the entrance after getting on the car, which is next to the booth. Just like before, Ji Ningxin noticed that it was written here as 3D simulation projection, which is obviously different from the previous automatic intelligent driving 3D stereo projection. It is different, and she doesn't know the specific effect now. However, in this way, some visual problems are perfectly solved, such as the door layout of the RV is different from other ordinary cars, and the height, etc. This function, which she didn't pay much attention to at first, now gave her a big surprise. After replenishing the necessary things this time, she can make the original RV disappear from this world completely. When the sun was about to disappear, dinner in the dining area also began. In addition to the hot pot prepared by Yang Yun, Ji Ningxin also ordered a garlic-flavored grilled fish from the finished product area. The fish was river perch, newly harvested from the hydroponic area, and the perch was plump and fresh. Because it was produced from a micro-farm, it was much more tender than what they had eaten before. Adding freshly squeezed pomegranate juice, everyone felt very happy after this meal. After the meal, Lu Yue suggested playing cards together. He had been playing against Xiao recently, and he was beaten every time, and he felt that his card skills had improved, but unfortunately he still lost to Ji Ningxin and Yang Yun. Yang Yun was smart and could count cards, and Ji Ningxin cheated with mental power because she had Xiao A as an insider. When the stars rose, the headlights in the dining area were turned off, leaving only a small yellow light. Yang Ran laid a carpet on the glass viewing platform, and took Ji Ningxin to watch the stars with her. She always felt that she hadn't seen the stars for a long time. After the nuclear attack, she lived every day in fear. They both knew that the use of the ultimate weapon would not only happen in Huagua, but if all the countries with such weapons on Mercury used it, what would the planet become in the future? Will this disaster have an end? Will there be a day when everyone in the world will die in a harsh environment? It's so difficult to turn a desert into an oasis, let alone a radioactive contaminated area. After the high wall is built, it will be sealed forever. Right? Ji Ningxin lay side by side with her, looking at the few stars in the night sky. It won't last forever. After 100 years, 200 years, or even longer, when the radiation completely dissipates, the land and creatures will regain vitality, and the high wall will naturally no longer exist. It's just that we won't live to see that time. It will take so long. But it may not be, Ji Ningxin said, thinking. In fact, there are oases in the desert. If you are lucky enough, the oasis will spread little by little, turning it back into an oasis from the inside of the desert. I hope so. I hope I can be lucky enough. I hope this day will come soon. After a night's rest, the weather was calm. The next day, the team set out again, and crossed the Feng River smoothly according to the route indicated by Gu Hanqing. This is a narrow road in the Feng River, so the bridge is not very long. There are mountain roads on both sides, which is difficult to drive. When passing a section of the road, there were scattered rockfalls on one side of the mountain wall. Ji Ningxin RV was hit from the side, and when the rockfall hit the car body, the shield opened automatically. Ji Ningxin immediately released her mental power to check the slope above to see if she needed to stretch the shield to protect the two cars behind. But she soon discovered that the shield was not only covering the RV, but also the trailer RV behind it. From the picture, she detected with her mental power, the shield that originally only covered the car body was like an egg yolk turning into a double yolk egg, and the two yolks inside were connected to each other, just like candied haws strung on a pole, touching each other tightly. And the two shields protecting the car body could be clearly distinguished. What was going on? Fortunately, after passing this section of mountain road, the rest of the journey was smooth. Gu Hanqing used the intercom to tell her the new direction and distance from time to time. The three cars passed through the outskirts of several abandoned cities one by one. Occasionally, when they encountered walking corpses on the way, Gu Hanqing and her team would solve them immediately, without Ji Ningxin help. At noon, when they were resting in an open area, Ji Ningxin got off the car and did an experiment with the pickup truck. She unloaded the trailer RV and hung the pickup truck behind the RV. At this time, less than 3 hours of shield time had passed. She found that as she disconnected the trailer, the shield that originally covered the trailer disappeared, and the trailer shield returned to its original state. After the pickup truck was connected, the shield did not change. She disconnected the pickup truck again, reconnected the trailer, and the shield immediately covered it again, forming a candied Hawes state again. What is the reason? Why? Can the shield only be shared after the trailer is connected? This question, I am afraid, will require more attempts to figure it out. In the evening of that day, they came to a ruin in the suburbs outside Maching. There had been an outbreak of infection here, and the original residents had evacuated. However, Maching was well prepared and acted swiftly, and had nipped all signs before the chaos began. Ji Ningxin did not plan to move forward. She found a farmyard with relatively intact buildings and unloaded the trailer. The next upgrade of the RV is to unlock a new section, not an additional function. And the unlocking of the disinfection area is a long way off. Japan's condition is so bad that it is not suitable for him to follow Ji Ningxin here. Maching has a hospital, and it is a safe city. In addition, Gu Hanqing and other team members are here, so it is better for them to follow into the city. Ji Ningxin does not want to show her face, so it is naturally impossible for her to accept the entry inspection. However, Maching is a safe city, except for the purchase restrictions on food, water, medicine and protective equipment. Everything else is normal. Cities will also learn from each other. The current order of Imo City is very similar to that of the previous mall. Schools and all entertainment facilities are suspended. Some factory assembly lines are modified. All are devoted to the production of self-heating rice, hot pot, fried noodles, military ration bags and other convenient foods. Continue to strengthen indoor vertical planting, increase the manufacturing speed and intensity of various protective and anti-bite equipment and medical supplies, implement wartime martial law prohibition regulations. So if Japan Chenling and others want to enter the city, they have to hurry. Chenling and the others were very grateful to the RV owner for his maintenance and care along the way. But they also understood that the other party could not always take them with them, and they themselves did not want to become a burden to others. Now that they have arrived at the safe city, compared to the past, it is already many times better. They will try their best to survive on their own abilities. After all, life is their own. After a simple farewell, Ji Ningxin secretly handed Gu Hanqing a bag, which contained several stacks of cash, several gold bars, 3 diamond rings and a piece of paper, on which she wrote a shopping list. Gu Hanqing had said before, just call her if you need anything when you get to Maching. The other party had also told her in advance that she needed her to go into the city to buy some supplies. She would wait somewhere outside the city at that time, and she would help find a car to deliver it to her. She thought Ji Ningxin wanted to replenish some drinking water and protective equipment, but when she went back to the city to check, she found that the items listed above were all some leftovers. Why describe it like this? 1. Clothes for all seasons. Shoes, socks, underwear, and hats are needed for going out and at home. Both men and women need them. Don't have to look good, mainly for sports, the more the better, buy according to the size. 2. Disposable packaging boxes, preferably made of craft paper or ordinary cardboard, if you don't have it. Plastic is fine, foam is fine, the more the better. A few boxes in total, 3 garbage bags, any style, large size, a whole 2 boxes in total. 4. Can you make a few portable empty oil drums? 30L, 50L, 20L are all fine. 5. Get a few more bedding sets, normal styles are fine. 6. Can I get a big cardboard box? Can I buy a new one now? No. Secondhand ones are fine, just don't be too tattered, more is more. 7. Some common medicines. List, this is not mandatory, buy as many as you can, it's okay if you can't buy them. There are more than a dozen items in addition. There are tapes, chess and card entertainment toys, desktop creative fish tanks, Lego building blocks and other weird things. Finally, P.S. I am not in the farmyard just now, but in the yard with 5 street lights after turning left at the 2nd intersection next to the street, turning right at the 3rd intersection, and then counting forward. I drew the map for you. Don't worry. I wait for you. Gu Hanqing. She stared at the note in her hand for a long time, and finally stared at the facial expression at the end of the word, and couldn't help laughing. A day later, Gu Hanqing brought her supplies in a small truck. Or rather, the first truckload of supplies. The yard that Ji Ningxin chose had a high wall, and although most of the buildings inside were destroyed, there was a large warehouse that was intact. and the RV could drive directly in. Gu Hanqing drove here alone. The small truck she drove could also be reversed to the door, so she could just unload the goods and go directly into the warehouse. The task of unloading the goods was naturally given to Xiao A. Gu Hanqing jumped out of the car, opened the door at the back of the truck, took the list in her hand, and began to count the supplies one by one with her. Most of the things you want are not restricted supplies, so I bought the ones that are in large quantities. There are 20 cartons of clothes, underwear, shoes and socks for all 4 seasons, all packed. These 5 boxes are packing boxes, these 4 boxes are garbage bags, more than 20 portable empty oil drums, all kinds of capacity. The medicine has also been bought. Although the purchase is limited, but several team members and I have a purchase quota every month. Here are the purchase quotas for 6 people in total, including Xiao Xiao, enough for you to use for a long time. Just as Gu Hanqing said, Maching actually has sufficient supplies, and they are going out on a mission, certainly can't bring a lot of things. During the mission, lack of water and a small amount of supplies are common. As long as we return to the city we set out from before, these problems will no longer exist. Chapter 70. Set a goal for the trip. Finally, these 5 boxes are the various chess and card entertainment supplies you want, decorations and various toys. The others are still being purchased. I will come again tomorrow. Ji Ningxin didn't expect that she would use her, and her teammates shared to buy medicine for her. She was touched but also a little worried. She was worried that she would buy too many supplies, and it would attract attention. Don't worry, I still have some privileges. Most of the supplies here are not restricted. It's not difficult to buy. And the quantity is not much. There are several safe cities to the north and east of Macheng. In this situation, it is not easy for everyone. There are goods and materials exchanged between cities every day. Such a small truck is not noticeable at all. Do you have enough money? Ji Ningxin took out a few gold bars from her pocket. You bought so many. The prices are high now. I give you some more. Anyway, if you really want these things, you can find them by searching carefully in the ruins area. Gu Hanqing didn't take them. He said that it was enough for now. If you buy everything, you can talk about it later. Ji Ningxin went back to the RV and took out the backpack she had prepared for her. Inside were fresh fruits and various candies, chocolates and other sweets. It was her sweet gift package for the other person. The gold bars were also quietly stuffed into the bottom compartment of the snacks. She used other people's medicine quota, so she had to compensate them a little. While the two were talking, Xiaoye had unloaded all the boxes in the truck and piled them neatly aside. Gu Hanqing did not stay for long. After talking to her about the current situation of several nearby cities and several dangerous areas that needed attention, he drove away. Ji Ningxin began to store the supplies into the space grid one by one. When she received the boxes of entertainment supplies, decorations and toys, she opened the boxes directly and stored them in the space grids. One of the conditions for unlocking the new area this time was to collect various handicraft decorations, entertainment supplies and toys. She was also helpless. In addition, she had to light up the space grid to 500 before she could divide and collect them here. Unfortunately, there were many decorations and toys that she couldn't divide into 2 space grids even if she wanted to, such as flying chess, Go, Mahjong, poker, and the upper limit of the default classification was chess and card entertainment supplies, which had to be put into one grid. For example, the small glass fish tank and glass vase on the table can be separated from other glass cups, teapots and bowls, but the upper limit is classified as glass crafts by default, and they have to go into the same grid. Fortunately, the previous harvest of the microfarm has lit up a lot of new space grids. Otherwise she really doesn't know how to fill up these 500 grids. After collecting everything, Xiaoye drove the RV out of the warehouse and parked it next to the outer wall of the warehouse. The height of the warehouse is limited. When the RV is parked inside, the view of the dining area cannot go beyond the top of the warehouse. This is a bit depressing for them, who are used to a broad view. Although this suburban farm has been abandoned, it is not far from Macheng, and occasionally troops come to do cleaning work to prevent the zombies from gathering and staying nearby. From yesterday evening to now, Ji Ningxin has only seen 1 or 2 zombies passing by on the street next door at night. She is now more mentally strong and alert. If there is any situation, she can just use chameleon static camouflage. When Ji Ningxin returned to the RV, dinner was ready. Since Ji Ningxin did not restrict Xiao A from sleeping, he would participate in every meal preparation. Now there are more people in the RV. Lu Yue and Yang Yun, Two parents who are good at raising children will not be idle. They usually discuss what to eat, and then decide which dishes to take out from the automatic finished product area and which to cook. Tonight is a home-cooked meal. Lu Yue's specialty: stir-fried pork with peppers, Yongyan pork bone and radish soup, and Xiao's seafood fried rice. Vegetables are taken directly from the finished product area. There is a stir-fried seasonal vegetable in the picture menu. You can choose to stir-fry with garlic or stir-fry. The vegetable type is randomly selected, and it usually starts from the new type of vegetables that have just been harvested and works backwards. Ji Ningxin and Yang Renran like to order this the most, because the random dishes are like buying lottery tickets. Not all vegetables suit everyone's taste. Sometimes dishes that no one likes are served. For example, stir-fried bitter melon. For a while, they were unlucky, and every time they ordered this, they got stir-fried bitter melon. Because bitter melon had just been harvested at that time, the winning rate was extremely high. Ji Ningxin and Yang Renran didn't want to waste food, and they got into trouble with the dish serving icon, so they ate until their eyes turned black. Ji Ningxin complained to her father, "There are so many vegetable seeds. Why did he choose bitter melon seeds?" Later, I found out that Lu Tingfeng wanted to eat it, because the weather was too hot, and he wanted to eat bitter melon to cool down the body. It was not until the new vegetables were harvested that the chance of bitter melon appearing was reduced a little. Today they were going to order two seasonal vegetables, one stir-fried, and the other with garlic paste. This kind of buying lottery tickets is what Ji Ningxin and Yang Renran loved to do the most. She kept waiting for Ji Ningxin to come back, and then the two of them went to the finished product area together. After the two of them ordered the menu pictures, they waited for about 2 or 3 minutes, and the sliding door of the finished product area opened. In the glass cabinet door, there was a plate of garlic water spinach and a plate of stir-fried bitter melon. Ji Ningxin looked at the familiar bitter melon and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's been so long, and I can still win the prize? Well, I put it in front of your brother later. He likes to eat this. He. Yang Renran reached out and helped her carry the dishes, 1 plate per person, and put them next to the 4-person table. There weren't so many plates for home-cooked meals, so just add a seat to the 4-person table. Everyone thought yesterday's sea base was delicious. Today, we want to try steamed sea base. However, different dishes have different serving times. The waiting time for steamed sea base is about 10 minutes, which is faster than their normal cooking. After all the dishes are ready, everyone starts to eat. The pork belly in the stir-fried pepper is sliced very thin. Because it has been marinated, the meat slices are very tasty. It is slightly charred when stir-fried. With green and red peppers for seasoning, it goes well with rice. Yang Yan started to stew the pork bone soup at noon. It boiled for an afternoon. The bone marrow and fat were boiled out. The bone soup is milky white, with white radish slices floating in it. Sprinkle with a handful of green onions and pepper powder. It is very fresh and delicious. Not to mention the seafood fried rice. Xiao's products are definitely top-notch. It contains cuttlefish, squid, mussels, shrimp, zucchini, carrots and onions, and the ingredients are extremely rich. He fried it in the largest pot in Ji Ningxin inventory. Lu Yue could only hold the pot with 2 hands, but he easily lifted it with 1 hand, stir-fried it with the pot, and the portion was enough. Steamed sea bass is better than grilled sea bass in a way, because the taste has been reduced. Only scallion, ginger and soy sauce are used for seasoning, which retains the freshness of the sea bass itself, making the fresh taste more pure. Before Lu Yue sat down, he turned on the flat-screen TV that Ji Ningxin had installed here. This flat-screen TV was purchased in Sichuan. It also has a large vertical stand inside, which allows it to be moved around. The TV is larger than ordinary flat-screen TVs, and it looks convenient. There is a signal in watching, and they watch local news. In the current news, there is no social content, and it is all safety news related to disasters. Usually no one appears on camera, and it is all drone footage with background sound. The screen shows the situation on the south bank of the Feng River. The camera shots here are much more restrained than those in the mall. There are no close-ups of radioactive zombies and red restricted areas. At most, they just pass by. A wall is being built on the south bank of the Feng River. The news reported the construction of the high wall. It was mainly to calm people's hearts. It introduced how high the wall is, what core materials it uses, what external defense materials it uses, how thick it will be, and what it will look like once it is built. There are not many orderly and safe cities, like Machin on the north bank of the Feng River. In many places, The suburban shelters have been overcrowded by disaster victims and survivors. And small riots can occur anytime and anywhere in the city. Fortunately, in the past few days, anti-bite equipment has begun to appear in supermarkets in large quantities. Although the purchase is limited and the price is expensive, many people still buy it. At least they wear it before going out. If they are unlucky enough to encounter an infected case, they can resist the attack of the infected person and avoid being infected. Most of the suburban areas outside the city are now in a state of laissez-faire. The capacity of the safe urban area is limited, and it can only ensure the safety of its own urban area and industrial planting area. In the urban area, the action of building a high wall around the city has been ongoing. In addition, there are some news from other countries on Mercury. For example, the neighboring island country, after the initial volcanic eruption, earthquake and tsunami, the cell virus still did not let them go. But because of the different circumstances, no one rescued them, and they were unable to save themselves. Now it has become an island of zombies, and there is no living person on the ground. Another example is Piao country. Because of the emergence of reactionaries and various forces, a chaotic civil war began. In addition, the zombies mutated. In addition to the blood-red mutants, there were other more terrifying species. So in the end, Piao country also deployed nuclear weapons. And the number was even greater. Now half of Piao country's land has become scorched earth. After dinner that day, everyone sat together for a meeting and planned the future direction. I need the RB to increase the mileage. The next target mission must increase the mileage by 2,000 kilometers. Ji Ningxin put forward the necessary conditions, but she certainly didn't want to waste these 2,000 kilometers in circles, so they had to set a goal. Then let's go west first, where there are fewer people, more uninhabited areas, and then go all the way to the northwest. Lu Tingfeng, who had been studying the route map, was the first to speak. Go deep inland? Jiancheng? Ji Ningxin took out the paper map and began to check it. Yang Renren's eyes lit up. Wow, Jiancheng? There is a very large uninhabited area there, and it is far away from the radiation zone, and the scenery is nice. If it weren't for this disaster, Xinxin and I would have planned to go there once this year. Can we drive there? Lu Yue was a little worried. It has automatic intelligent driving. When the time comes, look at the map route there, and make some changes on it. Driving and stopping, you will definitely get there. Lu Tingfeng took out a pen and circled the area where the entire Jiancheng was located on the map. Okay, Jiancheng is really nice, then let's go together. Yang Yan also agreed. Xinxin may have some opportunities, but she is just an ordinary person after all, still growing up, and this little opportunity can't save the world now. Why not drive to different places first? While there are still unpolluted places in this world, go and see more. We talk about the future later. Okay. After that, the RV stayed here for another 2 days. During these 2 days, Gu Hanqing drove a small truck to deliver goods every day. They needed bedding, brand new quilts, thick folded cardboard boxes, and the Chinese medicine seeds that Ji Ningxin needed most. She needed 10 kinds, which were needed for the RV upgrade. She just asked the other party to collect as many as possible. Common Chinese medicine seeds are not expensive, but there are generally conditions for planting. Now urban areas are advocating large-scale planting of grain, which has fallen behind. The factory is also making Western medicine that is easy to carry. The planting of slow-acting Chinese medicine has shrunk a bit, so the ordinary types of these seeds are not restricted items. She brought her many kinds of Chinese medicine seeds: Platycodon grandiflorum, Isatis indigotica, Rehmannia glutinosa, Atractylodes macrocephala, Bupleurum chinense, Astragalus membranaceus, Lonicera japonica, a total of more than 20 kinds, including ginseng seeds. The more expensive seeds are limited, so the quantity is not much, but if you can grow them, these are enough for planting. I bought as many of the others as possible. As she said that, she pointed to several other boxes, telling her that they were new anti-bite equipment. She bought her 6 sets in total, hoping that they would be enough. Anti-bite equipment. Ji Ningxin was very surprised. This is not on my list. She knew that this was a new product, made of new materials, and very light to wear. But the clothing had a strong bite resistance, many times better than the anti-bite equipment she made herself. Gu Hanqing patted her shoulder. Well, this is a gift. A parting gift. She felt a little melancholy, as today's truck was the last batch of goods. She knew that the other party was leaving. When she saw the list, she understood that the other party bought so many things because she wanted to travel far away from the city in the future. She didn't know where she was going. Nor did she know if she would have the chance to meet again in the future. They met again and again. And perhaps all the opportunities between them had been used up in the previous encounters. This time the other party left. And they might never see each other again. Thank you, Gu Hanqing. Ji Ningxin looked at the other party. And she knew that this heavy gift was her most sincere heart. But in this disaster-ridden world, she has such an RV, it is really not suitable to live in a crowded but orderly place for too long. Don't be embarrassed, I won't keep you. Everyone has their own choices and lifestyles, whether in peacetime or in troubled times. Gu Hanqing stretched out his hand and gently hugged her. Let's go, live the life you want to live. We see you again if we are destined to meet. Goodbye, Gu Hanqing, I am glad to know you. Live well, see you again if we are destined to meet. Half an hour later. The pickup truck left the dilapidated warehouse. Half an hour later. The old RV drove out of the yard. It was another evening with sunset glow. The sky above the ruins was beautiful. And this beauty was precious and fragile in their hearts. Because in the near future, this planet is likely to lose the last piece of clean land that has not been irradiated. But these things cannot be changed by personal power. The tiny humans living on this planet can only adapt. With hope. And then try to survive. The RV slowly drove away, heading towards the sunset. Chapter 71. Dream Journey. Ji Ningxin had dreamed of such a journey before. A fully equipped RV, the cabinets in the car were filled with all kinds of delicious snacks, drinks, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, snail noodles. When the refrigerator was opened, there were all kinds of fruit juices, milk teas neatly placed inside, and fresh strawberries, cherries, cherry tomatoes, all kinds of vegetables, eggs, bacon, cheese, bread, and the freezer was filled with steak, seafood, chicken, duck, and pork. When she is hungry, she can always make a fresh meal. The most amazing thing is that no matter what she takes out of the cabinet and refrigerator every day, the refrigerator and cabinet will be full again the next day. No matter where the RV goes. No matter how far it drives. Whether it gets lost in the wilderness or can't get out of the mountains and forests. There is no need to worry about the water, electricity, and fuel in the car running out. And the car will not break down in an uninhabited area with no one to rescue. If she gets lost, she can just think of it as God's will to slow down the journey, so that she can enjoy the surrounding scenery more. She can sit in a booth with a cup of milk tea, watching the rain and snow falling outside the window, the setting sun and the rising moon, and never let herself get upset because of worrying about fuel, water and electricity. Of course, she doesn't have to endure the nausea of getting out of the car to deal with the black water tank and the gray water tank. In the locker outside the RV, there are bicycles, skateboards, inflatable hovercrafts and other sports equipment. When the RV is camped by the lake, she can open the awning that comes with the RV, take down the camping tables and chairs, drink milk tea and coffee with her family and friends, eat barbecue hot pot, and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the surrounding nature. On a cool sunny afternoon, you can go rowing on the lake, or even lie there and look at the blue sky and clouds without thinking about anything, and completely let yourself go. In this way, you will never have to worry about supplies when traveling in an RV, and you can keep going, from one end of Huagua to the other, or even travel around the world. These are the little dreams she once had. She never thought that one day this would become a reality. Although, this reality has some things that she doesn't like. Ji Ningxin opened the curtains. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, there was the Feng River with a gentle flow and a wide river surface. A shriveled, grayish-green corpse wandered past not far in front of the car. The corpse should have been a female. She was wearing a thin spring outfit. It was estimated that she wandered from the southeast city after spring. There was no acid rain in this area. After being exposed to the sun in a hot summer, the corpse looked like a skeleton, especially the cheeks, where the flesh and blood almost disappeared and were deeply sunken, which looked a bit creepy. This is near Weicheng, the upper reaches of Fenghe River, with an average altitude of more than 1,000 meters. Weicheng is the transition area from plain to plateau, and it is also the last stop for them to head west. After passing this place, the RV will change direction, say goodbye to Fenghe River, go deep into the inland area, and head northwest. The RV stopped on a meadow beside Fenghe River. According to the positioning display, the area on the other side should have been a famous scenic spot, featuring Fenghe River, desert, oasis and mountains. It has both the majestic scenery of the northwest and the beautiful scenery of the southeast. This season in previous years was the peak tourist season, with tourists, camel caravans, kayaks, speedboats, desert surfing cars, off-road vehicles, shuttle buses, camping RVs, and buses arriving one after another. But now, from where she was, there was only an uninhabited desert and scenic area, vehicles half buried in the yellow sand on the other side. From Maching to here, the straight line distance is more than 1,000 kilometers, which is only a day's journey in peacetime. However, just like when they left Suzhou before, the RV avoided the city all the way, winding all the way. The straight line distance of 1,000 kilometers was nearly 2,000 kilometers, which took more than a week. However, nowadays they are not in a hurry to travel. Occasionally, when they pass by places with few people and good scenery, they will stop for half a day or a day. Going west was the right decision. The situation here was completely different from that in the southeast region. As they went deeper and deeper into the remote inland, the distance between cities gradually increased, and there were large tracts of suburban grasslands and forests in between. And the cities here had very small populations. Like Weicheng, the permanent population in peacetime was less than 1 million, and no one knew what happened after the infection spread. When they passed the highway toward Weicheng before, they saw all the crooked abandoned vehicles on it. The fronts of these cars were all heading towards the city. Obviously their destination was Weicheng, but somehow they were stuck on the highway. Many cars had their doors wide open, some even had their trunks open, and most of the cars had no bodies or zombies. It seemed that something had happened, and the people in the cars left in a panic with their luggage. They didn't study it much, because they were just passing by the highway section, and they looked at it from a distance for a moment, and soon changed direction, and drove onto another road. Ji Ningxin changed into her indoor home clothes, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went to the dining area. On the owner's screen, she was only one step away from unlocking the 5th area, a few kilometers away. After the RV sets off today, it will be achieved soon. When they left the suburbs of Maching that day, she did not rush to change the appearance of the RV, but waited until night, when the RV drove into a dense forest in the foothills, and confirmed that there was no abnormality around. She used the model change camouflage and mechanical template camouflage. Today's RV looks like a modified van that is even older than the old RV. The van has a fully enclosed luggage rack installed on the roof. Except for the driving area, all the glass windows of the car body are nailed shut with steel plates. There are steel fences outside the glass of the driving area. There are crash barriers at the front and rear of the car. It looks both shabby and strong, very much like a common vehicle in the end of the world. As expected, such an old modified van attracted much less attention on the road afterwards. It was still early, and it was not time for others to get up yet. Xiao A was the only one in the dining area, who was tidying up the cupboards and refrigerator. When he saw her coming, he asked her what she wanted to eat. No, I make it myself. Ji Ningxin cooked a pack of snail noodles for herself, which contained fresh lettuce, eggs and sliced luncheon meat. When she was drooling over the cooked snail noodles, Xiao A beside her had moved to the bar without her knowing when, and her expression was a bit hard to describe. Ji Ningxin smiled. As expected, the power of snail noodles was so strong that even aliens couldn't stand it. She carried the pot to the front glass viewing platform and began to eat breakfast slowly. After she finished her breakfast, Xiao A cleaned up the pot and brought her freshly ground coffee. She sat on the soft sofa in the viewing platform and began to read leisurely. As soon as Yang Ren entered the dining area, she saw people sitting on the sofa in the viewing platform reading and people standing behind the sofa. The viewing platform was very quiet, with only the sound of Ji Ningxin turning the pages of the book, and Xiao A leaned over slightly, adding milk to her coffee cup. This scene made Yang Ren think of the 3 million-word novel she read last night, The Queen and the Guards. She was obsessed with the plots of the long-legged guards with different personalities and looks in the book, and the ambiguous or straightforward interactions with the queen. It was full of tension and she was very addicted to it. At this moment, seeing the picture of her friend and Xiao together, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, but this thought only lasted for a few seconds. The snail noodles tasted special, and it hadn't dissipated yet. Oh, this taste, Xin. Why are you eating snail noodles so early in the morning? I cook one pack later. Ji Ningxin turned around. Is your mom feeling better? Yeah, the cold is almost healed, My throat is still hoarse, it's hard to talk, but it doesn't hurt anymore. Yang Renran went to the automatic finished product area and selected a bowl of white porridge, a stack of stir-fried vegetables, then started to fry a fried egg in a frying pan, while beating the egg. He asked Ji Ningxin if she wanted to eat. You fry it for my dad and my brother, I've eaten it. Yang Renran agreed. After frying the fried egg, the white porridge and stir-fried vegetables were ready for pickup. Fortunately, she was lucky. The vegetables were ordinary stir-fried greens, not bitter melon. She took a bag of meat floss from the cabinet, found a tray, put the porridge, stir-fried greens and meat floss on it. I go give my mother breakfast first, and come back later. Yang Yun was very nervous for a while after catching a cold a few days ago. With her personality, she rarely gets nervous. But in this situation, any symptom makes people think of cell virus involuntarily. And naturally they can't relax. She even suggested finding an abandoned old house by the provincial highway, letting her live there alone for a few days, waiting for the symptoms to disappear. Don't worry, this is the interior of the RV. After the active defense is turned on, only passengers can enter. If something really happens, when that happens, you will be actively excluded by the RV. After the active defense is turned on, the RV will not only exclude humans, who are not passengers, but also all other creatures that are not human. As her mental strength grew, such detailed and subtle information related to the unlocked functions and intervals appeared in her mind unconsciously. When she didn't need it, she didn't realize that she had this information. But once she needed it, when she started to think, the answer naturally emerged. This feeling was very mysterious. Just like her vision and hearing suddenly changed in the past. Silently, at that time, she felt uneasy and scared. But now, she was not moved at all. It was a good thing to have more information. She even felt that she should be like this, and should know everything in this RV. To put it simply, if Yang Yun is really unlucky, infected and mutated, even if she can still move and is still a living creature from a certain angle, she will be ejected from the RV in an instant. Ji Ningxin said it very straightforwardly, although it was not pleasant to hear. It calmed Yang Yun's nervous mood at once. She was just afraid that if she was so unlucky, she would implicate other people in the RV. Now that she heard Ji Ningxin's explanation, she immediately understood. But even if it was just a common cold, she was afraid of infecting others. So she stayed in the room most of the time, and wore a mask when she occasionally went out to wash and go to the toilet. Yang Renran usually brought her meals. She also asked her daughter to wear a mask when she brought her meals. The protective measures were so strict, and Ji Ningxin had a full range of cold and cough medicines. After a few days of nursing, she was almost recovered. Not long after Yang Renran left, Lu Yue and Lu Tingfeng also got up, and came to the dining area one by one, starting a new day of leisure and comfort. Usually everyone eats their own breakfast, because they all wake up at different times, and they are not in a hurry, and even have plenty of time to kill. In the morning, the sun outside gradually dimmed, and then the wind and sand started, and soon, the wind and sand turned into a sandstorm. The fresh air system automatically turns on after the alarm. Of course, they are not in the RV now. Even if the sandstorm outside spreads into the car, it will not affect them in other areas. This place is located in the northwest, and there is a shortage of water. Along the way, the number of times they encountered sandstorms gradually increased, especially on the other side of the Feng River where the RV stopped this time. There was a large desert area. At noon, the sandstorm had not subsided, but became more and more intense. Ji Ningxin went into the RV. As soon as she entered the RV, the movement around her suddenly became more obvious. The wind and sand outside blocked the view outside the car window. Even if she leaned on the window and looked out, she could only see a yellow expanse. It is conceivable how bad the air quality outside was. Just looking at it made her feel suffocated. In the wind and sand, large things gradually fell. She knew that they were zombies swept over from other places. Like zombie rain in a tornado. These zombies were like big rocks in the wind and sand, being swept around and hitting everywhere. Some even hit the body of the RV, making a loud bang. Fortunately, the RV's steel structure has been upgraded to level 4, and this level of impact will not cause the shield to automatically bounce off. Ji Ningxin turned on the automatic intelligent driving. According to the previously set route, the RV started and drove accurately towards the provincial road next to the meadow in the wind and sand. In the afternoon, the surrounding sandstorm gradually weakened. It was not known whether it was out of the sandstorm range or the sandstorm itself was about to end. She stood in front of the car owner's screen and reached out to unlock the new section that she had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 72. The fifth section is unlocked. On the owner's screen, the row of symbols representing different sections, the symbol in the last row, also lit up. Now, of the 7 symbols, only the star symbol in the second row is still dark. The others have been lit up by her. The fifth section of the RV that she unlocked is the manufacturing section. She immediately pulled Yang Renran, Lu Yue, and Xiao A to do an experiment, and the result is that the only one who can pass through the door and enter the manufacturing section is Xiao A. The father with the title of engineer can't enter the manufacturing area? It's not surprising that Xiao A can enter. He can enter anywhere anyway. But why can't her father enter? The doubtful thoughts only lasted for a moment. Just like before, the detailed information related to the unlocked functions and areas. The answer she wanted was already there. As her thoughts turned, the answer automatically emerged: technician. She has never upgraded the passenger list. So no one among the current passengers has upgraded to technician. The speed of unlocking the intervals clearly surpassed the upgrade of the passenger list. In addition to her and Xiao A, only the technical worker can enter the manufacturing interval, and she, will also be responsible for the work here. The manufacturing interval looks like a small fan-shaped space at first glance, with a black door behind her, and in front of her, 6 silver-white sliding doors arranged in an arc. There is a distance between each door, somewhat like a scene in a maze, and she stands in the center of the maze, and she needs to choose the door to go to. She walked to the first door on the far left. As before, when her finger touched the silver-white sliding door, the text appeared on it: Detected owner, food processing and manufacturing room can be unlocked. Do you want to unlock? She did not click to unlock rashly, but continued to go to other doors. The second door showed: Furniture and home furnishing manufacturing room cannot be unlocked. Unlocking conditions: collect 32/20 types of wood, collect 53/40 types of metal, RV water purification, 70/80 L per day, RV fuel, 30/35 L per day, RV electricity, 6/7 hours per day. She found that the types of wood and metal needed had appeared in her upgrade conditions, but she tried to collect more every time, especially metal, which could increase from 22 types to 53 types, thanks to Yang Yuan. This means that if you want to unlock this manufacturing room, you have to upgrade the auxiliary functions again. The third door shows: Textile finished product manufacturing room cannot be unlocked. Other types of manufacturing rooms must be unlocked first. The fourth door: Medical and pharmaceutical manufacturing room cannot be unlocked. The fifth door: Electronic machinery manufacturing room cannot be unlocked. The sixth door: Other types of manufacturing rooms cannot be unlocked. Furniture and home furnishing manufacturing room must be unlocked first. Several doors that are unlockable will also display unlocking conditions. But there are 2 that do not even list unlockable conditions, which means that the unlocking conditions are relatively complicated and cannot be achieved at present. So there is no need to display them. Ji Ningxing could only go back to the first door and click to unlock it. The silver-white sliding door opened in front of her, and she was stunned for a moment. From the area outside the door and the size of the door, it was impossible to imagine that there was such a large space inside. This manufacturing room was even larger than the entire ecological area, about 400 square meters, and the height was also 2 or 3 floors. It was completely different from the outside. Inside the manufacturing room, there were many silver-white metal mechanical arms and assembly line manufacturing tables crisscrossed high and low. The part of the entire manufacturing room close to the ground was originally lit with a very dim blue light. As she walked in step by step, the dim blue light gradually turned into a light. When she walked along one of the aisles, the light behind her gradually returned to a dim blue light. However, the magical thing was that she did not see the existence of the lights. She walked around the entire manufacturing room. The assembly line manufacturing tables inside were all kinds of strange shapes, but they looked very high-tech and should be fully automatic. Currently, the place is in a resting state, probably because she has not performed any operation yet. The operation screen is on the inside of the silver-white sliding door. After clicking, the owner is detected, and the list of products that can be manufactured is automatically entered. There are many subdivided categories: grains, oils and seasonings, snacks, fast food, beverages and alcohol, dairy products and baking, agricultural and sideline products. After clicking on these small categories, There is a list of products that can be manufactured. To her surprise, many things on it have bright text, such as salt, soy sauce, cooking oil, cumin powder, black pepper powder. After thinking about it carefully, the ecological zone has been unlocked for so long, and various plants have been harvested in batches. Her father is very particular about balance. Basically, except for the fruits and vegetables that everyone likes to eat and consume quickly, he will choose other things that have not been planted before. After Gu Hanqing helped to stock up on Chinese medicinal seeds, he waited until the planting grid was empty and planted them directly. He was worried at first that he couldn't plant them, but he felt relieved when he saw the list of Chinese medicinal seeds appearing when selecting seeds in the planting area. If they appear in the planting selection list, it means that they can be planted. As long as they can be planted, they will be harvested successfully. This is an established fact. Not to mention honeysuckle, Isatis root, platycodon. These common Chinese medicinal herbs. Even ginseng can be planted. Because of his experimental planting plan, now there are a wide variety of agricultural raw materials in the space. Cumin and black pepper have been harvested, basic raw materials for brewing soy sauce, soybeans, salt, flour, wheat bran. She should have them all in her space. However, conventional homemade soy sauce still needs soy sauce koji, and it takes half a year. The machines here should have more advanced manufacturing methods, and it doesn't take half a year. The extraction time of each manufacturing product is different, and it is calculated in hours, ranging from a few hours to hundreds of hours. She looked through them quickly. The longest ones were brewing, such as wine, various kinds of wine, grape wine, rice wine, beer. The faster ones were some snacks, instant food and dairy baking. After a comprehensive review, she found that most of the items that could be made now were foods that she had collected in her space grid, or similar types triggered by these foods. It felt to her that this manufacturing room had the function of simulation learning, and she could restore the same thing based on the food she collected on Mercury, and apply it to other similar cases. After that, she began to select the first batch of products. Coke, 30 cans, extraction time, 48 hours. Instant noodles, spicy beef flavor, 20 packs, advanced time, 36 hours. Milk candy, mixed fruit flavor, 500 grams, extraction time, 5 hours. Glutinous rice cake strips, 2 kilograms, extraction time, 3 hours. Duck feet, slightly spicy marinated flavor, 38 pieces, extraction time, 3 hours. Crystal mung bean cake, 500 grams, extraction time, 3 hours. Dried vegetables, mixed salty flavor, 500 grams, extraction time, 3 hours. Wine, red wine, 5 bottles, extraction time, 120 hours. Different products have a limit on the number or quantity that can be manufactured, such as duck feet. The upper limit is only 38. Does this mean that she now has 19 newly harvested ducks lying in her space? As for the duration, the quantity will not affect the duration for the time being, probably because the quantity she ordered is not large. She picked and chose the first batch of items according to everyone's taste. Before pressing the Start Manufacturing button, she thought of something and looked back at the man behind her. He has been following her silently since he accompanied her into the manufacturing area, without making a sound to disturb her, but always following her since he appeared, no matter what her attitude towards him was, whether it was good or bad. He seemed to have always been like this. When they were in the RV, he always stood beside or behind her, putting her first in everything, and obeyed whatever she said. When they were outside the RV, he always stood in front of her, resisting anything that might hurt her. Xiao. She smiled at him. After the new area was unlocked this time, did you remember any new unlocked areas? He didn't seem to expect her to ask this suddenly, and was slightly stunned, then said, not yet. Ji Ningxi nodded, without asking any more questions, but pointed to the screen in front of her. What do you want to eat? I can eat anything. I guessed you would say that. Ji Ningxin shook her head. Okay, you eat whatever I eat. You're not picky anyway. He stood quietly behind her, watching her operate the screen silently, for a long time, and then hummed softly. After Ji Ningxin selected the item to be manufactured, after confirming, she pressed the Start Manufacturing button. Soon, in the manufacturing room behind her, some robotic arms and assembly lines started to work. Ji Ningxin watched for a while. Although she couldn't understand the production process, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction When she saw the machines busy, she quickly left the food processing and manufacturing room to share the new area with others. Although the sandstorm stopped, the wind outside the RV was still strong. In this case, not many cars would continue to drive outside. In order to avoid attracting attention, she slowed down the speed of the car. The car drove slowly in the strong wind until after dinner, and finally arrived at her preset destination, the suburbs of Night City. The RV drove out of the provincial road and stopped beside a towering rock wall. After turning off the smart driving and turning off the engine and closing the curtains in the driving area, the inside and outside of the car suddenly became pitch black. Probably because there was a sandstorm just in the daytime. The visibility outside was not high. No matter which direction you looked out, it was all black. Because she was parked in the suburbs, she didn't need to keep the lights on in the car. The suburbs here were different from the southeast region. There was no light within a radius of 10 miles. Even the provincial road was pitch black. Not to mention human figures. In such a place, even if there is only a dim yellow light in the RV, it will become the only light source in the darkness and become the focus. The best way to avoid trouble is to blend into the darkness. She went to the manufacturing area first. Glutinous rice cakes, crystal mung bean cakes, duck feet, and dried vegetables can be extracted. Like the automatic finished product area in the catering area, near the sliding door of the food processing room, there is a single product extraction table, on which is a package of food wrapped in a craft paper bag, produced in a motorhome. Naturally, there is no trademark, and there is only the name of the food on the paper bag, so that she can distinguish it easily. She picked up the paper bag and found that it looked like the ecological food produced and sold by a certain ecological farm. The kind that is grown, processed and packaged by itself. And it looks very environmentally friendly. It's just that the craft paper bag wrapped outside made her feel familiar. She checked the storage area. She had bought too many craft paper packaging boxes before, and now she couldn't tell whether the raw materials of these craft paper bags were taken from the packaging boxes she had stockpiled. As soon as she entered the dining area, bright lights immediately surrounded her. Except for Yang Yun. Everyone else was in the dining area. Lu Yue, Lu Tingfeng and Yang Renran stood in front of the glass walls in different positions, looking outside curiously. Little A was mixing butter and flour in a large glass bowl at the counter. "What are you doing?" Ji Ningxin walked over. He looked at her sideways. Matcha cookies. When choosing items in the production room, she originally wanted to choose matcha cookies. She didn't know if it was because of the lack of matcha powder that this item could not be made yet. She muttered something at the time, but she didn't expect him to still remember it. "Where did you get the matcha powder?" "I found matcha chocolate in the cabinet. After melting it, add it in. The taste will be a little different, but it's still a matcha cookie." Ji Ningxin nodded, standing on tiptoe to smooth his hair, praised, "Not bad. Not bad, keep it up." He looked at her again, and continued to concentrate on making cookies. Ji Ningxin put the food she had just taken on the table, and the other three immediately gathered around, because they couldn't enter the workshop, and they were really curious about what was made there. Lu Yue picked up the bag and looked at it left and right. Lu Tingfeng opened the package and took out the food to observe, and Yang Renran tried it directly. She carefully took a bite of the crystal mung bean cake, and was amazed by the delicate, soft and slightly sweet taste in her mouth. This mung bean cake is so delicious, thin and smooth, sweet but not greasy at all. Try it. Ji Ningxin also took a piece and put it in her mouth, then fed a piece to her father and eldest brother respectively, finally shouted to the kitchen counter, "Little A, come here." The other party came with a glass bowl, stood in front of her with some confusion, and then was fed a piece by her as well. Ji Ningxin took another plate, put a few pieces of crystal green bean cake and some dried vegetables on it, then handed it to Yang Renran. "Your mother can eat these too now, forget about the duck feet, you can send them to her later. Xinxin Shiguai, you are more filial than me. Since we are a family, we should give each other all the delicious food." On the side, Little A stopped stirring the glass bowl. A family? Although he did not quite understand the deeper meaning of this word, he liked his master using this word here. A family. So, is he now also a part of her family? Instead of being just a dangerous and unknown monster that needed to be treated with a false smile, alertness, and temptation like at the beginning. The sweetness of the mung bean cake melted in his mouth, and penetrated into his body bit by bit. In the morning, sleepy Ji Ningxin opened the curtains of the room, and was stunned. The floor-to-ceiling glass brought the scenery outside the window into her eyes without reservation. Today was a sunny day. The sun had just risen. covering the undulating sandstone mountains not far in front of her. I don't know if it's because of the light, or if the sandstone here is originally this color: orange, blue, yellow-green, gray-black, purple-red. All kinds of bright colors are intertwined. Beautiful, rough, and have a shocking primitive natural beauty. Is this the Yodin landform? She was about to take out her phone to check the situation nearby. Yang Renren's cheerful voice came from outside the door. Xin, baby. Get up quickly. Look outside. Look outside. It's so beautiful. Xin opened the door, and the two of them went to the dining area together without even taking time to wash up. Chapter 73. Desperado. The dining area is located higher, and the view from the glass viewing platform is better. Everywhere you can see, there are colorful sandstone mountains. While Yang Renren was looking at the scenery, she read the information on her phone to Xin. This is not Yodin landform, this is Donxia landform. The two are different. Donxia is a water erosion landform, while Yodin is a wind erosion landform, which can only be found in extremely arid desert areas, not here. This place is so beautiful, because it was originally a scenic spot, especially famous, but now, what a pity. Xin knew what she was talking about. It is indeed a pity. Huaguay is very large. From the southeast coast to the northwest desert, there are countless magnificent natural wonders, many of which have been built into nature reserves and special scenic spots. In peacetime, as long as people have money and time, they can choose to travel to the places they want at any time, to see many different magical scenery on this planet. But now, most of the scenic spots in the southeast region have been destroyed by various disasters. Especially the nuclear impact zone. Those once bustling scenic spots. Strange peaks, canyons, forests, bamboo forests, have also become dead areas. And areas like the ones in front of them, which were lucky enough not to be affected by the disaster, no longer have any appeal in the eyes of the people. After all, no matter how magnificent and beautiful the scenery is, it can't fill your stomach and solve the problem of survival. The land here is dry and rough, and only short shrubs can grow on the ground. Thousands of cliffs are all made of sandstone. It was beautiful. But for those who lacked food and clothing, they could only feel despair. Are there any zombies nearby? Yang Renren asked. No, Xin said, and projected her mental power further. After the fifth zone was unlocked, she could clearly feel that her mental power box had expanded again. When she needed it, she could project it to cover a wider area in a very short time. The surrounding area is quite clean. Probably because this place has been closed since the outbreak of infection in the southeast region. But actually, it's a little too clean. It's not that there's a problem. The terrain here is open. There are basically no buildings in the natural scenic area, but this is near Night City. Even if there are no new people coming here after the closure, the zombies will not follow human rules. If Night City falls to the infected, you will definitely see wandering zombies nearby. If Night City is safe, then you should see some vehicles and people along the way, at least some team members who are out on cleaning missions. But when she came here yesterday, Xin didn't see it. Could it be that they stopped their activities because of the sandstorm? However, no matter how confused she was, she couldn't solve the problem of a city. She thought about it because she wanted to avoid crowded places as much as possible. The signal here was very poor, and they couldn't receive any channels. They were very passive in getting information. Afterwards, the two discussed the results of Xin's investigation and decided to drive the RV along the red lane next to it, bypassing the rocky mountain in front. There was a wider area with a better view. There were also wooden plank roads and observation towers built next to it. If there was no sandstorm today, they could get out of the RV and take a walk. It was close to noon. The sun was still good, and the sky was blue. For safety reasons, they both put on the bite-proof coats bought by Gu Hanqing, and then got out of the car wearing masks and sunglasses. Xiao A, like before, quietly followed Xin out of the RV. Yang Renren secretly glanced at him following Xin, and then quietly moved away. She felt that she could no longer read the book The Queen and the Guards, because every time she read it now, it was easy to substitute the faces of these two people into the novel. What a sin! She even knocked on people's door. The temperature outside is lower than in the RV, not as cold as when the black rain fell in the southeast area, about 17 or 18 degrees, which is still considered cold in August in this area. Actually, today is the beginning of autumn. It's no longer summer but autumn. Xin's mental power has been projected in all directions. It's rare for her to get off the car and take a walk, she will naturally not let down her guard. Autumn? It sounds like a season full of hope. I really hope these disasters will end in the fall. They stepped onto the wooden plank road, walked up along the winding road under their feet, walked to the observation deck, and then sat down on the wooden fence. Under the blue sky, the colorful Doomsday rock mountains were rolling, as far as the eye could see. They took off their sunglasses, and quietly looked at the magnificent natural painting in front of them, and they were moved and sad at the same time. They were moved by the beautiful scenery created by this planet, feeling sad for the terrible disaster that happened on this planet. This is not a Doomsday game, nor a Doomsday novel. This is the most real reality, the world they live in. There is no one around, not even a walking corpse within sight. It looks like a very normal world. The two girls leaned against each other, blowing the cool breeze of the beginning of autumn, quietly feeling the rare opportunity to contact with nature. They stayed in this Doomsday area for a day, until breakfast the next morning, and then continued to head northwest. They didn't take the provincial road, but drove directly in the Gobi Desert. After driving for a while, they completely left the Doomsday landform. There were more green vegetation around them. When passing a forest on the way, Ji Ningxin found a wild wolfberry bush. August is the season for harvesting wolfberries. This wolfberry bush is not big, but the green branches are full of small red fruits, which look full of vitality. Ji Ningxin looked back at the space grid to make sure that she didn't hoard wolfberry seeds. She remembered that wolfberries can be transplanted. It is a rooting tree species, and it can survive even if the roots are damaged. She planned to add another species of creature to the RV. She wanted to go there by herself. As soon as she opened her mouth, little A went straight to the black door. A moment later, the RV stopped. He appeared next to the wild wolfberry bush, holding a small iron shovel in his hand. It looked like the one that was originally used for cooking in the cabinet of the RV. He shoveled down a few wild wolfberries, walked a few steps to the side, and shoveled down a few shrubs that she couldn't name. Some of the shrubs also had fruits of different colors and sizes. After a while, the RV started moving again. Little A used her mental power to send a message to her ear. Master, Coach Lu said that this must be planted immediately. I will go directly with him to the ecological zone to deal with it. Ji Ningxin, who originally thought that she had something to do, started to move her legs. Okay. She turned to Yang Renran, who was curled up on the sofa in the observation deck and reading a novel on her mobile phone. What do you want to eat? I will go to the manufacturing room to place an order. Yang Renran, please, since the manufacturing room was unlocked. She has placed various orders every day, bringing many delicious foods, and she is almost fat like a ball. Lu Tingfeng, who was sitting at the table and facing the computer, said, if you really have nothing to do, come and decide with me the rest points and terminal stations for the next driving route. They modified the route as they went, because the actual situation was definitely a little different from the map they downloaded before, especially when it came to the details of each stop. Even if the autonomous driving system could locate itself, a machine was a machine, and it certainly couldn't do everything they wanted. So they would make minor adjustments and modifications to the route every day. This work was basically done by Lu Tingfeng. Ji Ningxin felt a little dizzy when she thought of those complicated map routes, and she quickly declined. Brother, I get you a cup of coffee. As she spoke, she walked to the table, took away his empty blanket, and walked towards the bar. Lu Tingfeng smiled, and said, seeing through it, but not saying it. Ji Ningxin pressed the freshly ground coffee machine, and while waiting for coffee, there was a burst of intensive hitting sounds outside the RV. Crackling, like firecrackers. She frowned. Is this a snatching sound? It was indeed a snatching sound, coming from the rear of the RV. Although the dining area has glass walls on 3 sides, the back is an opaque solid wall, so it is impossible to accurately see the movement behind. The 3 of them reacted quickly, running towards the black door almost at the same time, and then appeared in the RV bathroom one after another. At this time, they didn't care whether they were crowded or not. They left the bathroom and leaned on the small window at the back of the RV to look outside. Is it the sound of snatching? Isn't it? Xin? Yes, it was snatching. But the RV shield didn't bounce off. And this little attack power can't hurt the car. Wow! Look! There are people chasing us from behind. Yang Renran's voice was a level higher than usual. Rather than being nervous, she was excited. The RV was currently in a semi-open terrain area, similar to a basin. Not far from both sides of the car were towering and bare cliffs, and in the middle was a large winding road, which was not narrow. However, due to the terrain, any car in this area could not turn and could only continue forward along the road in front. About 200 meters behind the RV, there was a metal car and 2 motorcycles chasing their RV. The other car was driving very fast and was gradually closing the distance. Wherever it passed, it raised a cloud of dust. The string of bullets just now were fired by them. Those who would attack a completely unfamiliar vehicle without saying anything are definitely not the army or ordinary people. However, Huadwa has always been strict in seizing weapons. Even if an ordinary small-scale team gets a hot weapon, like a submachine gun, it is impossible for them to use it so recklessly. Ji Ningxin projected her mental power over and could clearly hear the other party's excited roar, as if they were enjoying this kind of pursuit and robbery. This should be a group of desperate criminals. Yang Renran didn't quite understand. 3 cars chasing one of ours, in this world, isn't fuel very precious? They can target a van like ours? And there are 3 cars at once. Lu Tingfeng added, it doesn't matter whether the car is broken or not, they may be targeting the people in the car. Yang Renran thought of the human flesh village they had passed by, and shuddered involuntarily. Yes, the interior space of the van is large, and there are many people sitting. While the two were talking, Ji Ningxin had already checked the situation outside. More than 3 cars, there are 4 in total. She turned back and pointed to the front of the car. There is another one, waiting a few hundred meters ahead. At the same time, waiting for them, there were also traps and weapons. As the RV moved forward, the slope of the towering cliffs on both sides gradually became gentler. But because of the gentle slope, the area under the cliff became larger, causing the distance between the middle road to gradually shorten. The road became narrower and more winding. The mountain wall in front blocked it. It looked like a dead end, but it was actually a bend. After turning the bend, the 4th car and the trap were waiting there. Xiao A appeared in the RV, went to the driver's seat, canceled the automatic driving, and took control of the steering wheel. Ji Ningxin went to the owner's screen and turned on the weapon system. Yang Renran didn't know whether she was excited, scared, or excited. She was mixed with various emotions. She leaned against the window tightly and watched the 3 cars getting closer and closer. Because the distance was closer, she saw that there were 2 zombies tied to the front of the other party's iron car. The 2 zombies had their limbs tied and fixed to the car. Their jaws were broken, but they were still alive and moving. They even opened their blue-black mouths and roared. What a pervert! She frowned. Xiao A stepped on the accelerator. The car began to accelerate and sped towards the bend, swinged at the bend, and then braked suddenly and stopped in front of the trap. Those were several tripwires, and the other party was like driving away a frightened animal, forcing the passing car to speed up desperately, and then using the bend as a cover, so that the fleeing car had no time to react and brake. Even if it saw it after passing the bend, it was too late. Unfortunately, the RV looks like a dilapidated van, but its performance is far better than any land vehicle. The people in the jeep, who were waiting behind the trap, slammed the door. Obviously, the interesting scene of the car overturning and the survivors screaming did not happen, which made them shocked and angry. Someone pushed open the skylight on the roof of the jeep, holding an AK, and fired at the windows of their driving area. However, the steel bones were upgraded to level 4. Unless it was a rocket launcher, ordinary gun attacks would not even trigger the RV autonomous protection shield. Ji Ningxin glanced at the person who had run out of bullets but failed to penetrate their glass, and reached out to press on the screen. It was her turn. The flamethrower at the front of the roof rose, and a huge flame roared out, covering the jeep in front. Chapter 74. Instant kill. When the 3 cars behind drove over, the jeep had been half burned, the steel cable of the trip car was broken, the RV had stopped spraying flames, but the remaining half was still burning in the raging fire. There were 3 people in the jeep. The one who opened the gun was half stuck in the sunroof, and had no time to escape. The remaining 2 saw that the situation was not good and jumped out of the car one by one, now rolling beside the mountain wall, looking at their burning car in shock. The flames burned to an unknown place. The jeep suddenly made a loud explosion. The charred metal fragments flew up and fell. The 2 men didn't hide far enough and were not spared. They were splashed by several pieces of debris, and their arms and legs were cut immediately. They screamed and fled to the 3 cars behind. Xiao A turned the car around and headed towards the 3 cars. The people on the 2 motorcycles jumped off. They were wearing black helmets, so their faces couldn't be seen clearly. But Ji Ningxi knew that after they heard the words of the two injured people, their anger and shock grew even more violent. Even more angry than when they just drove over and found that the car they chased and trapped was safe and sound. Someone turned around and climbed onto the truck bed of the iron truck next to them. The iron truck was relatively large, probably a modified pickup truck, and it seemed to be for deterrence. In addition to the still living corpse tied to the front of the truck, the iron truck body was also nailed with various broken limbs and heads. Some of those body parts were half rotten, exposing the white bones, and some seemed to be fresh. What was even more terrifying was that, in addition to the heads, with the characteristics of zombies, there seemed to be normal human beings. This group of people had no shortage of fuel, and they also had plenty of bullets. And they must not be short of food. It can be seen that the pursuit and ambush could not be for the reason Lu Tingfeng said before. The trap they set here was not aimed at them, but at all passing vehicles. In the final analysis, they are more hateful and abominable than those who killed for revenge in the Red Forbidden Zone, and those who killed for survival in the Human Flesh Village. Because when they chased and killed people, they laughed excitedly, and this disgusting iron car was purely for shock and fun. Ji Ningxi originally wanted to keep a few people alive and inquire about the situation in several nearby cities, but now she felt it was unnecessary. She glanced at Lu Tingfeng, who knew her very well and knew what she meant, and nodded at her. In the pickup truck bed opposite, the man who climbed up took off his helmet and threw it away, revealing a face full of anger, unexpectedly young, but with droopy eyes and extremely ugly appearance. He lifted the rainproof cloth, picked up a rocket launcher and aimed it at the RV, and then started shouting at them. Everyone in the car, get off. You stinky things who don't want to die. Flamethrower. Right. Yo? Reversing? What? The fuel is used up? Are you scared now? If you have the guts, keep on blasting. Go ahead and blast me. I just blast you. Boom. The answer to him was a loud bang. The man who was still talking nonsense the second before was blown to pieces by the air explosion the next second. Not only him, but also the iron car he was in, the two motorcycles next to him, and several people standing nearby. The attack came in an instant. They didn't even see the other side launch anything. All their cars and people were blown into bloody fragments. This was the first time that Ji Ningxi used the air jet bomb after unlocking the weapon system. The range of the air bomb was 800 meters, which was the longest distance. It did not mean that it could not be used at close range. It was just a thought that the power was not much smaller. She had already asked Xiaoyi to reverse a long distance to the rear and pass the burning jeep on the side. However, the RV automatically opened the defense shield at the moment the air bomb was ejected. With a loud bang, the cars and people in front of them were like being hit by airdropped shells, and they fell apart in an instant. The steel fragments of the car were ejected in all directions, and because of the extremely strong explosion force, they were embedded in the surrounding mountains. There was only an explosion, no burning. The fire started later because the rocket launcher and other weapons on the car exploded with flames. Yang Renren felt a little pity. She felt sorry for those hot weapons, which were the only thing they lacked at the moment. But on second thought, she had never done any shooting training, and she was afraid that she would not be able to practice shooting well after running out of bullets. Besides, the RV was as solid as a tank. If something really happened, she would have to be crazy to get out of the car and fight with others. Of course, she would shrink in their snail shells and watch the RV show. Let's go! Ji Ningxi was calm as water, and she started to tell Xiao, as if she was not the one who pressed the air jet. Just now. Lu Tingfeng looked at Ji Ningxi. He always felt that. Ji Ningxi now, under certain special circumstances, was so calm and strong that even that biochemical robot could not match. In fact, this was a good thing, but he still couldn't help but worry. The RV turned around again, not planning to return the same way, as that would waste too much time. However, after they drove along the winding rock wall valley for half an hour, they found that the road ahead was blocked by huge rocks piled up. Xiao slowly stopped the car, and Ji Ningxi's mental power was also released at the same time. She soon found that she could not go here. The iron bones of the RV are not omnipotent. It's like facing a mountain. No matter how hard the car crashes, it is impossible to break through the thick mountain wall and create a way out. This was indeed a smooth road in the past, but it was blocked by humans. Someone picked the narrowest section in front and blasted the rock walls on both sides. The rock barrier wall piled up more than 10 meters high. Most of the rocks were as big as the front of the car, and the wall stretched forward for 100 or 200 meters. This road was completely blocked. Lu Tingfeng took out his tablet and checked the route again. If we want to continue forward, we can only take a detour and drive back from the road we just came from. However, there are no forks nearby that can lead to the main road. We have to go all the way back to the Dongjia landform in Yeqing, and go back to the provincial road from there. However, driving like this is a waste of time, and it is very likely that we will run into the accomplices of the group of people just now. Although the RV is not a problem, it is a bit troublesome to be seen and remembered by others. After all, the appearance of the van will take about 20 days to replace. Is there any other way? Ji Ningxin still knows her brother well. When she heard him say that, she felt that he had another way. Yes. Sure enough, Lu Tingfeng nodded, pointed to the mountain wall on the left. The mountain wall here is more of a slope than a wall. With the performance and power of the RV after the steel and iron bones are activated, find a good driving route, and drive in a roundabout way, you should be able to drive directly up. This slope is about 200 or 300 meters high. Yang Renran leaned against the car window, looking at the mountain wall outside. It was very high, but it was indeed as Lu Tingfeng said. Compared to the cliff in front, this place was closer to the rock slope, and it looked like there was indeed a winding route, which could be driven directly up. Lu Tingfeng shook his head. It's not that high, estimated to be between 150 and 200 meters. But if you drive in this direction, you'll be farther from the main road. Ji Ningxin reminded him after checking the rock slope. It doesn't matter, I'm not in a hurry anyway, as long as we don't go back. That's right. Ji Ningxin nodded. The current road conditions are like an unequal right triangle. They are now at the right angle. Going back means returning to the acute angle where they started. But if they continue to move forward, even if the route bends halfway, they are still heading towards another acute angle. There is an essential difference. Can we really drive up? Yang Renran was still a little nervous. She had never driven an all-terrain vehicle before, so she didn't know that. Some vehicles could directly climb a 90-degree slope, not to mention that the rock slope here is far from 90 degrees. Deserts, jungles, hillsides, streams, any road that an ATV can drive on, can be driven on by a RV now. To put it another way, if there is a rockfall, or the car slides, it is still within the shield time limit. With the shield, the RV will not be damaged. At most, the car will flip over and the people in the car will lie on their backs. Lu Tingfeng was cautious, and still spent some time getting out of the car. He and Xiaoe studied the route to the top of the rock. He even made a climbing data template on a tablet, entered the planned route and data, generated a climbing curve, and set it as a navigation. He was responsible for the plan, Xiaoe was responsible for the implementation, Ji Ningxin and Yang Renran were responsible for eating melons. They were not going to return to the dining area, where they would filter out a lot of collisions and driving sensations from the outside world, and their physical sensations would plummet, and they wanted to sit at the forefront of the climb. Half an hour later, Xiaoe returned to the driver's seat. Lu Tingfeng sat in the co-pilot, and both of them fastened their seat belts. Although they knew that the turbulence outside would not affect the area, Yang Renran still notified Li Yue and Yang Yun in the area through the intercom, and asked them to be ready. Ji Ningxin put away all the movable items in the RV, sat side by side with Yang Renran in the front seat, and fastened the seat belt. Lu Tingfeng tilted his head backwards. Let's go. Yang Renran excitedly held Ji Ningxin's hand. Let's go. After the level 4 iron bones was turned on, the roar of the engine was comparable to the sound of an airplane taking off. The RV reversed again, leaving a long distance for acceleration, then turned the car around and began to speed up. The sound of the engine and the sudden push on their backs made Ji Ningxin and Yang Renran adrenaline surge. They held hands and looked out the window. The rock slopes on both sides quickly swept back. Here it comes. With Lu Tingfeng prompt, the RV cut into a gentle slope at an accurate angle, and then climbed up the rocky mountain. At the moment when the front of the car tilted up, Ji Ningxin and Yang Renran couldn't help but let out a wow sound. This feeling was much more exciting than riding a roller coaster in an amusement park. It was an amusement facility. No matter how exciting it was always within the safety range. And as long as you have the courage, everyone can ride it. But now, this is an extreme activity. The safety of the car and the people in it is in the hands of one person. Every meter the RV moves forward is a new challenge. Every second cannot be guaranteed to be 100% safe. If there is a little hesitation, the car will not move upward in time and will slide downward by inertia. The shabby van looks like a stubborn reptile, winding up the bumpy rock slope. It looks bulky, but under the shabby performance, it has superior performance that is unmatched by any land vehicle on this planet. Power, climbing explosiveness, grip, let the whole car always stably pass over every jagged rock, climb up every inclined slope. Ji Ningxin and Yang Renren felt that their bodies were sometimes thrown out of the sky, and then buckled back by the safety belt, and sometimes tilted left and right, and gravity pressed the two of them tightly together, and sometimes there was a continuous bump, and their voices were shaking. Sit. Sit. Okay. 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 Yang Renren felt that she was about to be shaken apart, and said a word and quickly closed her mouth. Even Lu Tingfeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, reached out and grabbed the handle on the top of the door, but his other hand was always on the flat board on the shelf, keeping an eye on the route to avoid deviation. After about 10 minutes, or maybe even less, the RV accelerated and climbed the last steep rock slope, and finally drove onto a relatively gentle slope, and finally climbed to the top of the rock wall smoothly. After the RV entered the flat and safe terrain, it slowly stopped. Above the rock slope, there is a vast highland, or simply a plateau. There are scattered plants nearby, and trees can be vaguely seen in the distance. Lu Tingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked at the man sitting in the driver's seat with a calm expression. He shook his head and laughed, and patted his shoulder. You drive beautifully. The RV returned to the automatic driving mode. Yang Yun's body was almost recovered. After the RV climbing the rock mountain, she naturally couldn't stay in the room any longer, so she went to the dining area. However, as before, the feeling of the outside world is not strong in the dining area. Ji Ningxin focused on the gravity and orientation issues in the area. Lu Yue told her that there was basically no change. Even if there was a section of the road where the front of the car could be felt to be completely lifted up, but in the area, the gravity remained the same, and the items did not move at all. It seems that in terms of gravity, the area is completely self-contained. After lunch, the surrounding vegetation gradually increased, and the ground was no longer dominated by shrubs, but covered with a thin layer of meadows. After the car passed through a slope full of poplar trees, what appeared in front of them was a large open basin surrounded by mountains. Green meadows, cattle and sheep kept in pen on the meadows, short and solid wooden houses, a small stream winding through the wooden houses. This is a small village in the wilderness. But obviously, it is different from a certain village that they had passed by before. They can see the smoke rising from the chimneys of the wooden houses, and the villagers with cattle and sheep. There are not only people here, but also people moving around outside and doing farm work normally, which means it is safe here. On the hillsides around the basin, there are poplar trees everywhere, probably because of the seasonal disorder caused by the disaster. There are poplar trees of all colors on the slopes. Populus euphratica is a changeable tree species. It is mostly green in spring and summer, yellow in late autumn, and red in winter. Now, the poplars here are a mixture of yellow, red and green. Add to that the green spruce in the distance, and the white snow on the top of the mountains in the distance. In front of them, a quiet and beautiful mountain village picture is formed. The RV slowed down and drove down the hillside, driving on the yellow and green meadow in the basin. There are many unknown wild flowers on the meadow. Orange, pink and purple, light yellow, small wild flowers, with vitality, growing and blooming. Yang Renren couldn't help but sigh. It's so beautiful here. Sure enough, what the book says is right. In the northwest, you can see all the extreme scenery except the ocean, desert, Gobi, canyon, snow-capped mountains, grasslands, forests, rivers, lakes, glaciers. Sometimes you may just turn a corner, and you will see a completely different scenery. As they moved forward, the people in the village seemed to notice their car. The herders ran to inform others, many people stopped their work, and many people walked out of the wooden house, looking at the direction of the car, all with incredible expressions. Ji Ningxin released his spiritual power, and heard their discussions. They were indeed shocked, because the traffic here had been blocked for a long time, and no outsiders had passed by for a long time. Lu Tingfeng said, "You can ask about the situation in the surrounding cities here." He always felt that since the beginning of the city, the situation in the city was not right. Chapter 75. Immune. After discussing, The people who finally got off the car included Ji Ningxin and Xiao A. and Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng was the co-pilot. If something really happened, he could teleport back to the car. Since he wanted to get information, his clothes couldn't be too special. Ji Ningxin asked Xiao A to simplify the combat uniform that originally covered his face, turning it into a more old-fashioned black combat uniform and trousers, and his glasses into sunglasses. But his face was too good-looking, and he would attract attention wherever he went, so Ji Ningxin asked him to wear a mask. She and Lu Tingfeng also put on older long coats, then put on masks and goggles, and she wrapped her head with a scarf, which is a very common outfit in the plateau area. The RV did not rashly approach the wooden houses, but chose a place that was not too far away to park. The three of them each carried an old backpack of a medium size, and got off the car one after another, 2 from the driving area, and 1 from the car compartment. To outsiders, it seemed that there were only 3 of them in the car. The man who was originally hurting came towards them. He was young, strong, and held a short curved sickle in his hand. He first glanced at their car, and when he spoke to them, there was both vigilance and surprise in his voice. Are you migrants? How did you get here? Migrants? Ji Ningxin didn't know if the migrants the other party was talking about were the accomplices of the people who just chased the car, so she denied it directly. We are not. We came from Lucheng in the northeast, we got lost, and came here by accident. Ji Ningxin spoke, with a soft voice, which made people let down their guard easily. Lucheng? It's close to Jiancheng, but you don't look like people from there. The other party frowned and looked at them, speaking with suspicion. Yes, we are not. We are actually tourists stranded there. We have been unable to take a plane or train. We have been there for several months. We miss our families very much, so we plan to drive back by ourselves. She deliberately said the opposite direction of their car, but it made sense. The other party believed it after hearing it. Seeing this, Lu Tingfeng took up the topic. Brother, we are lost and lack fuel. We want to go to the nearest county town for supplies. Getting off the car now first. I want to ask for directions second. I want to inquire about the situation in the nearby counties and cities. Is it safe there? Is there an outbreak of infection? Are there any road closures? Etc. Supply for the county town? The man looked at the old van they parked not far away again. You can't go to the county town now, and you can't go southeast. Southeast? You mean Night City? While talking here, the villagers waiting behind him obviously showed some anxious expressions. They originally wanted him to send the outsiders away, but they didn't expect them to start chatting. A lung, the oldest middle-aged man reminded. Uncle Ma Wang. They are not migrants. They are tourists who came to Lucheng in the past. Now they want to go back. They passed by us and plan to go back by the provincial road in Yecheng. Yecheng? The middle-aged man called Ma Wang heard this, and his expression suddenly became solemn. There is no Yecheng now. Excuse me. Can you tell me in detail? Ji Ningxin said, taking out a bag from her backpack, which contained several packs of cigarettes and several large pieces of chocolate. This is a small gift. She put it in after observing the surroundings. There are water, fields, and pastures here. Although life seems primitive, there is no shortage of water. However, most of the people in the village are middle-aged and elderly, women and children, or young people like Aling. There are very few adult men. In such an isolated village, foreign food is more attractive to them. Sure enough, Aling wanted to refuse, but he saw the chocolate inside the transparent bag and couldn't help but reach out. Aling, how can you take other people's things casually? Mong scolded. But such scolding didn't seem to work. Aling took the bag and backed away. While running he shouted, Uncle Mong, people said this is a small gift for getting information. Lajan, Gasang and Ajahn haven't had chocolate for a long time. I saved the cigarettes for you, and I share the chocolates with them. Remember to tell them the details of what happened in Night City. Beautiful lady, thank you. Before Ma Wan could stop them, the other party had already run away. He looked back at the 3 people standing in front of him, sighed, and said, If you don't mind, come sit in my yard, and I tell you in detail. It's right there. He pointed to a place about 50 meters away. It was a terrace yard. The wall was a fence made of several pieces of wood, only as high as their waists. There was a wooden table and several haystacks in the yard. It was simple and clear at a glance. Okay. I trouble you then. Ji Ningxin agreed. The incident dates back to a few months ago. It was not only Yecheng that was affected. The first city to be affected was Weicheng. A few months ago, when the infection first spread among the cities, various supporting troops went to the north of Fenghe River. However, there were continuous major earthquakes and large-scale tornadoes in the southeast region. And there were also earthquakes and tsunamis in the north of Fenghe River. The city began to be unable to take care of itself, and finally used the troops around several cities in the northwest. Weicheng is the gateway to the northwest. When the large army moved to support the disaster-stricken city, many people fled the chaotic city with frequent natural disasters and infections and headed towards Weicheng. The God's Descent organization appeared at that time. In the Gobi Desert not far from Weicheng, there are 2 secret prisons, which are full of lifelong prisoners and high IQ criminals. The civilians don't know what happened exactly. It seems that there are infected people inside. In short, something happened in these 2 prisons. The people inside not only occupied the prisons, but also escaped. They also used heavy weapons to hold all the vehicles on the highway leading to the Weicheng checkpoint, demanding that Weicheng open the door and let them in. There were not many team members left in Weicheng at that time, and they had never thought that such people would appear. They had plans and cooperation, and they were ruthless and did not care about the lives of innocent people. They were not very clear about the detailed negotiation and fighting process, but they only knew that in the end, the God's Descent organization won. The people on the highway were driven out of their cars by them, and they handed over all their supplies. They also drained all the fuel in the tank. Then they drove the survivors like driving sheep, using them as hostages and shields. Some people even tied living people to the front and roof of the car, and entered the city like this, and began to plunder wantonly. Weicheng was in chaos. The few team members managed to evacuate some people in time, and fled to the direction of Night City. But there were too many people in the city, and it was impossible to evacuate them all. The subsequent chaos lasted for a long time. Many people died. Some joined and became surrenderers. Some fled desperately, and scattered to nearby counties and villages. More fled to the direction of Night City. But no one expected that. Among these refugees, there were many. God descended. The people of the organization and the zombies. No one knows how the zombies are controlled not to bite people, and mixed in the crowd. The large army of Night City also went to the southeast city for support. The checkpoint did not have so many members to begin with, and this time, there was no need to fight. Many zombies suddenly appeared in the refugee team, and the infection spread and broke out instantly. Night City was worse than Wei City. Countless people died, and more people fled. This time, they did not dare to stay in the nearby county town and village, but started to migrate with all their supplies and families, wanting to escape to a place farther and further north. In this way, the God's Descent organization quickly occupied several cities and counties in the surrounding area, looting supplies, killing chickens to scare monkeys, and they were unscrupulous. So those who were afraid had no way to resist. And in their village, the traffic was not blocked at that time, and there were often migrants passing by here, stopping for a while, exchanging some supplies with them, and then continuing to flee. They brought the news from several cities, and although they listened to it, they did not leave because their ancestors had been here for generations, and their lives were also here. In addition, they had never really seen those scenes. The good times didn't last long. Eventually, the people of God's Descent also came here at that time. They came here to chase several groups of migrants. The migrants all died, but they spared the villagers, because they found that this place was rich in agricultural products, with no electricity, and isolated from the outside world, which was very suitable as their granary. So, they destroyed the mountain road leading out of the village, leaving only the road on the other side. There was a large Gobi desert in the middle of the road on that side, which was basically the territory of God's Descent, and, by God's Descent, they were watched by the people outside. And they couldn't go out. And the people outside couldn't come in. They would come at a fixed time, take away most of their food, meat, milk, vegetables and other supplies, and spread the word of God's Descent in various ways. The adult men in the village had no choice but to join the other party's organization. And now the people who stayed in the village, even for their families, had to continue to farm and graze for them. This was a group of desperate people. The disaster fueled their arrogance and let the sins in their hearts spread infinitely. They claimed to be the people of destiny, the gods who cannot be killed by zombies, the new humans on this planet, coming for the purpose of ruling. In the dining area of the RV. So they thought you were refugees at first? They wanted you to leave quickly, actually for your own good. Lu Yue sighed. This level of chaos is simply impossible in peacetime. But now, they have come all the way. 7 out of 10 cities have become ruins, and the sky is high and the road is long here. Even if the people on the other side know the situation here, they can't spare any troops and weapons to support and rescue. What's more, when the cities here were in the most chaos, the situation in the cities on both sides of the Fenghe River was even worse, and countless people were dying every moment. Have you noticed that? The other party mentioned in his description, the man of destiny, the one who cannot be killed by the zombies? On the side, Yang Yun, who had been silent all this time, spoke slowly. In fact, when we were in the mall, the activities of the god's descendants also started from the prison. I always thought that the mall was the first place where this organization appeared. But combined with the information obtained today, this organization should have first appeared in the 2 prisons in the Gobi Desert. I have also heard about those people of destiny, the gods who descended from the sky, in the mall, but at that time, I always thought it was just a means and method of brainwashing. But according to the description of the situation in Night City today, this is very likely not a brainwashing statement, but a fact. Lu Tingfeng understood what she was saying. You mean, the reason why the people in this organization are so crazy is because there are real immune people in it? This immune person may have been bitten, but did not die, and even had some mutations. And then he had the ability to control the zombies? Because of this, there are so many extremists who follow him regardless of everything? Yes, I have this feeling. Yang Yun has been in the research institute for a long time because of her father's affairs, and she understands this aspect to some extent. In fact, so far, those researchers have studied many cases. But in these cases, there has never been a real immune person. Ji Ningxin eyes flashed. So, if there is really one or more such people in this organization, then he is likely to be a breakthrough in the study of cell viruses? Chapter 76. Village Crisis. They are all members of the God's Descent organization. Although the scale of the actions of the organization in the mall is much different from that here, they actually do similar things. They also intensify and release disasters, lead the zombies, and radiate the zombies to innocent ordinary people, and treat killing and blood as a game. The mall is so far away from here. The traces of the God's Descent organization can be seen there, which means that this organization is secretly spreading and expanding under human manipulation. Nowadays is a chaotic world. More than half of the order in Huagua has collapsed. It is too easy to get a few people into the mall prison and plan something. Yang Yun had said in the mall that these desperate criminals destroyed the checkpoints and cordons, and after luring the radioactive zombies into the city, the zombies bit them as well. Possibility 1, the people who control ordinary zombies cannot control radioactive zombies. Possibility 2, there is no one in this group who can control zombies. After they discussed, they all leaned towards the second possibility. The person who was bitten but not killed, and who also gained the ability to control zombies, this kind of special case, cannot be everywhere like Cabbage. Since it is a special case, it is a very important person, and it is impossible for him to risk expanding and promoting the organization in person. On the other hand, in the entire God's Descent organization, there may be only one such special person. The head of a criminal organization with heinous crimes and countless lives is likely to be a breakthrough in cell virus research. This statement may sound a bit ironic, but if you think about it again, you will feel that this is like a constant. It is precisely because of this that, when this person is sent to the laboratory and the operating table, the researchers can be more unscrupulous. He will use his body, blood and bones to provide a large amount of data for the researchers. And in the process, he will cleanse his own sins. If the breakthrough in the research is really in him, then he will become the real man of destiny in his own words. This person should be hiding in the area of Weicheng Yecheng. The group of people they met this morning should also be God's descendant. Let's not talk about the iron car. The maximum mileage that a motorcycle can run after filling up with gas is about 300 kilometers. Assuming that the place where they were chased by the other party is the center point, that is to say, the base of this organization is within the radius of this center point. A few dozen kilometers north of Yecheng is a large desert. The other party's motorcycle is an ordinary motorcycle, which cannot run in the desert, so this radius area in the north can be eliminated. From Yecheng to Weicheng, the distance is about 300 kilometers, but their RV came from this direction, and it was very quiet along the way, and they did not encounter God descending near the Danxiao landform. So the southeast radius can be shortened to the Danxiao landform. As for the northwest radius, the terrain is complex, with many mountains, and jeeps and iron cars cannot go to many places. So the only remaining area is the southwest. After comprehensive analysis, Lu Tingfeng finally circled several points on the map where the God's Descent organization might be entrenched. This is an organization. We don't know how many people, and how large it is. We can't do this. Is there really such a person? Is it a rumor? Yang Renran still prefers to see it with her own eyes. How true is a piece of news passed down by word of mouth? If this organization has existed for a long time, it is impossible that the higher-ups are not aware of it at all. Liu Yue's words reminded Ji Ningxin that the information they have obtained now, it is very likely that the higher-ups know about it. It is also possible that they do not know it completely, or it is also possible that they do not know about it. Ji Ningxin thought about it, then took out a piece of paper from the storage area. On the front of the note was her handwriting, when she left the red restricted area at that time, when she gave Gu Hanqing supplies as a stranger rescuer. On the back was a mobile phone number, which said, "If you encounter any problems, call this number. Don't worry, it's a private number. If the phone is turned off, it should be in the mission, you can leave a message." The signature is, Xing. This note was found in a box containing anti-bite equipment. The other party did not ask for her number, and finally left a passive way of contact between the two of them in this way. If she needs anything here, she can find her directly. She returned to her room, took out the satellite phone, and dialed the number. There was a waiting tone on the other end of the phone, and the phone was turned on. After a while, the call was connected, and a familiar voice came from the other end. "Hello?" After dinner, before the sun set, Alung carried a pot of freshly brewed butter tea and walked towards the van parked in the poplar forest on the slope opposite the village. Mog asked him to deliver the butter tea. He never liked to take other people's things for no reason. Although he was a little angry when he saw that the other party did not listen to his advice, and was unwilling to return to the village. He still asked him to deliver some food and drinks. In addition to butter tea, there was also some sampa. It was not much, but it was enough for the three of them. Alung was willing to do this errand, because he wanted to take a closer look at the other party's car. Although the van looked old, it had a luggage box installed on the roof, which could hold a lot of luggage. Except for the driver's seat. All the windows on the back and both sides were nailed shut with steel plates. The inside should have been converted into a sleeping area, which looked very safe. The windows of the driver area were all surrounded by steel bars. Even if they encountered zombies on the road, they didn't have to be afraid. No wonder the other party could drive all the way from Lucheng to here. However, Alung's plan failed. He had just crossed the meadow and hadn't approached the forest when the door of the van was pushed open. A man got out of the car. He was the tallest and quietest of the three people who asked them for directions. Somehow, this person was the quietest. But when he saw the other person, he was the most frightened. He explained his purpose and handed over the food. The other party took it quietly and said thank you to him. Her voice was a little low, but very polite. Alung was no longer afraid. He even straightened his back subconsciously. "You're welcome. You're welcome. They are just some ordinary food. You can return the teapot tomorrow morning. If the beautiful lady wants to eat anything else, you can also tell me." I don't know why. When he said the word beautiful lady, the other party's sight seemed to be projected back to him through the sunglasses, and the atmosphere around him fell inexplicably. "Well, then I'm leaving." Alung couldn't wait any longer. He waved at the other party, and didn't even bother to take a closer look at the van he had been thinking about. He ran away directly. In the dining area of the RV, dinner had just begun. Tonight, they were having a seafood meal. This kind of food could not be produced in the hydroponic area yet, so they ate very little on weekdays. They only occasionally made some salmon sashimi, or grilled some small yellow croaker and oysters. However, people always want what they lack. As the RV gradually went deeper into the inland of the mainland, her desire to eat seafood became stronger and stronger. Fortunately, she still had a lot of takeouts that were packed the earliest in her space. In addition, Yang Yun was in good health, and the phone communication in the afternoon was also smooth. So she decided to have a feast in the evening. Dungeness crab seafood set, bluefin tuna belly, fresh sea urchin, sliced king salmon, sliced black abalone, sea bream sashimi. Today's meal, in addition to a large pot of chicken soup and stir-fried lettuce, is already made cooked seafood and various sashimi. After buying the black abalone in bulk, Ji Ningxin has only eaten it once, and she ate the sashimi directly at that time. She and her father and brother felt that it was a little fishy. Later, Liu Yue suggested pairing it with chicken soup and blanching it before eating. But I never cared about it until today. The chicken soup was cooked by Yang Yun in the afternoon. The chicken was very fat. It was brought up with a pot and placed on a rack. An alcohol stove was placed underneath, and it was kept warm over a low fire. When eating, just slice the black gold abalone and put it in a bowl, add 1 or 2 shredded ginger and some chopped green onions, and then pour a few spoonfuls of boiling chicken soup. In this way, the black gold abalone slices that have just been boiled will taste much more tender, and will not be as fishy as when eaten raw. Ji Ningxin first poured a bowl of chicken soup and drank it alone, and then explained the phone call situation to others. Just as Lu Yue guessed, the higher-ups did know about the organization God's Descent. But when the incident first happened in the Weicheng and Yecheng areas, it was the most chaotic time in Huagua. There were turmoil in various places and cities, and there were those desperate villains everywhere, especially in the southeast region. Killing, looting and plundering were everywhere. So, there was really nothing they could do at that time. Later, the God's Descent appeared in the Shangqing prison, when the organization was in operation. In fact, other places had experienced similar chaos in the past and present. Some were suppressed, and some cities were already in turmoil. Then those people succeeded, and made matters worse. The mall was an example of the latter. During this period, earthquakes, tornadoes, tsunamis, mutated zombies all migrated northward. Nuclear shocks, irradiated zombies. A series of events occurred frequently, and there were very few team members who could be assigned to deal with the God's Descent. And most of the team members who carried out the mission never returned. Due to the terrain, they could not figure out the specific location of the God's Descent. There were many places that could not be bypassed by land. They could not see anything by air, and they would be bombed by the enemy's shells if they flew too low. The team members went in 2 batches, but because there was no progress, they had to put it on hold temporarily. However, this does not mean that they will ignore the organization of the God's Descent. It just needs more time to buffer. At least they have to wait until the high wall on the outer edge of the radiation zone is built, and there are more people and resources before they can make plans again. Ji Ningxin did not exaggerate, nor did she have a purpose. She just conveyed some information in full. They had fought with each other. Several possible strongholds speculated how Weicheng and Yecheng were breached, where the first person who established God's Descent came from. There was a possibility that he was an immune person, and he had mutated and had the ability to control zombies. There were many ordinary people in God's Descent who were forced to join, and so on. As for whether Gu Hanqing would report this matter later, whether there would be any follow-up to this matter, Ji Ningxin would naturally not cross the line and intervene. Her most important purpose was to pass on the message, because outside the Northwest, there was not much news about God's Descent, and there was no fear at all as the locals mentioned it. In this situation, even the higher-ups would be negligent, and there would be some information gaps. The call ended here. Ji Ningxin did not ask any more questions. Both parties wished each other well. Even if some words were not spoken, they were understood in their hearts. After Xiao A returned to the dining area, he put the pot of butter tea and a bag of sampa on the table. I've checked it. There's no problem. It's edible. Yang Renren sighed. You can cook. You can beat. And you can check food. You are all-powerful. Xiao A. As expected, you can go out to the living room, enter the kitchen, and go to the bedroom. Cough cough. What? He didn't say anything, and sat down quietly beside Ji Ningxin. After the meal that day, everyone held a simple meeting and finally decided to stay in this village for a while. Ji Ningxin didn't want to interfere with Gu Hanqing's situation, but she wanted to wait and see if the other party really wanted to act according to this information. They would strike while the iron was hot. Uncle Ma Wang was the village chief. The next day, when he saw that they still didn't leave, he came over to persuade them again. As a result, Ji Ningxin stuffed some snacks and drinks that were not seen in the village again. Alung always took the things with a smile before Ma Wang could react, praised them sweetly, and thanked them. Uncle Ma Wang had no choice but to let them go. In fact, the God-descended people always come to collect food at a fixed time, usually once every 1 or 2 months. They just came before, and they won't come again so soon. So, the RV has been parked in this beautiful poplar forest on the slope. Lu Yue is busy in the ecological zone. Lu Tingfeng studies various maps and customs of the Northwest. Ji Ningxin is obsessed with researching the manufacturing room every day, accompanied by Xiao A. Yang Yin cooks nutritious soup for everyone from time to time. Yang Ren sighs at the quiet beauty of the sunrise and sunset around him every day, and is frequently fed with delicious food by friends. 4 or 5 days passed like this, and one early morning, there was a huge noise from the end of the horizon southwest of the RV, which seemed to be the sound of artillery fire. The noise was so loud that it woke up everyone in the village. They put on their clothes, went outside, and looked anxiously at the fire in the southwest night sky. This noise lasted until the next morning. It was a foggy morning. The sound of artillery fire stopped, but the entire village basin and the surrounding hillsides were surrounded by thick fog. The temperature outside was very low, only about 10 degrees. Ji Ningxin did not sleep for half the night. After dawn, she went directly to the dining area to check the surrounding situation. It was very quiet outside. The villagers were afraid and did not dare to start their day's work. The only village in the wilderness was quiet, and the surroundings became particularly quiet. The thick fog did not dissipate until noon, but a slight rustling sound could be heard faintly in the fog. Ji Ningxin, who was eating, suddenly put down her chopsticks and quickly projected her mental power around. The thick fog had little effect on her mental power. She saw countless feet, rotten, bone-exposing, creepy and densely packed feet. It was a group of walking corpses, coming here from the direction of the Gobi Desert that the villagers said. Chapter 77. The Zombie Swarm in the Fog. For Lajin, these days are as happy as the new year. There are outsiders in the village, not the scary evil people who drive scary iron cars and carry guns, but the tourists wearing different clothes that she had seen when her mother and her brother Alung took her to the county market before the monsters appeared. It is said that they are worse off than the people in the village, because they are forced to stay far away from home, separated from their families, and now they have no choice but to drive home by themselves. But home was far away, and there were all kinds of monsters and terrible villains on the road, so they got lost again and ended up in their village. They asked the village chief for directions, but the mountain road from the village to the county had been blocked for a long time, so they couldn't leave for the time being, and they thought their village was very beautiful, so they stayed for the time being. They didn't live in a wooden house, but in their own van, and my brother would listen to the instructions of the village chief uncle of the neighboring Gesang family, and send them some food and drink, and they would always give gifts to my brother in return. The gifts were all her favorite snacks that she couldn't eat now: big pieces of chocolate, sweet milk candy, gummy candy, canned potato chips, box juice, coconut juice, cola that her brothers liked, cigarettes that the village elders liked to smoke. Her mother didn't let her go to the poplar forest near the car to play, saying not to disturb others, so she usually sat on the haystack, holding a sweet gummy candy in her mouth, looking at the direction of the forest from afar, always feeling full in her heart, as if her life had returned to the past, and she had something to look forward to every day. But in the early morning of that day, she was awakened by a huge and terrible noise. Her brother ran out, and her mother hugged her to comfort her and coaxed her softly. The terrible noise was accompanied by a red light, which flickered on the windows of their house. She didn't know what happened, but she was just scared, trembling with fear, hiding herself in her mother's arms, not daring to move. Later, she didn't know when, the noise stopped, and she fell asleep in her mother's arms. When she woke up again, it was already bright, but it was foggy outside the house. She couldn't even see the house of Gesang next door. She heard her mother crying, her brother, the village chief Mong, and the Gesang family next door. They seemed to be talking to someone, mentioning the poplar forest, the cows and sheep in the fence in front of the village, and the fog. She knew what fog was. Her brother told her that fog was a natural phenomenon that often occurred in autumn, just like wind in spring and snow in winter. It was easy to fog in autumn when the temperature dropped. Sometimes it was thin and light, only in the early morning, and dissipated as soon as the sun came out. Sometimes it was thick like smoke, and it would not disappear until almost noon. Lajing got up and ran to the door of the house. There were many people standing in the open space outside the yard. The sister in the car was also there. She was wearing transparent goggles and a mask. As before, she still couldn't see her face clearly. Through the white mist, she saw panic and fear on the faces of other people in the village. Why do people show such a scared expression when talking about the fog outside? What is in the fog? Before she could hear clearly, her mother found her. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, ran over to pick her up, scolded her for running around without a coat, and carried her back to the house, wrapping her in thick clothes. Soon, Everyone's footsteps came from outside. She heard her brother shouting. Her mother found the gummy candy that the sister had given her before, stuffed it all into her, told her to sit down and eat, and not to run around, and then went out in response to her brother's shouting. Lajan took the candy, went up to the attic of the wooden house from the small stairs on the side, opened the window, and lay on the windowsill to look outside. The fog was too thick, and she couldn't see too far. The cows and sheep in the fence in front seemed to have been driven out. She heard the voices of her brother and other people in the village shouting and driving the cows and sheep. They seemed to be distributing these cows and sheep from house to house, with a few sheep per household. Soon, she saw her mother at the gate of the yard. She also brought a few sheep, opened the gate in a panic, drove them into the yard, and then drove them towards the door of the house. The sheep, which were usually very well behaved, were not very obedient today. They kept running around, staring at the ground, and looked restless. My mother was also different from usual. Her movements became a little clumsy, and she could not make the sheep obedient. Lajan ran downstairs in a hurry, grabbed a handful of hay in the yard, and shook it in front of the sheep's head. With the attraction of food, the sheep were more obedient than before. She and my mother quickly drove a few sheep into the house. Alma found a rope and quickly tied the sheep to the pillar in the house. Then she went up to the attic, closed the window and locked it, rolled up a few fur blankets and went downstairs, picked up Lajan and took her down to the cellar, placed her on the fur blanket, and then went back to the house and began to pack food and drinks. Fortunately, there were not many cattle and sheep in the village, and each household was given a few heads, and it was done quickly. Many people did not know what happened, but fortunately, everyone was convinced by the village chief Mong. Tie up the assigned cows or sheep in the house, close the gate, lock all the doors and windows of the house, then take food, drinks and blankets for warmth, hide in the cellar with your family, and lock the cellar from the inside. No matter what happens outside, what they hear, whether the cows or sheep scream, don't leave the cellar. Don't make any noise. It's an emergency. Village Chief Mong said he can't explain too much for the time being, but the matter is serious. I hope everyone can trust him and do what he says. The signal to end hiding was a folk song that was very famous and had been passed down for a long time. Unless they heard this folk song, they would not come out no matter what happened. Alling followed Mong, distributed the most important assets in the village, and hurried home together. They each returned to their own yard, locked the door, and then returned to the house. Alling grabbed his mother, who was waiting for him, and the two of them locked the door together, moved a cabinet to prop up the door, and then went down to the cellar with water. The entrance to the cellar was too small. Apart from the lambs, the cattle and sheep could not enter. If it was really as the people in the van said, Alling only hoped that their house could last a little longer, to preserve the only remaining assets in the village. There were no windows in the cellar, only a very dim oil lamp was lit. Lajan was held in her arms again by her mother. She held the gummy candy in her mouth, looking at her brother standing at the bottom of the cellar, feeling her heart thumping. She was very scared for no reason. Even if she was held by her mother, hiding in the cellar, she was still scared. What was there in the fog? After a while, she heard a dense rustling sound, which was not like rain or snow, but a bit like the sound of many things rubbing against each other. It was as if countless people were passing through their village and the ground above their heads. But where did so many people come from nearby? Soon, Lajan heard another sound, which was a low roar and heavy breathing like a beast. She knew this sound. It was the sound of a person turning into a monster. It's zombies! The densely packed people passing through their village at this moment are not people, but zombies. The zombies are not moving fast. The fastest speed of ordinary zombies is about the same as that of humans running at full speed. And these zombies are just wandering around. I don't know if it's because they haven't smelled the taste of flesh and blood yet, or because of human control. But can only one mutant human control so many zombies at the same time? The RV is parked in the cattle and sheep fence in front of the village, waiting for a certain opportunity to come. I don't know if it's because of the movement of the zombies. The fog around me has dissipated a little. Standing in front of the French window in the dining area, I can clearly see the infected people passing by below. The black heads are overwhelming, dragging their broken and shrunken bodies, roaring from time to time, and moving forward continuously, like a dense swarm of locusts, moving in a whole area, pressing over the yellow-green meadow little by little, and entering the village. The cattle and sheep fences were not very strong to begin with. and fell silently as they moved. Even though they were in a completely safe RV area, such a scene was still frightening. The zombies passed by the RV, some passed by, some just hit the front of the car. The few that hit the front of the car began to get agitated, and then started to bang on the front of the car. She ignored them. She put all her mental power out, and was concentrating on everything around her. The passive shield of the RV had been temporarily closed. She needed a more appropriate opportunity to open it again. A small number of fast zombies have already walked to the villager's wooden house. The wall of the yard is also vulnerable, while the wooden house is much stronger. However, the zombies will rush forward. After being blocked, they will stop and start banging on the door and wall. These zombies are definitely related to the God's Descent organization. She doesn't know how the battle in the early morning ended, whether these zombies were released by the God's Descent, how they were controlled, and why they were heading towards the village. The most important thing for her now is to save the people in the village. They were affected by the battle. It was because of her phone call. So she couldn't just do nothing and expect the rescue troops to come at any time. And she couldn't just walk away. If the shield is opened and stretched at the same time, it can indeed prevent all the zombies from approaching the village. But the stretched shield can only protect for 10 minutes. And obviously, in these 10 minutes, the zombies can't change their route and disperse. The RV weapon system only has 3 air bombs and an hour of flame spraying time. With these quantities, it is impossible to eliminate all the zombies around. Because the hillside and basin area is very large, the zombies are too scattered, and this attack method, if you are not careful, it will affect the wooden houses in the village. So now there is only one way left, that is to let everyone close the doors and windows and hide, then, let the zombies come over, let them gather as much as possible, and enter the range of the shield. If they can't be isolated for too long, then gather them all together, and then destroy them with one click. But this process, for the people in the village, will be very painful. Bang! The window of a house was broken, and the zombies rushed into the house, and the cattle and sheep in the house suddenly cried, and the cry attracted the zombies. As if a switch, the zombies that were originally wandering aimlessly suddenly climbed up, and rushed over quickly, and bit down with one bite. The blood was rampant, and the smell of blood and flesh attracted more zombies outside the house, and the zombies in the nearby circle were attracted. Some couldn't get into the house, and hit the wall outside, and some fell in from the window, and joined the feast of blood and flesh. Under the cellar, the entrance had been blocked, but the people hiding in the cellar were still trembling. At such a close distance, they could hear the sounds of the zombies biting and swallowing greedily, which was terrible and disgusting. They subconsciously wanted to rush out of the house and escape at all costs. But they remembered the village chief's instructions and held back. They couldn't go out. There must be more zombies outside. And they couldn't escape. Hold on. Ji Ningxin stood in front of the car on her screen, using her mental power to detect the zombies on the entire hillside and basin, while also looking for the breath of the living. If that person was controlling the zombies, where should he be? Inside the zombies? Or behind them? This kind of control should also be mental power. If that person was within the range of her mental power, she should be able to sense him. But no. She had tried her best to spread her mental power as far as possible, but she still couldn't find any special existence in the zombies. Bang! Another house had its door broken, and zombies swarmed in. Bang! Half of the wall of the third wooden house collapsed. Among the people hiding in the cellar, some people's mental ability reached the limit, and they rushed over to open the cellar door, and ran out desperately. But another person hugged his waist tightly, and covered his mouth at the same time. The man made a humming sound, which attracted a zombie that just passed by the cellar entrance. The two people standing on the cellar stairs heard a thump at the same time, and then a blood-red eye appeared in the gap of the cellar entrance. The people on the stairs screamed uncontrollably, and the zombies outside heard it, and started banging on the cellar door, which attracted the zombies next to them, and several more gathered together, and started to destroy the cellar door together. It was too late for the people inside to regret now. The zombies had already discovered them. They would never stop destroying until they had bitten their flesh and blood. Bang! 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 No matter how tightly the cellar door was closed, it couldn't withstand such banging. With the banging, sand and soil fell on their heads. They didn't care anymore. They called other people in the cellar to move the jars and wooden boxes on the side to block the entrance of the cellar. Some people started crying. Some people scolded the first madman who wanted to go out. The louder the noise below, the louder the zombies banging on the door outside. Inside the RV, Ji Ningxin, who had been concentrating on checking the situation with her eyes closed, opened her eyes. She quickly opened the shield, stretched it to the limit, and covered almost all the zombies that had entered the village in the basin. Then she turned on the weapons system and pressed a button to purify. The subtle air vibration started from the RV and rippled out in circles quickly and silently. Wherever they passed, the zombies that were wandering, roaring, and hitting the wooden houses in the village seemed to have been paused. After a few seconds of stiffness, they fell down on the spot. The dense and terrifying zombies in the village were cleared away in an instant. The remaining ones were the small number of zombies that had not yet entered the shield range. "Xiao A," Ji Ningxin shouted, and he immediately followed her and entered the RV. He sat in the driver's seat and started the RV. Ji Ningxin stood in front of the owner's screen, and while giving him directions, she projected 2 air bombs on the screen. In the poplar forest, explosions suddenly sounded in 2 different areas. Although there was no fire in the explosion, the zombies and trees within a certain range were smashed to pieces by the explosion. The RV drove to the edge of the shield, and the flamethrower on the roof sprayed out long flames, burning and destroying the wandering lone zombies. Within the 10-minute shield validity period, Ji Ningxin cleared all the zombies one by one. And then the RV stopped at the edge of the shield, aiming the flame at the source of the zombies, and cleared the remaining zombies that continued to wander here one by one. Fortunately, one-button purification has cleared most of the zombies, and the flamethrower is enough to deal with the remaining ones. Occasionally, there are a few missed zombies, and Xiao A will drive the RV over and run over the zombies. Their goal was to clean up all the zombies, because if one was missed, it would reinfect healthy people and replicate a group of zombies. When the flamethrower was about to expire, Ji Ningxin noticed that there were 2 armed helicopters flying towards the village in the sky in the direction of the no man's land. They were from the army, and they should be the group that had a firefight with the God's Descent organization last night. It was probably because the fog had dissipated at this time that the helicopters could be put into use. They will soon find out what is happening in the village. At this moment, within the range of Ji Ningxin mental power, all the zombies have been wiped out. As for those farther away, the troops should be able to handle them. The RV cannot stay here any longer. "Xiao A, let's go." As she spoke, the RV quickly turned around, ran over the zombies on the ground, and rushed towards the mountains in the northwest. The army's plane quickly arrived at the village. After the helicopter lowered its altitude, the team members carrying the machine guns on it, who were originally planning to fire, were shocked by the scene on the ground. The entire hillside and basin were filled with corpses. Those were the cleaned-up zombies. It was unknown who or what force had destroyed all the zombies and saved the village. This time, the God's Descent released more than just this group of zombies. After the opponent's lair was breached, they took advantage of the fog and released a similar number of zombies in several directions at the same time. Wherever the zombies passed, the few remaining villages would encounter misfortunes. These villages should have been preserved to provide them with supplies. But at the critical moment, they still became victims of the God's Descent organization. Fortunately, the troops had a backup plan and used firepower to suppress the situation in time to save these villages. But they didn't expect that there was a village of such a small scale in this direction. They thought they were too late and the village had become a dead end. But now this scene made them surprised and happy. Who was it? Who saved them? In a dense forest and a deep mountain valley, the RV started the chameleon static camouflage for a whole day. But Ji Ningxin didn't mean to leave. The time was too short. Now was a good time to leave. She planned to stay here. Chapter 78. Unlocking conditions for new features. This is a dense spruce forest, located deep in the mountains with inconvenient transportation. Compared to the previous Gobi area, due to the terrain, this is a truly uninhabited area that no one has ever been to. The altitude in the mountains is relatively high, and the temperature is much lower than that in the basin. The outdoor temperature is between 6 and 10 degrees Celsius. The spruce trees are straight and tall, standing one by one around, like huge forest guards. The RV is attached to one side of the mountain wall. Chameleon static camouflage. After starting up, it looked like it had merged with the moss-covered mountain wall. As long as the car did not move, it would remain in this state. Even if someone passed by the mountain wall at this moment, they would not be able to find the existence of a car here. There was less than half a month left before the model change camouflage was replaced. Before the car could be replaced with a new camouflage model, she did not plan to leave here. The mess of the God's Descent organization could not be cleaned up in the next few days. Although they had not met with the troops, the people in the small village were familiar with the RV disguised as a van. The appearance is clear. Even when cleaning up the zombies, all the villagers hid in the cellar and did not see it with their own eyes. But as long as the troops asked about this matter, they knew that it was related to the people in the van. So at this moment, she believed that the troops should be looking for this mysterious van. Therefore, after Ji Ningxin selected a location to park the RV, she explained the future plan to others. We may stay here for half a month to a month. Afterwards, Lu Tingfeng took over and gave a more detailed explanation. This mountainous area is very large, with snow-capped mountains behind it, and many uninhabited areas that cars cannot enter. There are also roads leading to different directions outside the mountains. But these roads are not connected to each other. Suppose we enter the mountains from this direction. No one would have thought that the car they are looking for would appear on another completely impossible road a month later. And by then, the RV would be able to get rid of the appearance of a van. After that, what kind of car do you two plan to transform the RV into? Lu Yue, like everyone else, had no objection to the RV driving on the road or parking somewhere. The area was large anyway, and they didn't have to get off the car when they had nothing to do. It depends on the situation, and it may be restored to a RV, and then simply modified with a mechanical template. After the Xinjiang organization is destroyed, the order here may be restored for a while, and the situation in Luqing and Jiancheng will also get better. If the number of checkpoints increases, it is inevitable that there will be times when you need to get on the car to check, and the inside and outside of the RV must be consistent at that time. However, this situation is just Ji Ningxin guess. After all, the northwest is still mostly uninhabited. So she said it depends on the situation. Has that organization really been destroyed? Yang Ruran asked. I hope it has been destroyed. Even if it has not been completely destroyed, it is too late. Otherwise, they would not release so many zombies. But she is not clear about the specific details, such as whether the immune person has been caught, whether there are other immune people, and why the immune person can control the zombies even though he is not near the zombies. The doubts in everyone's mind were solved when Ji Ningxin was about to rest that night. Before going to bed, Ji Ningxin took out the satellite phone that she had stored in the space grid and had contacted Gu Hanqing. At this critical moment, she would not contact Gu Hanqing rashly, but would take it out to check when she thought of it. The time in the space grid was stagnant. As soon as the satellite phone came out, it received a text message from Gu Hanqing. The content of the message filled in the missing part of the information. The zombies were indeed released by the God's Descent organization. They cleared out the zombies that were originally placed in an underground cave and released a similar number of zombies in several directions. The purpose of this move was to make the troops mistakenly believe that there were several people who could control the zombies, thereby covering up the real mutants who escaped through other paths. However, the mutant was eventually captured. He was not only a mutant, but also a scientific scientist who studied biochemistry and was a highly intelligent criminal. So a few months ago, when something happened in prison, he was bitten by accident but not infected, and he discovered his special physique, and felt that he was the destined man of this world. After the God's Descent organization successfully destroyed several surrounding cities, and hid in underground caves in uninhabited areas, he began to organize people and conduct crazy experiments. The source of the experimental material was himself. He used his own blood to make a machine that can control the zombies. As long as ordinary people carry it, they can control the zombies for a certain period of time. But he deliberately made only a few of these machines, and would not let anyone else in the organization use them unless it was absolutely necessary. He knew how to control people's minds, and said he would make genetic drugs to give others special physiques. He described a world that belonged only to these new humans. He gathered all the zombies nearby and kept experimenting on them. He looked for every opportunity to create more powerful zombies. The appearance of the huge blood-red mutants and the radioactive zombies gave him hope. These mutant zombies were not created by him, but they became his research materials. He wanted to transform all the ordinary zombies he had accumulated into more powerful mutant zombies, and then release them to destroy the original world and control the new world. Because of this, he had been lying dormant, waiting for the success of the experiment. There were tens of thousands of zombies collected by him in the underground cave. If the troops did not destroy the organization in time this time, and when his experiment was really successful, these tens of thousands of zombies would be transformed into mutant zombies and then released, which would become a new disaster for the world. Fortunately, They caught him before his experiment was successful, and he and all his research materials have been secretly escorted to the central laboratory. The scientific research team will start from this direction and continue to improve and research immune agents. I believe that this time, there will be a qualitative breakthrough. Gu Hanqing did not say more about the following content. Ji Ningxin has made an indispensable contribution to the whole thing. However, in order to avoid all troubles, the source of the news of the whole thing is not only unrelated to Ji Ningxin, but also unrelated to Gu Hanqing himself. In this regard, she did not say much. Just let her rest assured. But Ji Ningxin understood that the other party would rather give up the reward he deserved and take her out and protect her in this way. She sent a simple message to the other party, safe. Don't worry. After that, she put the satellite phone back into the space grid, and the stagnant time flow once again completely blocked the phone from contact with the outside world. During breakfast time the next morning, after she and others gathered together, she told everyone the news conveyed by Gu Hanqing. Everyone was very happy to hear the news about the immune drug. In fact, the research center where Yang Yin father worked before also obtained research data through Yang father's special case. However, Yang father was not completely immune, so the finished product developed at that time could not be effective for big data. But this time is different. The leader of this God's Descent organization is a completely immune person, and he has been conducting experiments for several months. Now, these experimental results, together with himself, will become stepping stones for immune drugs. Lu Yue sighed deeply and looked at the spruce forest outside the French window. I hope that effective immune drugs can appear sooner. Life on the road every day is colorful, but life quietly staying in the deep forest every day is also peaceful and warm. There is often fog in the morning in the mountains, and the spruce is evergreen all year round. The green plants are surrounded by the curling mist, which is always beautiful and speechless. Although the RV cannot be moved to accumulate mileage for the time being, Ji Ningxin still goes to the manufacturing area every day to check the newly unlocked craftable items due to various outputs. There are two conditions for unlocking new additional functions: accumulating 9,000 kilometers, and having a food processing and manufacturing room to produce 50 different items. They came all the way from Weicheng, and the kilometers were not much short. When they leave this mountainous area later, they will have enough. In addition to researching and making new food items every day, Ji Ningxin has also been studying her mental power. After the manufacturing area was unlocked, her mental power was upgraded to a higher level again. Just like having sufficient ammunition reserves, she can do all kinds of mental power exercises at will, without worrying about the headache and discomfort after overdrawing her mental power. In fact, she hadn't felt uncomfortable because of using mental power for a long time. The strength of mental power is her backing, and if she really wants to apply it in actual combat, she needs to practice again and again. The mental power covers a larger area, which also means that she can control the collection and release of more objects at the same time. In addition, she began to practice launching herself, first selecting a lush and dense tree outdoors, locating it, then passing herself through the storage area, quickly launching herself to that location and retracting it at the same time. But obviously, delivering herself is more difficult than delivering anything else, including the zombies. Because when delivering other things, her mental power can lock the location, but when delivering herself, her mental power will be relaxed and deviate for a second. This is not something she can control, just like a person throwing a stone and throwing himself out, which is completely different. What's more, she now not only has to throw herself out, but also has to throw it accurately. In her first attempt, she couldn't even get out of the RV, and she was thrown directly on the sofa in the room. At the same time, because of the process of accelerating to enter and leave the storage area, she felt dizzy again. In summary, she wanted to run directly before she learned to stand, which was too idealistic. After that, she started to try from the shortest distance and readjusted her practice plan. More than half a month later, when the RV started automatic intelligent driving and set foot on the planned route again, preparing to leave the mountainous area, she was able to successfully throw herself from one end of the corridor of the accommodation area to the other. This short distance of about 20 meters was the result of her countless practice, falling, and practice fighting. Of course, occasionally she would lose her aim and throw herself directly onto the door panel. The first time she was about to throw herself heavily onto the door panel, Xiaoyi flashed and caught her steadily. She didn't call him at that time. He appeared automatically when he sensed her danger. This phenomenon had never happened before. Just like unlocking a new skill. From this, Ji Ningxin deduced that the blocked part of the other party's brain not only contained memories, but also skills. This time, when a new section was unlocked, her mental power increased, and the blocked area in his brain was also partially unlocked. He didn't sense it before because it was not memories that were unlocked, but skills. Reversely, when the last section of the RV was unlocked, she and he would definitely gain more abilities. Therefore, not only was he closely related to the RV, but she herself was also closely related to the RV. But now, she needs to rely on falling to stimulate her teleportation practice. So she will wear a skateboard protective suit when practicing from now on, and remind him not to show up. If you want to become stronger, pain is essential. The new appearance of the RV is still an RV. Ji Ningxin finally used the model change camouflage and chose the same type of C-type RV. But no matter the front, body or style, it is completely different from their original RV. In addition, with the addition of mechanical template camouflage, the RV, which now looks 50% new, has completely lost its past image. Yang Yan also helped to change the interior of the RV, the color of the seats and cushions, and some detachable kitchen utensils. Even if someone has seen the original RV, they would not recognize it when standing in the car. At the same time, if they really encounter a checkpoint that cannot be avoided, they are not afraid of the inspectors getting on the car to check. After the RV left the uninhabited area and entered the mountain road on the other side of the mountain, the kilometer count reached 9,000. Ji Ningxin, who had been waiting, clicked on the car owner screen. The new auxiliary function has reached the unlocking conditions. Please choose 2 out of 4. All auxiliary functions will be applied to the unlocked area. 1. One-click beautiful scenery. Advanced function, not upgradable. 2. 360-degree view. Advanced function, not upgradable. 3. Disinfection area. Advanced function, upgradable. 4. Accommodation upgrade. Advanced function, not upgradable. This time, it's 2 out of 4. Chapter 79. Unlock the disinfection zone function. Ji Ningxin has been patient after several multiple choices, and has already selected the new functions to unlock. Now that she can choose 2, she feels like she has won a prize. She has an unexpected surprise. After all, it is not easy to upgrade now. It is not like before when one upgrade condition is added to another. Sometimes you have to wait for a long time before you can get new upgrade content, and most of them require time accumulation to achieve. Except for the disinfection area. The other 3 are advanced functions that cannot be upgraded. These 3 seem to be auxiliary functions, which are designed to make their RV life more comfortable. The range of 360-degree view and one-click view seems to be smaller. After one is activated, the RV and the area should be free of car or wall obstructions, so that when looking around the outside world, there is no obstruction, and a 360-degree view without blind spots is achieved. Another thing is that, from a literal understanding, it should be possible to change the scenery outside the RV. After all, it is a non-upgradable function. It is impossible to just move the RV to another place. That kind of function is too amazing. I don't think it is. After weighing the pros and cons, the current accommodation area similar to a hotel room is already very good. If it is upgraded, what will it look like? There are many unlocked areas inside the RV now. But in the end, apart from the accommodation area, everyone can only go to the dining area. If the accommodation area can be upgraded, even if it is just to expand the room area, it is also good. Moreover, they will stay in the Great Northwest for a long time. The outside world is desolate here. Also, the auxiliary function that adds icing on the cake, the accommodation upgrade is obviously more practical. So, Ji Ningxin chose 3 and 4. After that, the function list was updated, and the unlocked auxiliary functions have reached 14. From defense to weapons, from shields to the strength of the RV itself, various resources and auxiliary functions are almost perfect. Ji Ningxin looked at the 14 functions displayed above, and suddenly had a feeling, is the RV upgrade about to reach the top? Disinfection area. Level 1, microwave disinfection. Contaminated organisms or objects identified as primary or below can be disinfected 50% to 100%. Contaminated organisms or objects identified as primary or above will be immediately discharged from the disinfection area. Ji Ningxin clicked on the detailed explanation. After this disinfection area is turned on, a closed transition disinfection space will be formed in the initial area. That is, at the door of the RV compartment. All organisms and objects that enter the vehicle through this door will first undergo a pollution level assessment. Currently, only primary contaminated organisms or objects can be disinfected, and the degree of disinfection will also change in a curve. Only organisms or objects that have been disinfected can enter the RV. Once an organism or object is identified as being above primary contamination, it will be directly pushed out of the RV by the disinfection area. After reading the detailed explanation, she roughly understood that this is a filtering area before some problematic organisms or objects enter the RV, similar to a buffer zone that balances the temperature difference and air pressure inside and outside. For example, if the outside of the RV is a red land in the radiation zone, if she opens the door rashly, the air inside the RV will also be polluted. At this time, if there is someone in the RV, they must also wear chemical protective clothing. But if the disinfection area is opened at this time, it can directly block the toxic air inside and outside the RV when she gets off the car and returns. As long as she goes through the disinfection area, she will not bring the radiation contamination on the protective suit back to the RV. From another perspective, this disinfection area is similar to a simple version of the two functions of shield plus purification. But the function of this disinfection area is not so powerful. But relatively speaking, it has fewer restrictions. There is no limit on the number of times and duration of opening, and it should be able to be opened as needed. She remembered what Xiao had said before, that if the disinfection area was upgraded to level 2, it might be possible to save Dapan, who was contaminated by radiation. Dapan should be treated as a contaminated organism and disinfected. However, it is not known when the conditions for the auxiliary function upgrade will appear in the RV. After Ji Ningxin confirmed the information of the disinfection area, she checked another accommodation upgrade. She clicked to open accommodation upgrade, but a text popped up on the screen, asking her to clear all the soft furnishings and furniture in the current accommodation area before upgrading. Ji Ningxin was stunned. Empty everything? They have been living in the RV for several months. There are more and more odds and ends in the room. These things cannot be put directly into the storage area. They will be piled on the ground, and it will be a mess. Then it will be impossible to tell which one belongs to whom. If they are put into the space grid, because they will be automatically classified into different grids, it is easy to put them in, but if you want to take them out, you have to find them again. With more than 500 space grids, it will take a lot of time. So, Ji Ningxin talked to the others about the upcoming upgrade of the accommodation area, and asked them to take some time before lunch to pack all the small items in the room, including furnishings, clothes, snacks, and supplies, into cartons, so that she could put them in the storage area, or just put them on the ground, which would be convenient to take out after the upgrade. Big items were easy to handle, just put them in directly. In addition to everyone's own room, there were also items in the 2 bathroom suites that needed to be put away. Ji Ningxin directly called Xiao to help. While everyone was packing up, the RV slowly moved along the mountain road towards the northern foot of the mountain, passing a beautiful lake on the mountainside. The water of the lake was clear blue, and from a distance it looked like a huge and calm blue-green gem, beautiful as a fantasy. Several people temporarily put down their work and gathered in Ji Ningxin's room to look at this rare beauty. This is just a small lake. If you pass this area and turn to another road and go west, you will pass several more beautiful and larger salt lakes along the way. It is said that it is the land of the sky, the clothing of the earth, and the place where the gods were born. Lu Tingfeng's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then shall we take that road? Yang Ran asked. Lu Tingfeng shook his head. Our plan is to go to the northernmost part of the inland. But now our location is a little off, and we are already to the west. We will no longer go northwest, but go directly north. Yang Ran looked regretful. In fact, we can go west first, and then go north. Anyway, we are not in a hurry, Ji Ningxin suggested. She knew the road that Lu Tingfeng was talking about. It was not just an ordinary road. It crossed the entire northwest. According to rumors, it was the longest and loneliest road in the northern hemisphere. This road passed through the Salt Lake, the Gobi Desert, the snow-capped mountains, until it reached the westernmost part of Huagua, almost close to the national border. When Ji Ningxin said this, Lu Tingfeng immediately went back to the room to get the tablet, and then opened the downloaded map, zoomed in to see. This route is very long, but from here we will be far away from all cities, and we have deviated from our original position because we have detoured through this mountainous area. If we go down this mountain road, it means that we have bypassed the most lively and most likely to run into survivors in the first quarter of the road. It is indeed feasible. Several people came together. From the map, they were originally entering the northernmost area from the east, but now they were going in a circle and entering the northern area from the west. But no one had any objections. Since they had a motorhome, they could go anywhere. Great. Yang Renren hugged Jiningshin. Let's go to the no man's land to see the most beautiful salt lake. Because they were attracted by the new route plan, everyone's attention was on crossing the no man's land. After packing up all the odds and ends and letting Jiningshin start collecting items from room to room, they went directly to the dining area. Xiao A cooperated with Lu Yue and Yang Yun to prepare lunch. Yang Renren opened the relevant information and pictures of the unmanned highway that Lu Tingfeng had downloaded before and looked at them. For a moment, he forgot about the upgrade of the rest area. Until 10 minutes later, the intercom placed on the bar counter in the dining area for the convenience of calling rang. You. Come to the rest area quickly. Quick. Everyone. What's wrong? Is there an accident? Lu Tingfeng frowned, and his reaction speed was almost the same as Xiao A. He rushed to the door immediately and disappeared through teleportation. Lu Yue, Yang Renren, and Yang Yun followed closely behind. Everyone was a little nervous until they appeared in the rest area, and this nervousness immediately turned into shock. The corridor, which was originally as narrow and compact as a train compartment, suddenly became open. It was not only 2 to 3 times larger than before, but also had a staircase next to the black door for transmission. Jiningshin's voice came from the stairs. Come up first. Several people immediately went up the stairs to the second floor. As soon as they stepped onto the second floor corridor, the shock on everyone's faces turned into shock. The original fully enclosed metal corridor, both sides were replaced by large floor-to-ceiling glass. There are no rooms on the left and right sides of the second floor. It is continuous from beginning to end, with a sliding door at the end. On the left side of the corridor, there is a huge extended space facing outward, which is a glass greenhouse, metal floor and ceiling, and the entire exterior wall is floor-to-ceiling glass, surrounding a large space with irregular curves. There are flower beds of various shapes inside, but none of them have been planted yet, and are still vacant. The area with the largest curved area has a rockery and water pool, and it looks like there should be a waterfall flowing down from the rockery wall, and into the pool below, which is also currently vacant. In addition, there are some fixed tables and chairs, rockery platforms, and glass partitions. The entire glass greenhouse is like a newly started primary state, waiting for them to decorate it. On the other side of the corridor is a pure glass winding corridor facing outward. The sliding door of the corridor also displays 4 words, Cloud Sea Corridor. They stepped onto the corridor and found that the corridor was completely hollow, except for 2 entrances. It was completely separated from the entire rest area. When they walked inside, it was like walking in midair. They could clearly see the winding mountain roads around them, and the dense forests on the slope. No wonder it's called the Sea of Clouds Corridor. Lu Yue glanced down, and suddenly felt a little dizzy. He was a little afraid of heights. He remembered that the rest area was originally on the 2nd floor, including this floor. It was at most the 3rd floor. How did it suddenly become so high? Has the height increased? This place is not just the 2nd floor, it's at least 9 or 10 floors above the ground. Yang Renren was very excited. She pressed herself against the glass and looked outside. As the RV moved forward on the mountain road, she felt like she was flying. Well, after the upgrade, the height should be reset. It is now estimated to be above all other sections. Jiningshin nodded. Along the corridor to the left end, there is an arc-shaped viewing platform, which is equipped with sofas, tables and chairs. There is also such a viewing platform at the right end of the corridor. It is larger and rectangular, and also has various sofas, tables and chairs. Come, let's go to my room now. Jiningshin urged everyone, as if there was a bigger surprise ahead that had not been presented to them. The door at the end of the 2nd floor corridor is her room door. Her car owner room has changed from a single-story to a double-story suite. The area of the single floor is about the same as before. The 2nd floor is an open bedroom and a bathroom. There is a bar table at the stair railing. Go down the built-in stairs, and you will reach the living room on the 1st floor. On the left is the sofa area in the living room. There is a large open space in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass in front. You can lay a blanket here, put a low table and cushions, and chat and have afternoon tea. The rooms of other people also underwent a qualitative change. From a single room of more than 20 square meters to a suite of more than 40 square meters. The suite is rectangular, and except for the wall on the side of the sliding door, there are large floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides of the room. There is a bathroom and a bar table at the entrance. And across the fence, there is a bed and sofa area. And further in, there is a curved glass balcony with a wide view, coupled with a high ceiling. It feels like being in the VIP room of a Cliff Hotel. The room had obviously more furniture than the previous room. In addition to the oversized electronic screen, there were also fully automatic curtains, soft stools at the end of the bed, soft sofas on the balcony. Yang Renran was too busy to scream. She just threw herself on the sofa and rolled around, indicating that she was not going to have lunch today. She was going to set up her little home here. Okay, everyone can just eat whatever they want at noon today. The automatic finished product area now has a wide variety of dishes. I take out all your things. Everyone, get busy. By the way, one of the last two bathrooms is now a fitness room with a bathroom, and the other is an indoor infinity pool. You can go and have a look after you finish your own room. At this time, not to mention Yang Renran, even Liu Yue and Lu Tingfeng had the urge to go back to their rooms to start decorating. Only Xiaoyi stood in the corridor outside the room, silent. Before Ji Ningxin returned to the room, she saw him and waved at him. Come, help me decorate the room. He was stunned for a moment, and after looking at her for 2 seconds, his eyes seemed to light up. Yes, master. He nodded slightly, just like every time he opened his mouth to agree. Polite and peaceful, but his steps were brisk and powerful. Chapter 80. Crossing the No Man's Land. As the RV left the mountainous area, the surrounding scenery was also changing rapidly, from the cold and lonely snow-capped forest to the meadow slopes covered with wild flowers. They passed through the woodland, and finally came to the Gobi Desert covered with low yellow shrubs. The Gobi Desert was deserted and seemed endless. The RV rolled over the vast land that no one had ever driven on, turned at about 1 p.m., and drove onto the road that crossed the No Man's Land. The whole road runs from east to west. The whole journey is about 3,000 kilometers. As the region changes, the two sides of the road will also show completely different scenery. According to the navigation, there are still about 2,300 kilometers from where they cut into the highway to the westernmost end of the highway. This 2,300-kilometer road is different from other national highways connecting cities. It will not pass through any city along the way. If the RV runs at full speed, it may take 2 days to reach the end. However, after Ji Ningxin and Lu Tingfeng discussed it, they deliberately adjusted the speed of the car and marked the stop points one by one. They planned to drive at the most leisurely speed for these 2,300 kilometers. The area nearby is vast, with an open view, and gobi shrubs on both sides. At the end of the road is another stretch of snow-capped mountains. The road in front of them turns around the snow-capped mountains at the end of the view, drawing a huge arc. After Ji Ningxin and Lu Tingfeng studied the route map, they returned to the rest area and dispersed. The others were in the rest area. Compared with here, the original dining area was small and even a little cramped. Liu Yue was taking Xiaoyi to study the planting buttons in the second-floor glass garden, and Yang Yun was also watching. This place is different from the ecological zone. It is not fully automatic planting. Some processes need to be done by yourself. For example, a soil-like nutrient is laid in the flower bed. And the selection, planting and sowing of seeds are just like a semi-automatic DIY planting area, focusing on the experience. Liu Yue plans to decorate a small flower bed every few days. There are at least more than 20 flower beds of different sizes here, which will keep him busy for a while. The pool and waterfall are a bit awkward, because Ji Ningxin did not release the RV purified water stored, and the 200 L daily water in the water tank can only fill the bottom of the pool. Liu Yue knew that clean water was precious and needed everywhere, so he did not ask for it. He just quietly looked for freshwater lakes on the map, and prepared to let his daughter get some water from the lake to fill the pool when he arrived at the next freshwater lake. Ji Ningxin was not very interested in planting, so she watched for a while, left a lot of flower seeds and left. Yang Yun watched Liu Yue gardening work for a while and left. She has been doing physical training with Lu Tingfeng recently, and plans to improve her physical fitness first, and then learn basic fighting. She changed her clothes consciously, and went to the gym on the first floor to warm up. Yang Renren had just finished decorating her room, and was decorating the Yunhai corridor, when she saw Ji Ningxin passing by the corridor. She waved at her vigorously through the two glass walls, and spoke to her. The glass wall was very soundproof. Ji Ningxin directly released her mental power and received the other party's words. Xinxin. My dear. Come here for afternoon tea? Ji Ningxin made an okay gesture to her. A moment later, Ji Ningxin placed 2 cups of iced milk tea, 2 marble cheesecakes, a serving of double skim milk, a serving of caramel pudding, a box of fried chicken wings, and a plate of clean cherries on the low coffee table of the curved viewing platform on the left side of the corridor. The milk tea and fried chicken wings were all from the automatic finished product area, the cheesecakes were stocked up at the Suchong supermarket, the double skim milk and pudding were made by Xiao A. He made many servings at the same time, and she stored them all in the space grid. When you want to eat them, take out a few servings and put them in the refrigerator to make them taste better. The layout of the long corridor viewing platform is mainly for comfort. Originally, there were several low round soft sofas and coffee tables. Now Yang Renren has laid a soft carpet in front of the sofa. There is a small vertical cabinet for storage, a shelf with a tablet computer, and a trash can in the shape of a frog. On the cabinet are chess and card entertainment equipment, Lego toys and jigsaw puzzles, various snacks and canned drinks, and an external Bluetooth speaker. The most outrageous thing is that there are 2 Bluetooth karaoke machines. Most of the things here were picked out by Yang Renren from Ji Ningxin's stock. She had asked her for some small ornaments and small appliances to decorate the room before, and she casually took a bunch of things from different spaces and gave them to her, without even looking at them carefully. Yang Renren couldn't wait to show her the results of her decoration, and also introduce karaoke. This brand of microphone has super good sound quality. This one is new. I was planning to place an order online after the new year when logistics resumed, but I didn't expect you to buy it. Actually, I took it. At that time, she would just glance at the supplies in the supermarket and stuff them directly into the space grid. At first, she also thought about reorganizing the space grid when she had time, counting all her inventory and making a record. But as the ecological zone was unlocked, supplies began to be produced by herself. She gave up the inventory plan. Anyway, the space grids are automatically classified. Hundreds of grids are like a giant warehouse. You can just look for what you need when you need it. Forget about the inventory. Whatever. Let's have afternoon tea and karaoke at the same time. Yang Renren sat down on the soft sofa and sank into it comfortably. She took a sip of the milk tea and turned her head to look at the glass floor beside her and looked at the road below. Cars can be seen occasionally on the road nearby, but from the looks of it, they are basically abandoned cars for various reasons. Some are lying on the side of the road, and some are tilted in the middle of the road. The RV can avoid all obstacles on the road steadily every time. Ji Ningxin guessed that these should be the cars of the people who were fleeing. She didn't know if it was because of the incident before the god's descent that the people had escaped from Never City and Night City. Why would they flee here? There's no man's land ahead. Yang Renren was puzzled. It's because of the no man's land that they fled here. There are no cities around, and it's deserted. But along this road, there are gas stations every few miles. And there are usually supermarkets and gas stations. These things are all very important supplies. Of course, provided that they haven't been taken away by anyone. Yang Renren saw the tall road sign standing on the side of the road ahead, and suddenly thought that the height of the rest area after the upgrade was far above the road sign. But the height of the RV would definitely not touch the road sign. So would it go around? Or drive directly? If it drove directly to the road, would they crash into it? Ji Ningxin had noticed this problem a long time ago, and the most direct experience was when they were outside matching. At that time, the height of the RV dining area was far above the warehouse where they parked the RV. But the RV itself could drive in, and the dining area could still be used normally after entering. The only impact is on the field of vision. The highest line inside the building at that time will be the top line. It feels like it is attached to the ceiling, which means it cannot cross the building where the RV is located. She has also studied the difference between each section and the real space where the RV is located, but this part is far beyond the technology of Mercury. She knows what the result will be, but she is not clear about the process. But the result is enough. After hearing what she said, Yang Renren kept paying attention to the road signs ahead. Sure enough, when the RV passed the sign, because the sign did not block the RV route, the car did not take a detour, but passed directly below. At the moment the RV passed, the rest area, which was originally about 10 stories high, instantly shortened its distance to the ground, with the bottom of the billboard as the top line. But because the billboard and the building are different, They only intersect for a moment. So the rest area quickly returned to a height of 10 stories. It's really interesting. After Yang Renren figured out the situation, she didn't bother about the principal. She was always open-minded and never made things difficult for herself. She and Ji Ningxin ate some fried chicken wings and desserts, then began to study the Bluetooth microphone and went straight into karaoke mode. The soundproofing effect of the Yunhai corridor was particularly good. No matter how they screamed and howled inside, they couldn't disturb the other people in the rest area. In the swimming pool room on the first floor of the rest area, from the shallowest pool ramp to the deepest infinity pool, it was the same bare scene as the waterfall pool upstairs. The blue and white pool was empty without a drop of water. But these did not affect Lu Tingfeng's mood. The surrounding glass walls and ceilings had been adjusted to the beach coconut shadow mode by him. He wore a t-shirt and beach pants, and sunglasses, and quietly leaned on the recliner. When he closed his eyes, this beach coconut shadow mode was the most realistic. The refreshing sea breeze with salty taste, the warm sunshine falling on his body, and the simulated sound of waves and tides around him, made him feel as if he was on a real beach. Since the end of the world, this was the first time he was so leisurely. At the entrance of the swimming pool, Yang Yun looked at Lu Tingfeng with a gentle gaze and smiled gently. She had just finished warming up and wanted to find him to start the basic fighting training course. But seeing him so relaxed, she immediately gave up the idea. This child is not easy. Liu Wei dotes on his daughter. He has always set high standards and high requirements for this son since he was a child. In addition, he occasionally misses Xinxin's mother too much, which makes him easily get hurt. In Lu Tingfeng's eyes, this is an unreliable performance. He would demand more of himself, and took on many responsibilities that originally belonged to Liu Yue in the family. During the journey, although everyone discussed and consulted, he was the one who actually planned the route, proposed the plan, modified the plan according to everyone's requirements, and changed the plan at any time due to accidents. If you take on the responsibility, you must always be vigilant and not let the plan go wrong. After seeing the son and daughter of the Lu family, and then looking at her own daughter, she would also sigh that fools have good fortune. Her daughter is not really stupid, but she is carefree, noisy and forgetful, easy to be happy. And fortunately she met Ji Ningxin, who is thoughtful, quiet but smart, and always has plans and arrangements for doing things. The two have completely different personalities, but they are very open-hearted to each other. When Su Cheng just got into trouble, Yang Renren asked her for all the passwords of the family, big and small, and told Ji Ningxin to remember to use the cash and gold jewelry she took from her family, and not to keep them. And the most important thing is to stock up enough water and supplies for herself. Ji Ningxin not only stayed, but also chose to take them in the car, and she never hesitated. As soon as she left Sucheng, she rushed to Baiyun County without stopping. Even though there were many difficulties along the way, she never thought of giving up. Such a sincere heart. She would be very grateful every time she thought of it. In this end of the world, even if everything in the past fell apart, even if she lost her loved ones, even if she had witnessed the cruelty of human nature, but as long as she thought of the friendship between the two girls that had never changed, and thought of each other's heart, she felt that there was still hope in this disaster-ridden end of the world. She believed that, sooner or later, the disaster would pass and people would resume their previous lives. An hour later, the RV slowed down and finally stopped on a bridge. This was the first stop for Ji Ningxin and Lu Tingfeng to check in on the uninhabited highway. The bridge was not long, only about 30 meters. Both sides were bare brown rock gobi, and under the bridge was a dry riverbed. The river here had dried up a long time ago, and the riverbed was exposed to the air. The entire riverbed was a blood-red color that was completely different from the surrounding brown rock walls. A very special and strong visual impact, which makes people unforgettable at first sight. Looking down from the height of about 10 floors of the Yunhai corridor, the riverbed is like a red blood line, passing through the Gobi Desert below them, which is a shocking scene they have never seen before. This dry river is called Blood of the Earth. This area is more desolate than the previous section of the road. The rock walls on both sides are bare without even a bush. The red riverbed is also more shocking when viewed from a high place. So no one got off the car. After staying for about 20 minutes, the RV set off again. After more than half an hour, the RV arrived at the second check-in point. This check-in point is a bit special. It is part of the highway and is called the Sky Road. This section of the road rises and falls with the terrain. forming a concave U shape. The Gobi Desert on both sides of the highway has gradually been replaced by deserts. The road surface follows the terrain, first rapidly sinking, and then rising again. From a distance, the road is straight, and the end of the site is like a mountain peak. The height difference is huge, so it is called the Sky Road. Sitting in an ordinary car, and sitting in a 10-story all-glass corridor, driving through this section of the road is a completely different feeling. Everyone put down what they were doing, gathered together, and watched the RV complete this section of the road at a slower speed. When going uphill, they saw the abandoned car on the side of the road again. It seems that it was because of the car itself that it could not drive through this long climbing slope. While everyone was sighing at the wonders of nature, they were also sighing at the misfortune of the refugees. Because according to the navigation, the next gas station is just after crossing this Sky Road. But unfortunately, these cars didn't make it there. After more than 2 hours, the RV finally arrived at the accommodation for the night, which was also the salt lake called Sky Realm mentioned by Lu Tingfeng at the beginning. After more than 2 hours of desert journey, Yang Ren was not interested in the scenery outside the car. So when the sea blue lake and white salt shore suddenly appeared in the large yellow-brown desert, she almost thought there was something wrong with her eyes. Hallucination? This hallucination-like scene is actually real. She heard Lu Tingfeng mention that this place is beautiful, but she didn't expect that it would be so beautiful. It was as if they had moved from the endless desert to the purest beach in the tropical sea in an instant. She lay on the glass, looking at the pure blue outside, and muttered to herself, "It turns out that the most beautiful sea view of Huagua is not on the island in the south, but in the northwest, in the depths of this uninhabited desert." Chapter 81. On the way. This is a magnesium sulfate subtype salt lake. The entire salt lake covers a large area. They are currently in the East Salt Lake area. The bright blue lake is on one side of the dark Gobi Desert. On one side is the vast desert, and on the other side is the sky and water. The two are intertwined, like a paradox that should not exist. But it exists in reality. This is a picture that cannot be drawn by imagination. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you experience the shock in their hearts at this moment. This is a plateau basin area, with an altitude of about 2,800 meters. The sky here is originally blue, and today's weather is good and cloudless, making the sky even bluer. The blue of the lake is closer to turquoise, probably because of the salt bank. The clear turquoise is infiltrated with large areas of milky white, with layers of pure colors of varying depths, which is a color that even the greatest painter cannot perfectly paint. The RV stopped at the edge of the white salt land. There are no high mountains nearby, and the surroundings are endless, with an excellent view. In the Gobi Desert far away, there were figures moving and swaying, which looked like zombies, probably refugees. In the blue salt lake, there were many white salt lands of different sizes exposed above the water, like white sand beaches in the shallow sea. This was the first time, and everyone couldn't stay in the RV and wanted to go out for a walk. So Jiningshin turned on the fresh air system first, checked the air quality outside, and after confirming that there was no problem, she sent out her mental power. On such a flat ground without any obstructions, the speed of mental power release was faster than before, like a soaring bird, swooping down directly from the 10-story high air, and instantly covering the land of several kilometers. Those swaying figures were indeed walking corpses. It was unknown how long they had been wandering here. They looked like a bunch of dry bones, and the tattered clothes fluttered in the wind. They were not scary, but rather had a sense of aimlessness and desolation. When everyone saw Jiningshi nod to indicate that they could get off the car, they began to change into clothes for going out. Mainly old, low-key and loose. N95 masks are also indispensable. In addition, they all wear scarves or neckbands to cover their heads and faces. Sunglasses are more suitable than goggles in such places. The car door opened. The silver-rimmed glasses on Xiao Ai's face quickly turned into silver goggles. The goggles were large, covering most of his face. The black blade that looked like a short tang sword extended from his sleeve. This time, there were no black spikes on the blade and the tip of the knife. It was obviously not needed in the current situation. He got out of the RV, without her order, and ran quickly towards the place where the zombies were wandering, clearing the entire area for them. This kid is really good. The only one who would call little A kid is Yang Yun. She did not witness little A's appearance, nor did she see little A lying in the metal box with a pale face like an object. So in her eyes, little A is closer to a human than a biochemical machine. Several zombies fell to the ground one by one after the black blade swept by them. He flicked his wrist lightly, and the liquid on the blade fell into the sand. The black blade was so clean, as if it had never killed anything. He loosened his fingers, and the black knife did not fall to the ground, but stuck to his clothes again, transformed back into a colloid-like substance, and disappeared. He turned and walked towards the RV. At the other end of the sand, Liu Yue and his companions had already walked onto the white salt land, and walked along the long and narrow salt land towards the inner side of the lake. Compared with the dazzling blue and white at the other end, the area where he was located was much darker in color. He looked up at them, and his speed of returning was much slower than when he came. He came fast because he wanted to kill the zombies as soon as possible and clear a completely safe area for Ji Ningxin and her family and friends. He returned slowly because he knew he didn't need to go fast because no one was waiting for him to go back. His calm eyes paused for a moment, and then he quickened his pace, passing through the sand like a gust of wind and coming to the side of the RV. Actually, the distance is quite far. We can wait for them to come over and then clean them up. Ji Ningxin, who was waiting by the RV, pulled down her mask and smiled at him. You're running around on purpose. It's okay, Master. Ji Ningxin, who had already taken a step, stopped again. She looked back at the biochemical robot beside her. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. I'm not used to the title of Master. Just call me by my name in the future. Name? Yes. Ji Ningxin. Xinxin. Either name is fine. Yes. Master Xinxin. I understand. Ji Ningxin. On the salt lake, Yang Renran waved at her vigorously, asking her to hurry over. She did not try to correct his address, but reached out and patted his arm. Let's go there to check in and take pictures. When it was getting dark, everyone reluctantly returned to the RV. This is a plateau area after all. I didn't feel tired when I was in the RV, but after playing for a while outside the RV, I felt tired. Except Ji Ningxin, everyone else went to bed early after dinner. Little A was the exception. He helped Ji Ningxin prepare some clothes for changing and went downstairs to put some of the scattered furnishings she had just taken out back in their places. A soft carpet was placed in front of the French window on the first floor of the owner room, on which was a soft couch with a backrest and a square table. There were also floor lamps, bookcases, food cabinets, glass cabinets, and small refrigerators on the side. Now that the space is larger, the two-story suite with a total area of more than 80 square meters is more like a small apartment. Ji Ningxin plans to put out many commonly used things. Ji Ningxin went downstairs after taking a shower. Xiaoe had just finished all the work. He pressed the button of the automatic curtains, turned off the floor lamp, and finished all the chores. Thank you, Xiaoe. Ji Ningxin was very satisfied. Master Xinxin, if there is nothing else. Ji Ningxin had a headache. Well, let's get rid of Xinxin. Yes, Master, you have a good rest, good night. Ji Ningxin thought of something, and called him again. By the way, are you still in the ecological zone at night, hibernating? Yes. Now that the rest area is so big, you don't have to stay in the ecological area. It's a farm after all. Choose a place in the rest area to sleep. He showed a little surprise, paused for a while, then said, yes. Master. Well, good night. Ji Ningxin went up the stairs again. This was the first night after the room was upgraded. She couldn't wait to rest on the new bed, and then wake up in the new beautiful scenery. They stayed in East Salt Lake for 2 days. Took a lot of photos and videos. Filled up all the beautiful scenery and memories. And then started the RV and headed to the next stop. The fourth stop was very close. Just where the East Salt Lake was almost finished. It was a yachting area. But the special thing was that it was a water yachting. And it was also the only water yachting in Huagua. The khaki yachting looked like a ship, neatly parked on the lake. Magnificent and fantastic. Completely breaking Ji Ningxin's previous impression of yachting. The RV stopped here for a whole morning. When lunch started, the RV continued to move forward. The new check-in spot came quickly. It arrived not long after passing the yachting on the water. This is the West Salt Lake, also known as the Two-Color Lake. The road divides the lake into two here, crossing the salt lakes on both sides, passing through the slightly higher ground in the middle of the lake. One side of the lake is deep blue, and the other side is the same light blue as the East Salt Lake before. The RV drove on the road, as if driving on the water. The entire water highway is about 3 kilometers long. Their RV stopped and started, and everyone got off the car again to take a lot of beautiful photos and videos. According to Lu Tingfeng, After leaving the Salt Lake area, they will enter a large uninhabited desert. No one wants to miss the beautiful scenery here. They stopped and walked for an afternoon, and left at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Not long after leaving the West Salt Lake, the car plunged into the deserted Gobi Highway again. Outside the RV, the originally blue sky gradually darkened, and the blue turned into dark blue. The sky became darker and darker, and the clouds were very low. They thought there would be another sandstorm, but not long after, it started to rain outside. It doesn't rain much in the Northwest, especially in this Plateau Basin area. Except for July and August, it hardly rains. It's not strange to have rain in August, but it's rare to have such a sudden rainstorm. After the RV passed a bend, 2 cars appeared in front of us, lying across the road. The cars were parked a little crooked, and from a distance they seemed to be abandoned vehicles. But soon, as the RV approached, 2 people ran out of the car. They braved the heavy rain and waved at the front of the RV, as if asking for help. After a while, a few more people ran over from the side of the road. Ji Ningxin released her spiritual power and found that the place where those people ran out was a gas station. This was not the first gas station they passed by on this road, but it was the first time they saw living people in a gas station. These people seemed to know each other, because the people in the car got off, and the people who were originally in the gas station found and saw it, and they also ran out to help wave at the RV. Chapter 82. Yadin Camping Base. The RV slowly stopped in the heavy rain, and kept a safe distance from the people waving at the RV. Inside the RV, Ji Ningxin, Lu Tingfeng, Xiao A, and Yang Renren had all come out from the rest area. Xiao A replaced the original 3D projection of the driver's seat, and the other 3 stood behind the half-closed curtain of the RV driving area to check the situation outside. After a while, Li Yue and Yang Yin also came out one after another. They sat on both sides of the booth area, and each opened the blinds a little bit to check the situation outside. However, it was raining heavily outside. The rain blurred the windows of the RV, reducing the visibility outside. They could not see the outside clearly. Lu Tingfeng was quickly checking the map in his hand. This place was not far from the stop they planned tonight. About 100 kilometers away. This stop was some distance from the uninhabited area road, and they had to drive to another fork. The place where they turned just now was the fork. So strictly speaking, they were no longer on the road that originally went west. Tonight's destination is a camping base in peacetime. It is surrounded by strange Yadin landforms and large deserts. This camping base is built because of the scenery that looks like an alien planet. After the end of the world, it should have been closed long ago. But for the survivors who fled, it is a good place to take refuge. Because the camping base not only has tents and other camping equipment, but also a camping house that simulates an alien space capsule. The camping house is not big, but it is built very firmly and can perfectly withstand the harsh climate of the desert. In addition to the narrow space capsule guest rooms, there are also restaurants and small supermarkets, kitchen stoves, solar panels, and generators. There are buildings and supplies, so there is a high possibility that there are survivors living there. However, they did not plan to get close to the space capsule camping house, but planned to randomly choose an area near Yadin to park. They did not expect that they would see survivors not long after turning the fork before arriving at the camping site. What are they doing? Are they stopping cars for help? Yang Renren stood behind the co-pilot seat, looking at the situation outside through the front windshield. But this is an uninhabited area. We have been driving for so long, and have not seen many living people. If it were me, I would never wait for help in such a place. If I wait for help, wouldn't I have to wait until the end of time? That depends on what they are asking for help. Ji Ningxin spoke slowly. Yang Renren clapped her hands. There is a conspiracy. There is a trap. It is definitely not a good thing. In an instant, the images of the human flesh village and the crazy people of the God's Descent organization flashed through her mind one by one. Ji Ningxin was amused by her sudden alertness. The rain was getting heavier, and those people saw that the RV was parked not far away, and they stopped waving and shouting at the RV because they had no intention of detouring and leaving for a while. In this world, people's hearts are unpredictable. They just waved to stop the car in a moment of urgency. Now they are a little scared when they think about it. After all, those who dare to drive a motorhome outside in this Doomsday are basically confident. At this time, 2 more people ran out of the flat-roofed house behind the gas station. They were holding pots and pans in their hands. After asking them about their situation, they learned that the motorhome had stopped and took several people away. They were lucky today. Not only did they see other survivors passing by, but they also waited for this rain. In this Gobi desert, such heavy rain is very rare. Before the RV came, they were collecting rainwater, transferring the rainwater from pots and pans to the big bucket in the house. The air here is not polluted, and the rainwater is relatively clean, as long as it is filtered with a homemade filter and then boiled. It can be used as drinking water. Now the RV is willing to stop, although both sides are more cautious and have not negotiated yet. As long as they can stop, they will have the opportunity to ask about the situation outside. Another person ran over from the gas station, handed 2 raincoats to the people who stayed in the rain, and then told them a few words. They put on their raincoats, tentatively took a few steps towards the RV, and then gestured, indicating that they should drive into the gas station first. There was a large rain cover above the machine at the gas station, and it was unobstructed on all sides. If the other party didn't want to get off, they could stay in the car. They just wanted a chance to ask, "How is it?" Lu Tingfeng turned around and looked at Ji Ningxin. Ji Ningxin opened her eyes and nodded to Lu Tingfeng. "No problem. They want to get information. Stop over there." The RV was parked under the rainproof roof of the gas station. Without the crackling noise of heavy rain hitting the car body, the other party's voice became clearer, and it could be heard even through the car body and windows. "You want to go to the Yadin camping site in front, right? We came out from there. There are many people living there. After such a long period of consumption, the supplies are almost exhausted. We are waiting here, and we want to try our luck. Are you coming from the east?" In the car window, Xiao A in the driver's seat nodded at them. The eyes of the 2 people who asked the question lit up instantly. "Then you. Do you know the situation in Night City?" They are the survivors of Night City, and they are also the victims of the crazy actions of the God's Descent organization before. But compared to those who died, they are lucky ones, and they escaped with the troops in time. Later, they were hunted down by the God's Descent organization several times. The troops suffered heavy casualties in order to protect the people. They could not stay in the nearby villages and county towns. They were forced to disperse, because the God's Descent blocked the road to the southeast of Yicheng. Some people chose to go north, preparing to cross the desert to the border, while others chose the provincial road, heading northwest, preparing to go directly to Lucheng. A small part of them thought of this long and lonely westward road through the uninhabited area. At first, they just wanted to escape, and they didn't have a complete plan. Some people thought of the gas stations along the way, which could be used for supplies. They were lucky. They evacuated this road earlier. The gas stations they passed along the way had sufficient supplies. However, their car had limited space and portable oil drums. It was impossible to take everything with them. They could only bundle up as much as possible and continue to move westward. Later, some people thought of the Yadin camping site and space capsule camping house here. There was no one there at the time. They were the first group of refugees. They were very lucky. The space capsule they stayed in had enough rooms, water, electricity, a kitchen, and a small supermarket with sufficient supplies. It was like a paradise on Earth for them. But a week later, other refugees began to arrive one after another. Some of them also fled from Night City and Wei City because of the God's Descent organization, and some fled from other cities in the north and northeast for various reasons. With more people, the space was crowded. Conflicts occurred frequently, and supplies began to be consumed rapidly. Gradually, they had to go out frequently, looking for food and supplies from other gas stations nearby, because there was a campground there. There were more gas stations nearby than on the highway in the no man's land, but only a few more. These gas stations were small, with 4 gas machines under the rainproof roof in front, a 1-story flat-roofed house in the back, a supermarket inside, and a warehouse in the back. No matter how much supplies there were, they would eventually run out. In fact, they themselves find it incredible that they can hold on until now. Humans are lazy animals. There have been no zombies in the Yadin campsite. There is no signal received there, and the radio signal is also cut off. It is like an isolated refuge. Many people know that the supplies are about to run out, but they are still unwilling to leave. They even changed the restaurant area into an indoor planting area early, hoping to be self-sufficient. They have seen God's Descent, the organization's crazy brutality. They were too scared. They would rather die here than leave, and go to other more dangerous cities. But some people forced themselves to wake up, continued to travel west along the no man's land highway, risked running out of fuel, and went to the end city of this road to find life. Some people left themselves a final deadline, waiting for an opportunity at this fork in the road. At the beginning, there were indeed many survivors who fled from the Night City and other cities in the east, but the news they brought was not good, dangerous, and terrible, and it was terrifying to hear. Later, gradually, no new survivors came. Today, it is really too difficult to wait for a car like this from the east. Their drinking water is about to run out, and the remaining fuel is only enough for them to barely return to the nearest city in the east. They only have one chance to drive, and they dare not take risks, and dare not waste. Because they often cannot wait for cars and living people, they originally planned to dismantle the amplifiers in the 2 abandoned cars on the road outside today, to try to assemble them with their own radios, to amplify the receiving signal. As a result, they also figured out how to remove the amplifier. The heavy rain came, the car came, and hope came. Little A's reply was very detailed, only the part about the RV was omitted, and even many other details of the news from the village chief about the past cities were mentioned. And these details made the survivor standing outside the RV burst into tears. It was precisely because of these details that the survivor's vigilance against them was completely dispelled. Because Little A completely relayed the words and tone of the old village chief at that time, and the survivors also felt the tone of the old village chief and the regret and sadness in his tone. These details reminded them of the sadness of separation, family breakdown, and forced escape. They cried for a while, and then laughed. Some people thanked the owner. Some hugged each other, and said with sobs that they could finally go home. Home. What is home? Home is the eternal bond in their hearts. Even if they find that the house is destroyed after returning, it doesn't matter. As long as people are still there, the home can be rebuilt. And the relatives who were once separated can definitely be reunited. They don't want to wander anymore, they want to go home. After hearing the news, the survivors ran into the flat-roofed house at the back and told their companions the good news. In the past few months, everyone has worked together to survive. Although friction and quarrels are inevitable due to many difficulties, the feelings of relying on each other for so long are real. Now that there is good news, it is natural to share it with everyone as soon as possible. In the RV, at Jiningshin's signal, Little A slowly reversed and drove the RV back into the heavy rain area and stopped. While others were puzzled, Jiningshin came to the car owner's screen and turned on the disinfection zone function. As the function was turned on, a light gray light curtain barrier appeared where the steps and doors were originally in the RV compartment. Jiningshin reached out, and her fingers successfully entered the barrier. This was originally where the door should be. But now she not only reached her arm in, but also walked in with her whole body. Behind the light curtain barrier, there is a special space. About 4 or 5 square meters in size. About 2 or 3 meters high. And there is a door in front. She walked closer and found that this door was the original car door. This space, between the car door and the steps, is independently developed and exists. She returned to the RV and asked Liu Yue to go back to the rest area and wait by the pool in the glass garden. Liu Yue understood immediately and slapped his head. Why did I forget? My good daughter is so quick. What freshwater lake are you looking for? Isn't rainwater freshwater too? Is it okay for rainwater to enter the rest area? Yang Yun was a little worried. It's okay, Mom. Xinshin is here. She knows everything. Yang Renran came over and laughed, but was pushed away by Yang Yun with some disdain. The rainwater will be disinfected before entering the RV. Jiningshin smiled at Yang Yun. At the same time, she had used her mental power to clear out a large plastic barrel in the storage area that contained miscellaneous items. Within a second, the large plastic barrel was filled with rainwater from the outside, and immediately appeared inside the disinfection area with the barrel in water. The disinfection area detected foreign objects, and immediately started working, identifying them as extremely minor pollutants below the primary level, and carried out 100% microwave disinfection. Yang Renran looked at the screen and was startled by the word slightly polluted. Is this rainwater also polluted? Normal rainwater will contain bacteria and pollutants. This is a normal phenomenon. It is not the same concept as other pollutants such as viruses and radiation. On the side, Lu Tingfeng answered for her. Jiningshin nodded. Her mental strength was strengthened again. In the process of collecting rainwater from the storage area to the disinfection area, she could easily sense that the rainwater was within the safe range. because the rainwater was only slightly polluted. The microwave disinfection process was very fast. After 1 minute, the disinfection was completed. Ji Ningxin once again used the storage area to quickly release the disinfected rainwater into the garden pool. After that, the process of storage, disinfection, and release was repeated. She even disliked the slow speed of a plastic bucket, emptied another large plastic bucket, and started to take water for disinfection at the same time. After more than half an hour, when the rain gradually stopped, she not only filled the glass garden pool, but also filled the swimming pool with clean fresh water after disinfection. Both pools have automatic purification and filtration machines. You only need to fill them with clean fresh water once, and then you don't need to replace them again. Yang Raram was very happy, because their pool was finally usable. Let's go for a night swim tonight. Imagine, outside the glass is a desert and Yadin landform, like an alien planet, and we are swimming comfortably in an infinity pool 10 stories high. Yang Ranran's joyful mood filled the entire RV compartment. She is always like this, and can describe a small and good thing as the most beautiful and joyful thing in the world. This kind of positive energy, no one can match it. The rain outside has completely stopped, and the air in the Gobi Desert seems to be washed by the rain. Although it is close to dusk, the sky is as clean as a huge mirror. When Xiao A restarted the RV and was about to leave, the survivors ran out again. They had also packed their luggage, and were checking their cars, preparing to embark on the journey home. They ran over again, one to thank them again, and the other to ask them for a favor. Excuse me, are you still going to the campsite? They have already conveyed the news that the campsite has run out of supplies. Now the RV is going there, which means they have their own plans. They are not trying to stop them. If you are still going there, can you help pass on a message? There are many survivors who fled there together. I would like you to tell them that the god's descent is gone, the zombies have been cleared, and Abu and the others are ready to go home. We can all go home. Ji Ningxin, wearing a mask, stood on the side of the driver's seat, looking over Xiaoe and looking down at the people outside. We can help pass on the message. But will they believe it? It's okay. We are very grateful that you are willing to help pass on the message. And it's up to them to decide whether to believe it or not. To be honest, our car doesn't have enough fuel for this round trip. There is no signal here. And without you, we really don't know how to pass on the message. Ji Ningxin nodded, supported by the back of the chair, and moved closer to the window again, and made an okay gesture toward the window. The survivors left gratefully. Ji Ningxin supported the glass and the back of the driver's seat, and when she was about to get up, she looked back and saw Xiao A leaning against the back of the chair without moving, and she always felt that his sitting posture was a little too straight. What's wrong? She held the back of the chair, and the fingertips of her other hand tapped the silver goggles on his face. The mirror surface made a subtle and crisp sound as her fingertips tapped, and it seemed that for the first time, when he responded to her, he answered the question irrelevantly. Be careful, master. Ji Ningxin was puzzled. She supported herself on the back of the chair and stood up straight. She glanced at the other person's face and found that his earlobes were slightly red. Biochemical robots also have red ears? Oh, yes. He said that he was a second-level life form. Ji Ningxin originally planned to leave, but looking at the other person's red earlobes, she couldn't help it and stretched out her finger to gently tap there. He didn't make a sound or move. He looked normal, but his fingers holding the steering wheel were slowly tightening until the high-strength metal showed a slight dent. Ji Ningxin had already left and returned to the rest area. He didn't know what was wrong with him, nor did he understand what kind of emotion this was. Among all the memories and information that had been unlocked in his mind, this was a strange feeling that he had never experienced before. Obviously, at the beginning, she had touched him like this before, and at that time, she touched more places and stayed for a longer time. But he didn't have the same emotion as now. It seemed that if he was not careful, he would lose control. More than 100 kilometers away, Yadin camping base. There are about 30 to 40 survivors left here now. At the beginning, there were about 60 people. Most of them escaped from Never City and Night City, and a few escaped from the Northern City, because of the special nature of the camping house. Although some individuals were infected during this period, fortunately, the infected were locked in the small space capsule room, and did not cause a large-scale spread. They have survived safely until now. But due to the lack of supplies, their lives are becoming more and more difficult. To go or to stay? This question kept lingering in their minds every day. A car drove up from the road outside the camp. They thought it was another survivor who had returned. But when the car got closer and drove into the camp, they realized it was an unfamiliar old RV. Who was it? A new refugee? Or were they the god's descendant who came to find them? Chapter 83. Half-empty glass swimming pool and life-restricted zone. At 8 o'clock in the evening, dusk falls. The night in the Gobi Desert is always desolate and magnificent. Without the pollution of urban industrial lights, the night sky presents its most original color, not strong black, but deep dark blue. The heavy rain before dusk seemed to wash the entire sky, and countless stars dotted the deep dark blue. Under the boundless starry sky, human beings seemed so small. This beautiful night sky, in the past many nights, gave these survivors who left their homes comfort and strength, allowing them to find a moment of peace in their helpless and wandering hearts. The nights in the Gobi Desert are very cold, with a big temperature difference from the daytime. The cold wind blows from the end of the horizon, howling all the way without any shelter. Usually at this time, the survivors here have returned to the room, and after a simple meal, they go to bed early and spend the long night sleeping. But tonight, it is still noisy outside. Everyone finds out thick coats and puts them on, and then starts to pack up. About 200 or 300 meters away from the space capsule camping house, the RV is quietly parked next to a tall yacht. The glass of the RV cockpit was covered with curtains, and the blinds in the rear compartment were also closed. From their perspective, they could only see a little light coming through the curtains. In the evening, the RV brought a message to the entire camp. The people in the RV did not show up, but a loudspeaker was stuck out of the window. And then the same words were played repeatedly. When the word Abu was mentioned, many people who were originally hesitant believed it. In the final analysis, they were all waiting for such news. Those who wanted to go home believed it, and those who still did not take action were naturally afraid and did not dare to believe it. They were afraid of bloodthirsty infected people, crazy desperados, and too much expectations. They returned home with great difficulty, but lost their lives in the end. No one forced them to persuade. Everyone had their own choice. They had all been struggling in the apocalypse for a long time. They had already learned enough lessons from the losses they suffered from meddling in other people's affairs and overstepping their boundaries. Moreover, even if the news brought by the RV was true, the journey home would still be difficult. There was a long desert in the no man's land, cars that could break down at any time, and unpredictable sandstorms and other disasters. They were excited and anxious. No one could guarantee that they could return home safely. The survivors of different small groups would not force each other to persuade each other, and the new RV would not do that either. The two sides did not even talk directly to each other. The horn that brought the news sounded for more than 10 minutes. During this time, the RV slowly circled the camping base to ensure that everyone heard the news. Then, they put away the horn, turned the car around, found a place to stop far away, and obviously wanted to keep a distance from them. Yes, the campsite lacked everything, and the supplies were about to be exhausted. But when these survivors saw this strange RV, their first reaction was also to be vigilant, fearing that the visitor had bad intentions and would take away their remaining supplies. Seeing so many people in the campsite, the RV should be more vigilant than them. In fact, they were a little envious of the other party's car. An RV like this, no matter how broken and old it was, had a bed, a bathroom, and an induction cooker for cooking inside. It might not be reflected when at the camping base, but once driving in this desolate no man's land, it was undoubtedly the best shelter. Of course, the premise is that there is enough fuel. The survivors who were preparing to return home were a little worried again. The fuel in the nearby gas station had already been plundered by them. If the other party couldn't find a place to refuel, would they ask them for it? Or would they directly charge them with accusations? Everyone planned to leave the next day, and they also quietly gathered together for a meeting, preparing to send someone to keep watch tonight, mainly to watch their cars, and the fuel in the cars. This is the most important material for them to return home, and there must be no mistakes. At the same time, inside the RV, it was a scene that the survivors outside could not imagine at all. In the swimming pool room on the first floor of the rest area, Yang Renran really did what he said, and took Jiningshin here for a night swim after dinner. The entire swimming pool room is slightly larger than the passenger room. It is also a rectangular space, with floor-to-ceiling glass on 3 sides, and the swimming pool occupies 3/4 of the space. The entrance faces the ramp to the swimming pool, and a narrow area is left on both sides by the floor-to-ceiling glass, where some lounge chairs and low round tables are placed. Halfway through the middle of the pool, the banks on both sides extend to the floor-to-ceiling glass. The water area at the tail end becomes deeper, and it is surrounded by 3 floor-to-ceiling glass walls, forming an infinity pool. Yang Renran and Ji Ningxin both know how to swim. As soon as they got into the water, they headed for the outermost glass wall. They found that the space below the pool became larger as they got closer to the outside. The deepest part was about 35 meters. The entire pool wall and bottom in the deep water area were made of glass. They could even see the Gobi Desert and Yadin below through the glass at the bottom of the pool, just like swimming in midair. To save electricity, the lights in the pool room were not turned on, but all the corridors and rooms in the rest area had their own dim lights. In addition, there were no clouds tonight, and the soft light of the stars and the moon outside was enough to illuminate the surroundings. They hadn't swum for more than half a year, and this half-empty glass pool was like a sci-fi movie. The two of them got addicted to the water as soon as they got in, and didn't want to get out at all. Ji Ningxin also took out 2 single air mattresses, inflated them with an electric inflator, and placed them on the water. The two of them lay on one each, floating leisurely on the water, looking through the glass wall at the endless Gobi Desert and starry sky outside. The two were thirsty, and Ji Ningxin took out drinks from the space grid. Refreshing lemon tea with floating ice cubes, and freshly brewed milk tea with pearls and milk jelly. They were a little hungry after swimming, so they temporarily went ashore, wrapped in bathrobes, and ate delicious beef ramen and cumin fried chicken wings. Finally, they were tired, and they slept directly on the lounge chairs. Anyway, they didn't have to work now, and they didn't have to get up early, so they could live any way they wanted. The next day, Ji Ningxin was awakened by the noise outside. The RV area does not filter out external sounds very well, and she has sharp ears and eyes, so even though she is a little far from the ground, she heard it immediately. The survivors' convoy set off. Today is a clear and sunny day. They are now in the heart of the no man's land. There are no towns within 1,000 kilometers. If they want to go home, they must cross this area safely. Now the sun sets late, and the sun rises late. There are many variables on the long journey, so the sooner you set off, the better. Most of the people and cars at the camping base had left, and the rest stayed in the camping house without coming out. The base suddenly became quiet again. On the reclining chair beside, Yang Renran was still sleeping. It was not yet 8 o'clock. Ji Ningxin added a thin blanket to her and closed her eyes to sleep again. They stayed at the Yadin camping base for a day. During the day, they drove to the Yadin group landform area about 10 kilometers away from the camp. The Yadin here has all kinds of strange shapes. When you are in it, it feels more like you are on an alien planet. You will get lost if you are not careful. The desert nearby was desolate, and they had no intention of staying here overnight. They set out again at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, leaving the camping base and heading back to the fork in the road. When the RV left, Ji Ningxin could feel the eyes of the camping house following the car. The other party was short of supplies, and was extremely wary of outsiders. But during this night and day, they also did not have any intentions towards the RV. At least they did not show it. So, when the RV passed the camping house, she placed a box of instant noodles, a bag of dehydrated vegetables, and a large bag of frozen meat in several empty capsule rooms. The temperature here is low, and the food won't go bad in half a day or a day. The camping base has electricity, a refrigerator, and a stove, so it is possible to cook food. Now a large number of survivors have left. If the remaining people are short of supplies, they will definitely search everywhere. As long as they look carefully, they can find these foods. Even if it is a little kindness within her ability, it does not need the other party to know or thank her. As for after these foods are consumed, when these people are faced with the choice again, whether they will choose to stay or leave, it is not her concern. More than an hour later, the RV arrived at the gas station they had passed before. The survivors who were here yesterday had already left. The car drove off the fork, came to the uninhabited road, and continued to drive west. Their accommodation tonight was at a geothermal spring 250 kilometers away. This was also one of the check-in places they planned. The sulfur content of the spring water was very high, causing the geothermal spring to be surrounded by large areas of saline alkali land where no grass grew, and birds and animals did not dare to approach. The central spring is round, The water is slightly turbid blue-green. The surrounding land is earthy yellow and orange-red. And from an aerial perspective, the entire geothermal fountain looks like a huge eye. In peacetime, this place is also a scenic spot for self-driving in uninhabited areas. But now it is completely deserted. Their car stopped directly at the edge of the spring shoal. They are both deserted deserts. But after getting off the car, they felt a completely different state of mind from the Sky Realm Salt Lake. There, it is refreshing. But here, you will feel depressed and lonely because of the spring water and the color of the spring bank. They stood on the spring bank, and in front of them was the spring water that had been gushing for thousands of years. There was no sound of any other creatures around. Only the cold wind, howling from the other side of the Gobi Desert. This scene reminded people of the radiation zone after a nuclear shock, desolate, lonely, and cold. Lu Tingfeng noticed Ji Ningxin's expression, and reached out to press her head. Let's go. Let's go back for dinner. The next morning, the RV set off again. After leaving here, there was a large Gobi area of thousands of kilometers ahead on the road. The surrounding scenery became monotonous again. Desert, Gobi, low shrubs, occasional road signs, and dilapidated and unmanned gas stations were the only scenery on the road for the next 2 days. Along the way, the altitude gradually increased, and the shadow of the snow-capped mountains appeared on the other side of the horizon. 2 days later in the afternoon, they arrived at the largest alpine nature reserve in Huagua. The surrounding area has an altitude of more than 4,000 meters, and the highest snow-capped mountain is more than 6,000 meters. This is a real plateau area. The snow-capped mountains on the side are the boundary mountains of the 2 large basins in the northwest. The entire nature reserve is nearly 450,000 square kilometers. It is the world of wild animals, and completely their capital. There is a huge freshwater lake here. The water is clear, like a huge blue mirror. It is rarely visited by people, and is called a forbidden area for human life. It is also called the place where gods were born. This time, their RV stayed by the lake for 3 days. During the day, they would wrap themselves in thick clothes and walk by the lake. They would also open the awning outside the RV, set up camping tables and chairs, and have a barbecue dinner facing the snow-capped mountains and lakes. If they are lucky, they will see a herd of wild antelopes coming to drink water during the day. If they are unlucky, they will also encounter wolves at night. Wild wolves are unscrupulous, and occasionally 1 or 2 will directly hit the RV. But this level of collision is like a person being hit by an ant twice for the RV. And there is no feeling at all. The further west they go, the smaller the chance of encountering survivors, the lower the chance of seeing abandoned vehicles on the road, and the fewer zombies they can see. This situation continued until they left the snowy plateau area, crossed a large golden desert full of poplar trees, and gradually changed when they were approaching the western region. The RV stopped and started along the way. After a week, small county towns gradually appeared around the highway, and the mobile phone was able to receive signals again. Through the radio station, they roughly learned about the situation in Kiching, the final stop of their trip. Sure enough, just like the big cities in the east, as long as there are many people, cell virus, it is everywhere. Although the population of Kiching is small, the city's medical level lags behind. Small-scale infections occurred twice, and healthy people in the city are also evacuating to the outer county. But there is also good news. Just a few days ago, the official Huagua issued a notice to all channels. The first one is some news related to God's descent that can be announced, and the second one is related to immune agents. The first generation of immune agents has been successfully developed, and has been tested on humans, with an efficiency of 999%. That is, once the population has completed the injection of the drug, the probability of infection after being bitten will drop from nearly 100% to 1%. In other words, the biggest disaster that has ever occurred on this planet is about to come to an end. The immune drug is currently being mass-produced, and will be airdropped to major cities and counties in Huagua in the next week to 2 weeks. The authorities hope that the people who are still struggling to survive in the cracks will hold on a little longer. The dawn is coming, and I hope everyone will hold on. Chapter 84. Desert Sunset Dinner. This news is probably the best news that Ji Ningxin and her group have heard in the past 6 months. Although the land of Hua country is now in ruins, no matter how terrible the natural disaster is, it will eventually pass. For the people, the most frightening thing is still the cell virus, and the bloodthirsty and crazy zombies. Now, The first generation of effective immune drugs has come out, and will be airlifted and airdropped to towns of all sizes within 2 weeks. This is a real dawn, and hope for those who are still alive. However, it was this news that finally made Ji Ningxin and her group change the last part of the car plan. If the airdrop of the medicine is in the next 1 or 2 weeks, then the cities that are still lucky enough to maintain internal order will change and take a series of inspection measures after the medicine is released. At that time, more manpower and material resources will be invested in the towns and roads that have already fallen. The situation on the roads in various places will improve, and the refugees who are now crowded in the shelters in the cities north of Fenghe River will also begin to plan to move. As far as the current situation is concerned, the northwest region has relatively few disasters except for drought, sandstorms, and shortage of supplies. The most important thing is to stay away from the southeast radiation zone. And the biggest scourge, the God's Descent organization, has also been cleared out. This place may become a destination for large-scale transfer of people in the future. In short, even in the remote northwest, after 2 weeks, internal and external personnel flow will begin. If they still want to see more scenery along the way when they arrive at the final destination, they have to make some choices, such as checking in at Keqing, the terminal of the uninhabited highway. They have to give up. Therefore, they did not continue to travel westward along the no-man's land highway to Keqing, but instead, after passing through the endless dry desert area, they turned and chose another highway. This is also a legendary highway, which is at right angles to the east-west no-man's land highway. The starting point is in the small town of Shuoyo, next to the dry desert. Then, from south to north, it passes through the largest dry desert in the northwest, and heads towards the small town of Naz in the northernmost part of the inland of Huanhe. In addition to the large desert area along the way, it will pass through a large mountain range and snow-capped mountain area, past the west of Luqing, and pass through Yicheng and Jiancheng all the way. The whole journey is about 2,000 kilometers. Naz town is a subordinate town of Jiancheng. Strictly speaking, it is actually a geological park and a nature reserve, which is infinitely close to the national border. There are the most beautiful forests, the most beautiful alpine lakes, and the most beautiful snow-capped mountains in Huague. It is called the Garden of God. It is the final destination of their trip to the northwest, and it is also the place where they plan to settle temporarily in the future. The RV stopped near Shuoyo town. When Lu Tingfeng modified the subsequent automatic driving route on the owner screen, Ji Ningxin took out the satellite phone from the space grid. She originally wanted to send a message to Gu Hanqing, but soon after she turned on the phone, a message appeared on it. The message was naturally from Gu Hanqing. The incident happened a few days ago. First, he told her that she was safe. And second, he told her about the immune agent, revealing some news that the official had not announced. First, a probability of 999% does not mean 100%. This probability cannot be felt when there are few people. But if it is placed on a large population base, it is still a large number. Even if injected, you still have to be as careful as before, after all. When people are unlucky, it's hard to say. Secondly, the first generation of drugs only targets ordinary cell viruses, that is, only targets ordinary zombies. If it is a radiated zombie, it is completely ineffective. Finally, the situation in the radiation zone is very bad. The radiation causes the cell virus to undergo secondary and tertiary mutations. Radiated animals and corpse-like animals have appeared in the depths of the radiation zone. So even if the immune drug has been developed, all the researchers are still very nervous and are working non-stop on the development of the second generation of drugs. Overall, there are still many battles to be fought in the future, so she should be careful. Ji Ningxin replied to the message after reading it, asking the other party to be careful. In addition, she would take out the satellite phone at a fixed time to check it. If she had anything to find her, she could just leave a message like now. After sending the message, she put the phone back into the space grid, and then repeated the message from Gu Hanqing to others. Everyone was silent after hearing it. After all, their original home was deep in the radiation zone. But according to the current situation, it would always be a restricted area until the radiation was completely dissipated. I'm afraid we won't be able to go back in our lifetime. Don't be too pessimistic. Half a month ago, didn't we think that immune drugs would appear so soon? Yang Renran was still optimistic. Anyway, the worst is just this. When all the bad news comes out, the rest is good news. Lu Tingfeng thought of something and looked at Ji Ningxin. Is there one last section of the RV that has not been unlocked? What are the conditions? When it comes to this, Ji Ningxin has a headache. All 600 space grids are lit up. And the cumulative mileage is 20,000. Yang Renran continued to comfort him. 20,000? That's not much. By the way, what is the current cumulative mileage? More than 10,000. This is the accumulation of more than 7 months since the outbreak of infection in Sicheng. Yang Renran. However, Lu Tingfeng had a different opinion this time. The more difficult the conditions are to achieve, the more important the unlocked range is. This last range is probably the most important one among all the ranges of the RV. Yeah, I feel the same way. Ji Ningxin nodded. She was also a little glad that the difficulty of unlocking the conditions lies in the mileage. After all, compared to collecting some hard-to-obtain supplies, the simple accumulation of mileage only requires the RV to keep moving forward. As long as the distance is enough, the conditions can be met. So, let's continue. After the RV turned into the dry desert area, the speed that had just been accelerated slowed down again. Passing through the desert area is a completely different experience from driving directly on the highway in the desert area. The desert here is full of rolling sand dunes. Under the sun, the rolling sand dunes shine with dazzling golden light, like surging waves. Besides the occasional poplar trees, only low shrubs can survive here. Any gust of wind will blow up flying sand all over the sky. The car drove for more than 2 hours, and Lu Tingfeng took over the automatic driving. According to a self-driving travel documentary he had seen earlier, there is a natural lake oasis in the heart of the desert here. In order to go deep into the heart of the dunes, the RV turned on the steel bones. This was probably the first time that Ji Ningxin turned on the steel bones because of such a not doing her job. After the RV had a different driving force, it drove smoothly into the desert. It was just a turn. After crossing a dune, the original road was no longer visible. There were large tracts of golden sand dunes all around, which showed a bright orange color under the sunset. Ji Ningxin used her mental power as a radar navigation, and the RV arrived at this oasis half an hour later. Before the sun set, the oasis is behind a series of towering sand dunes, facing the direction of the setting sun. The oasis is not big, only a piece of pure deep blue lake water, and a circle of vegetation around the lakeshore. There are no traces of artificial carving around, and no wooden platform for tourists to rest. This is a completely wild oasis, and because it is located deep in the sand dunes where it is inconvenient for vehicles to travel, it has never been included in the list of scenic spot development. Under Ji Ningxin's spiritual power, the lake water is like a blue pearl in the golden sand sea, quiet, pure, away from the hustle and bustle of the world. The RV slowly stopped by the lake. There were several yellow poplar trees arranged in disorder around it. Not far away were green bushes and a deep blue calm lake. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Little A got out of the car first to check it out. Because of the sand dunes over there, the wind is not strong here, you can have dinner outside. Lu Tingfeng also turned off the RV, then pushed the door and got out. After a while, he walked around the front of the car and returned to the car compartment. If you are afraid that sand will get into your food, you can simply set up a tent. Do you have a tent for camping and dinner parties? Yes. Ji Ningxin simply nodded. After that, everyone quickly assigned tasks and started working quickly. Lu Tingfeng and Xiao A set up and fixed the tent, prepared tables, chairs and stoves. Yang Yuan, Yang Renran, Lu Yue prepared hot pot and various side dishes for dinner. Ji Ningxin activated her mental power in all directions, flashing at any time, taking out or putting away what everyone needed. Lu Tingfeng saw that his sister disappeared for a while, appeared for a while, and disappeared again for a while. He suspected that she was taking the opportunity to practice her mental power. At 7:30 in the evening, the afterglow of the sunset painted the entire western sky on the deep blue lakeshore, in front of an RV, in a triangular tent that blocked wind and sand. Dinner had just begun. Chapter 85. Autumn in Na's town. The triangular tent is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. A long table and 6 chairs are placed vertically. A large electric pot and a flat electric oven are placed on the table. The power is connected from the external stove of the RV, using the power in the RV battery. Half of the tangyang pot is mutton soup base, mainly for drinking, and the other is spicy soup base, for shabu-shabu meat and vegetables. At this moment, the soup on both sides is boiling, bubbling. On the electric grill, the fat and lean lamb skewers sizzled with oil, and the lamb slowly turned golden. Chili powder and cumin powder were sprinkled on them one after another, and the air was filled with the unique aroma of lamb skewers. The tent was open half to the deep blue quiet lake, and half to the sunset clouds. Although it was still dusk, it was already night. The temperature in the desert dropped sharply in the evening. But everyone came prepared, and they all took out their down jackets. With the hot steam from the hot pot lingering in the tent, they didn't feel cold at all. Because of Ji Ningxin mobile storage rack, Liu did not hold back when preparing hot dishes for them, including beef and mutton rolls, tripe and yellow-throat luncheon meat, lumley fish pieces, cuttlefish, shrimp, and various meatballs, bean curd, konjac shreds, vermicelli, and fresh vegetables. In fact, after so many days of consumption, some of the special hot pot dishes she had stockpiled earlier, such as tripe and meat rolls, had been almost consumed, but several large livestock had matured in the breeding area before the ecological zone. After clicking on harvest, the livestock were automatically slaughtered and processed in a certain place in the breeding area, but all the bones, meat and internal organs were packaged and put into the same packaging bag after the blood was processed, and automatically stored in the space grid. Because it was only half processed, she was still thinking about how they should cut and distinguish different parts of meat. As a result, she soon found that in the food processing and manufacturing room, new items were lit up. Not only were there items of internal organs such as tripe and throat, but the beef itself was also divided into categories, like in a supermarket, such as eye meat, top rib, ribs, brisket, fillet, tenderloin, shoulder, oxtail. There were dozens of newly unlocked items related to beef alone, which made her dizzy. She did not hold back, and picked and chose more than 30 kinds of newly unlocked items from beef, sheep, and pigs. For example, the mutton soup they drank today was the mutton bone soup produced in the ecological zone. In addition, there were mutton skewers, lamb chops, lamb shanks, and lamb ribs. It was precisely because the product chains of the 3 regions of the ecological zone were fully caught up that they could now eat whatever they wanted, and no longer have to worry about running out of a certain ingredient. After the sunset completely sank into the other side of the sand dunes, Liu Yue stood up and lowered the tent curtain. Ji Ningxin took out 2 camping lights, and Xiaoyi took them and hung them in the tent. Everyone continued to eat hot pot around the table, and occasionally talked about the situation in Na's town. So there is a village in this geological park? Yes, it used to be part of the scenic area, allowing tourists to experience the original ecological village. The village was built by Lake Naz, in the valley in the middle reaches of Lake Naz. Since it was the place where he planned to stay temporarily, Lu Tingfeng naturally had all the relevant information, including maps of various areas, different road conditions in each area, and the situation of the indigenous people inside. Lake Naz is a valley lake, surrounded by snow-capped mountains on both sides, with hills on one side of the lake and valley plains on the other side. Although it is located in the far north, the snow-capped mountains block the cold air from the south, so it is still relatively warm during the day, but the temperature difference between day and night is quite large. The plain has abundant freshwater resources, which can be used for planting. It is remote, and after the end of the world, as long as there is no problem in the village, the people inside can survive. But at the same time, because of the remote location, if there are infected people inside, and they are not dealt with in time, the situation of the entire village will be uncertain. Although they are not afraid of zombies, they will not live near the village. But in such a beautiful place, if the valley is full of blood, limbs and zombies, it will not be a good scene. After dinner, the temperature in the desert dropped rapidly again. No one planned to stay overnight outside, so they returned to the RV and returned to the rest area where it was spring all year round. The temperature was between 20 and 25 degrees Celsius, which was comfortable and cozy. Everyone changed out of their thick clothes and put on their soft home clothes again, and went to their favorite places to kill time. Liu Yue first went to the ecological area for inspection. Now everyone's food is produced here. He also called himself a farmer, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. Yang Yun went to the gym, riding the exercise bike to digest the food. The gym is not big. Ji Ningxin had taken away all the fitness equipment from her own fighting gym earlier. Now a batch of fitness equipment will be replaced every once in a while, so everyone can practice whenever they want. Lu Tingfeng followed his sister, and Yang Ren ran to the swimming pool opposite. However, compared to Ji Ningxin and Yang Ren who really like swimming, he just likes to wear loose and comfortable clothes and lie by the pool. He also did not forget to set the swimming pool mode to Coconut shadow on the beach. Mode. The pool room comes with 3 scene modes: beach coconut shadows, forest lakeside, starry sky universe. After leaving the coastline, Lu Tingfeng seems to be particularly obsessed with the beach. As for Xiao A, usually he would go to the owner room to tidy up the room for Ji Ningxin, light the aromatherapy, adjust the lights, and put out the items she would use for bathing. Even if Ji Ningxin asked him to go to the pool room together, he would not go in the water, just like his identity as a housekeeper. He would stand quietly by the side, quietly waiting for her to finish. The next day, Ji Ningxin woke up to the sound of howling wind. She reached out and pressed the button of the automatic curtains at the head of the bed. The floor-length curtains in front of her slowly moved away. Everywhere she looked outside the glass, she saw a turbid earthy yellow. There was another sandstorm outside. They often encountered it in the northwest. And Ji Ningxin was no longer surprised. During breakfast, the sandstorm outside still showed no signs of weakening, and the wind speed was getting stronger. Ji Ningxin could feel that the RV was slowly being buried by the surrounding sand. But the RV couldn't move now, because the CD of Iron Bones had not yet ended, and the car didn't have enough power to cross the sand dunes. She told Xiao A to start the car in the RV and move it a little to get rid of the sand that had buried the wheels. Fortunately, the wind was strong outside, and the car moved a little, and the loose sand was swept away again. She immediately activated the shield. In this way, at least within 3 hours, the RV would not be buried by the sand again. The sandstorm stopped around noon. After this incident, the air quality and visibility became extremely poor. When they were in the rest area, they couldn't even see the lake next to them clearly. It was even more unsuitable to go out in this climate. At about 2 p.m., the CD time of Iron Bone ended, and the RV was restarted, adjusted to automatic driving mode, and returned to the road on the other side of the sand dunes. Situations like this happened many times during the subsequent northbound journey. Often when they stopped at a certain place and were moved and admired by the beauty of nature. Disasters would always come at unexpected times. Most of them were sandstorms. They also encountered thunderstorms and rainstorms in the mountains. They saw with their own eyes that lightning struck nearby trees, and the fire instantly ignited a circle of trees around them. Fortunately, heavy rain fell after the thunder and put out the fire, so that no large-scale wildfires were caused. Leaving the mountainous area, the highway passed through more counties, and occasionally they also needed to take a detour, circling the completely blocked urban area from the outskirts of a city. Sometimes when passing through a small town, you will find wandering corpses everywhere. Houses are damaged, walls are splattered with blood and stains, doors and windows of small shops along the street are damaged, shelves collapsed, and supplies have been swept away. The town had obvious signs of being bombarded by artillery shells. There were charred ruins everywhere. There were no signs of living people around. The zombies rushed towards the RV. The sky was still raining acid. Compared to the no man's land, these inhabited places were more like hell. If it were an ordinary RV, in such a doomsday, it would be impossible to complete this journey from east to west and from south to north. The RV sped up and knocked away the zombies that swarmed in after hearing the sound. In the slanting acid rain, it drove quickly towards the other end of the town. 3 weeks later, Na's Town Geological Park. September in the golden autumn. Ji Ningxin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. The height of the 10-story building allowed her to take in the beautiful scenery of the lake and mountains in front of her. The RV was parked at the edge of the woods on the slope. Below the slope in front was the fairy bay of Lake Naz. This is the upper reaches of Lake Naz. The slope faces the hillside opposite the lake. Today is another sunny day. The sky is dotted with white clouds and is blue and pure. On the hillside, there are golden and green broadleaf trees and cold-resistant plants, vertical birch, mountain poplar, spruce, fir, large. Layers of different colors covering the mountains and fields interweave together, like a scene from a fairy tale world. Below the hillside, there is the slightly misty Naz Lake. The water of Naz Lake is completely different from the salt lakes they had seen before, or the oasis lakes in the desert. The water here is a wonderful blue-white color, as if pure white snow had melted under the water surface. Clear and pure. Above the lake, there are several small mounds formed by the impact of the water flow, which are also covered with golden and green trees. In the curling morning mist, they are looming and beautiful like a fairyland. In the distance upstream of Naz Lake, behind the hillsides with layers of golden and green vegetation, there are rolling and majestic snow-capped mountains. The snow-capped mountains reflect the morning light and are covered with a very light golden color. The autumn here is really beautiful. And it really deserves to be called the Garden of God. Chapter 86. Immunity Agent. After Ji Ningxin washed up, changed into clothes for going out, she threw herself directly behind a big tree outside the RV. After such a long period of practice, she can now successfully throw herself to another place through the storage area. Of course, the radius of the throwing range cannot be too far, currently about 30 to 50 meters. Within this range, she can land accurately at places that are closer, without deviation. It can be thrown at a farther distance, but it is easy to hit something, or fall directly several meters from the ground. The air outside is cool and fresh. Standing on the edge of the slope outside, the view is better. The Naz Lake at the foot of the mountain is beautiful and winding, all the way to the valley between the mountains. On the open middle plain, there is a wooden village built by the lake. The situation in the village is a little different from what they expected. At the beginning, there was no infection in the village itself, but many tourists were trapped nearby during that period. At first, these tourists wanted to go home, so they quickly moved to Jiancheng. However, planes, trains, and even long-distance buses were suspended. In the end, even the entrance to the highway was closed, and cars could only leave but not enter. Most people who came to the northwest for tourism came by train or plane, and only a small number of them were from the northwest region. Those people naturally drove away early. The northwest is too far away from other areas of Huaguo. These people waited at first, and then waited and watched. During this period, some tourists from similar regions made up their minds, and directly bought second-hand cars in Jiancheng and drove back by themselves. But most travelers still chose to wait, because everyone thought the disaster would soon pass. But in the end, there were also cases of infection in Xinjiang, and worse, they received news of frequent fatal natural disasters in the southeast, and the collapse of order in several cities. Jiangxi is too far away from other places, with inconvenient transportation and delayed communication. Many people realized that there was no hope of returning, but they did not want to stay in the densely populated urban areas, so they began to disperse to small towns in all directions again. Naz town is the most remote, but there are still several groups of people who have fled here. Some of them are tourists from the southeast region, and some are locals from Xinjiang. Most of these people have no wilderness survival skills, and the only thing they can think of is to seek refuge in the existing villages. The villagers are simple and honest, and they receive tourists all year round. Both young and old people are not wary of outsiders. Their current village can develop, with water and electricity, and can eat and wear warm clothes, which is actually due to the tourism industry. Therefore, the villagers did not turn away those who came to the village, but instead vacated some wooden houses for them to live in. These wooden houses were originally homestays, and as long as the outsiders paid a little money, they even provided them with meals. But the good times did not last long. Among the outsiders who came to the village, there were infected people. Unlike the urban area, there were no troops with emergency response capabilities, and there were no immediate isolation measures. The infection quickly spread. After that, like every other town that encountered the end of the world, for the sake of survival and supplies, humanity faced a major test. Not many people could maintain a noble character under such a collision. Most people just wanted to protect themselves. Responsible people would soon face backlash due to their lack of ability. There were very few people who were capable, responsible, and not afraid of backlash. In the end, both the infected and the suspected infected died, and serious conflicts occurred between the villagers and the refugees from outside. The village had a large population, and they had the advantage of physical strength, so they eventually drove the refugees away. The refugees could not enter the village, but they did not want to leave, so they eventually occupied a semi-abandoned ranch nearby, cleaned up, and settled down again. When Ji Ningxin and her group came, the village and the ranch were still on guard against each other, and both sides were extremely hostile to outsiders. Fortunately, Ji Ningxin and her group had no intention of dealing with outsiders. They arrived at Naz town 2 weeks ago. This time, she did not show up. Lu Tingfeng and Xiao A got off the car, exchanged a few packs of instant noodles with the people living in the ranch, learned about their situation, and also found that the people here knew nothing about the immune agent. Lu Tingfeng did not explain too much, only asking them to pay attention to receiving radio signals. Matters related to the immune agent would be sent on all channels at regular intervals. According to the time announced before, the agent would be airlifted and airdropped in about a week. After that, They bypassed the pasture and the village and drove the RV directly into the hillside area. In the next 2 weeks, they drove the RV to different places in the mountains and forests to stay temporarily. Sometimes they drove directly to the upper reaches of Lake Nass, camped by the lake in the morning mist during the day, set up tents, placed outdoor stoves, and even found fishing gear and sat by the lake to fish. The alpine lake was more beautiful than they had imagined. The lake was rich in freshwater fish species. The fish caught could be eaten immediately, and could also be collected to enrich the aquaculture species in the ecological zone. After changing 4 or 5 locations, they finally chose the current location as their temporary residence. This location was densely covered with vegetation and relatively hidden, and it was convenient for Ji Ningxin to look down and fully grasp the surrounding situation. If they did not want to get off the car, they could also take in the beautiful scenery of the entire alpine lake and valley while in the rest area. In peacetime, the most important thing when buying a house is the surrounding environment and the view. The living environment can directly affect people's mood. A living environment as beautiful as a fairyland like today is something that no amount of money can buy in peacetime. It may be related to the immune agent that Lu Tingfeng brought to the other party. A week ago, Ji Ningxin observed that the villages and ranches in the valley seem to have restored contact. Both sides are still vigilant and have not stepped into each other's territory. But they have frequently sent representatives to contact and discuss. Because the distance was too far, she couldn't hear the conversation between the two parties clearly, and she didn't have to figure out the meaning of meddling in other people's business. But today she roughly knew what they had discussed before. At the edge of the valley lake, a group of people came out of the village fully armed, and joined the people from the ranch. They got on the ranch's car, which started quickly, and headed out of the town of Nas. She roughly guessed the reason why the two sides shook hands and cooperated together. Immune potion. Normally, the time for the release of the immune drugs had arrived a week ago. They were too remote, so it was understandable that there would be a delay. But now a week has passed. According to the radio station, the airlifted drugs from Xinjiang City have arrived. The quantity is sufficient, but due to the limited number of drones, the manpower and material resources are not enough for full-scale release. Therefore, only the larger counties can be released first. There is no Nas town among these release sites. Waiting all the time is too passive. Xinjiang City also called on people with driving conditions to go to the nearest release point to pick up the drugs by themselves. The immune agent is injected with a needle, but the safety needle can be injected by yourself according to the accompanying instruction drawing. After taking the medicine, a small number of people will have drug reactions, such as headache, fever, chills. These are normal reactions, as long as the reaction fades within 72 hours after the injection. It means it is safe. If it exceeds this time, it is recommended to go to the hospital for medical treatment. After Ji Ningxin returned to the RV, she told others about the medicine. Although it was safe to stay in the RV, injection of the medicine was inevitable. In the end, everyone decided to drive to the nearest delivery point, pick up the medicine, inject it, and then wait nearby to check if there was any drug reaction, and wait until it was completely safe before returning. Okay, let's go! It took about 4 hours to drive from Nas town to the nearest drop point. The process of picking up the medicine was smoother than everyone imagined. The medicines were packed in boxes and cartons. After being airdropped, they were directly piled in the tent of the checkpoint outside the town. You can take them as needed. There are so many that it is impossible to hide them privately and then resell them at a high price. At the critical moment, it seemed that everyone's mind was clear. They all understood that this was a life-saving medicine that everyone needed. One person did not need to be injected twice, and there was no need to hoard it privately. According to the needs, you can take the number of copies you or your team needs. Of course, there were a large number of armed patrols around the drop point. It was okay to take medicine, but it was absolutely not allowed to sabotage. Ji Ningxin and Lu Tingfeng got off the car to get the medicine. Except for Xiao A. Everyone was injected according to the instructions, and then stayed nearby for a day. Almost no one had a drug reaction. To be on the safe side, they stayed for another day, and then returned to Nas town. The people who took medicine in the village and ranch had already returned. Everyone had a different reaction. For people in the town had a drug reaction, and have not recovered yet. When Ji Ningxin and the others returned, the people there were discussing sending them to the hospital in the town. Now that everyone has been injected with drugs, they are more confident. The atmosphere on both sides is completely different from before. They planned to take the village's products, send people to the hospital, and exchange some necessary supplies. The RV slowly circled and returned to the previous temporary residence, resuming their secluded life. After that, time passed quickly and winter soon came. In the past 2 months, they frequently received good news from the outside world through the radio station. It took more than a month from the start of the immune drug to the end. This month, all inhabited places in Huagua have completed the drug injection. The authorities also announced the development of the second-generation drug, which is mainly aimed at people who perform special work and tasks, including high-wall construction workers and protection team members in the southeast region. The high wall of the southeast radiation exclusion zone is imperative, and all related work is a dangerous task. But participants will also receive high remuneration. The authorities recruit workers for a long time and adopt a voluntary form. Many urban homes have been destroyed, and people who have to leave their homes and live in a tight situation have taken the initiative to participate in these jobs in order to take on family responsibilities. At the same time, many people, as Ji Ningxin and the others had expected, embarked on the journey to the northwest. However, the journey was not very smooth. Although the cell virus crisis had temporarily stopped, a large number of fallen cities were being recovered one by one, and were scheduled for reconstruction. But the natural disaster had not yet completely ended, and it always happened at unexpected times. Na's Lake, where Ji Ningxin and the others were, was no exception. Not long after the beginning of winter, a huge snowstorm hit the entire valley. Chapter 87. Blizzard. For more than 2 months, in order to reach 20,000 kilometers, the RV would run around the hillside every day. This route was a fixed route selected after research. It was relatively long, but it would not run into villagers and survivors in the valley. Automatic intelligent driving can preset the driving time and distance. After selecting the route, the daily automatic driving is fixed, and the time is selected at dawn. At first, everyone was not very used to it. When they got up early in the morning and went to the bathroom, they would find that the car was quietly running in the shadowy mountains. The scene was inexplicably weird. Later, after many times, I got used to it. When Ji Ningxin woke up in the morning, the RV was running in the mountains as usual. However, the body of the car was not as stable as before. The howling northwest wind was mixed with heavy snow like goose feathers. Even the interior of the area was slightly affected. You can imagine how heavy the wind and snow outside were. The temperature in Na's Lake is not high all year round. In winter, the daytime temperature can reach below zero, and the night temperature is around -20 degrees. But it is only the beginning of December now, and winter has just begun. The temperature a few days ago was still late autumn. When this blizzard came, it was winter outside overnight, and it has become a world of ice and snow. Fortunately, the people who have lived in the village for many years have already gotten used to this kind of cold weather. Every household has sufficient cold-proof equipment. It's just that the blizzard is raging outside, and they can't go out for a while. The situation of Ji Ningxin and her group is similar, except that they can't leave the RV. Everything else is the same as before. After the blizzard hit the entire Na's Lake Valley for 2 days and 2 nights, the heavy snow gradually stopped at noon on the 3rd day, but the strong wind is still raging, making the doors and windows in the village buzz. The survivors living in the ranch area are relieved. After all, they are not real northerners. They have spent more than half a year here in normal temperatures. Lake Naz is in the cold temperate zone, spring is followed by autumn, and summer is not obvious. So when the weather outside is abnormally hot for several months due to the natural disaster season, the temperature here in summer is just right. They did not expect that the winter here is so terrible. Now that the situation outside has improved, the southeast area has become a restricted area. They can't go home. Originally, they were considering whether to continue living in Lake Naz, or move a little further south, and find a new town to live in. They had originally been unable to come to a conclusion. But after the 2 days of raging snowstorms, they naturally made a decision. Now that the snow had stopped, they packed their bags and planned to leave before the next heavy snow fell and completely blocked the mountain road. However, in the village, the experienced old man listened to the howling wind outside and was a little worried. He asked the strong man in the village to convey the message to the people in the ranch area, asking them not to rush down the mountain and to wait for a while. Wait a minute. Why should we wait? We are racing against time now. Look, it's just the beginning of winter, and there's already such a big snowstorm. We are all from the south, And we don't have that much food stored. Nor do we have your experience in dealing with winter. If we don't take this opportunity to leave now, when the snow blocks the mountain, we won't be able to leave. You suddenly asked us to wait, at least give us a reason? The strong man who passed the message didn't really know the reason. Over the years, there have been such heavy snow and temperature drops at the beginning of winter, but the weather often changes from good to bad. It's just the beginning of December, and it's impossible for the snow to fall endlessly until the beginning of next spring. But the other party was right to worry about the lack of food due to the heavy snow. However, the old man was the oldest in the village. They always respected such old people with a lot of life experience. They usually obeyed more and questioned less. Now that he was asked this question, he naturally couldn't answer. The two sides had many conflicts because of the infected people. Later, they shook hands and made peace for a while for the immunity drug. But in the end, for the people in the village, it was these outsiders who brought the infection cases. Even if the village had enough food, everyone would not take out their most important food to continue to help outsiders. After being questioned by a series of people, the person who came to deliver the message was not in the mood to continue talking to the other party. The cold winter is coming, and there will be more and more blizzards like this in the future. He also has to rush back to the village to help his family make various preparations. The person who came to deliver the message in the village left quickly. Although the survivors complained about this unreasonable suggestion, some people were more sober-minded and said that the other party had lived here for many years. Since the other party gave the advice of waiting and watching, why not wait for a while? Everyone has different opinions, which is not surprising. There have been several groups of survivors who fled here before and after. If they hadn't come here, everyone would not have known each other before. Things that cannot be decided. In the end, as before, a democratic vote. More than half of the people were unwilling to wait and see, and said they wanted to leave directly. After all, it was noon, and the heavy snow had just stopped. If it was delayed until the evening or the next day, there was no idea what would happen. So, the survivors on the ranch continued to pack up their things, loading them into the car or tying them to the roof. Some of these cars were rented during the earliest self-driving tours, but they were delayed and not returned. Some were cell viruses, picked up on the road after the spread. There are different accounts, there are all kinds of sources, but no one cares too much about it. They added antifreeze to the car, and put anti-skid chains on the wheels, so that they can drive on the snowy mountain roads. These supplies were bought in the town when they sent people to the hospital before, so they had some planning and preparation, but they didn't expect to use them so soon. At this moment, the outdoor temperature was -10 degrees Celsius. When the convoy left the valley, Ji Ningxin and her group were eating in the dining area. After the snow, they moved the RV to a temporary location. Although the blizzard would not affect the interior of the area, the wind speed on the slope was too high. The shield had a 4-hour CD time after each use, and it was impossible to open it 24 hours a day. The RV itself might be blown by the wind and easily slide. So they found a leeward depression, still on the hillside, but half of the mountain was shielded, so the wind impact was small. The main reason was that the area function unlocked by the RV was too powerful. They had not been inside the RV for a long time, so they had not spent time studying how to strengthen the fixation of the RV when it was parked. This new location is in the middle reaches of Lake Nas, close to the village in the valley, but it is covered by trees, so the other party cannot see their car. The distance between the village and the ranch is within Ji Ningxin mental range. She heard the villagers' suggestions for postponement, and she also saw the ranch convoy leave. But she just watched, fully understood the situation, and would not intervene. Although she also felt that the suggestions given by the old villagers should be adopted, she had no reason to intervene, and no one would listen if she intervened. As expected, the heavy snow stopped for only 2 to 3 hours at noon. In the afternoon, the wind blew the snow, and the blizzard came again. At this time, the convoy had just started and left for more than an hour. The mountain road here was winding, and it was even more difficult to walk after the heavy snow. The convoy should still be in the mountains. This blizzard was bigger than before. In the evening, the temperature dropped again, and the outdoor temperature reached -20 degrees. The snowflakes rolled in the air, almost covering everything around. In this kind of weather, no matter how well prepared the team is, it is still dangerous to drive on the mountain road. If there is a problem halfway, the car will not start and will break down on the road. When the temperature drops at night, the people in the car will freeze to death in the car. Fortunately, not long after it got dark, There was a movement from the ranch, and the team returned. They were smart. Not long after the blizzard came again, someone in the team proposed to return. According to the previous road conditions, it would take several hours to get out of the mountains. What's more, the weather is worsening now. They are afraid that they will still be trapped in the mountains after dark, which will be really dangerous. Xiao was like this. It took them several hours to get back to the ranch from the time they decided to return. One of their cars broke down on the way. They braved the heavy snow to move the supplies. The people in the car squeezed into other people's cars. They barely made it back. This trip cost them one less car and consumed a lot of fuel. But they ended up back to square one. When they were hiding in the ranch and lighting the fireplace to keep warm, they all regretted not listening to the old villagers' advice. Some of those who had previously advocated leaving early also expressed dissatisfaction and blamed the weather forecast. The cell phone signal here has only been restored for half a month. You can check the weather forecast from the disaster news, but since the end of the world, the weather forecast has never been accurate. The few people who lost a car were the ones who had previously advocated listening to the advice and waiting. They didn't want to leave in the first place, but after a lot of trouble, they almost froze to death and lost their car. At the moment, they were in a very bad mood. Seeing that the other party was still shirking responsibility, they were immediately annoyed and started to confront directly. As the two sides argued, they started fighting. In the dining area of the RV, Ji Ningxin put snowflakes and meat on the electric grill, while checking the situation over there with her mental power. She still had the physical strength to fight, which meant that the situation was not bad. Where there are people, there are disputes. The ranch is quite large, and it has 2 floors. There is a room with a fireplace where the herders used to rest, and there is a lot of hay that can be used to keep warm. Everyone's life is not bad, but not good either, so there are occasional conflicts. She could count this as watching a TV drama at 8 o'clock. And it could also exercise her mental strength. The marble beef made a sizzling sound on the baking tray, and the aroma filled the entire restaurant. The fat exploded on the baking tray, and a little bit of oil splashed out. A big hand with distinct joints blocked her hand in time, blocking the hot oil for her. Ji Ningxin turned her head to look at Xiao. He still had the same expression on his face. His action of blocking the oil for her was very natural. Like an instinctive reaction, she glanced at him, and directly threw the tongs to him, indicating that he would grill it, and she would wait to eat. Xiao turned the beef over, sprinkled some sea salt and black pepper on it with a grinding bottle, then cut the beef into small pieces of just the right size to eat, and put them on Ji Ningxin's plate. On the other side, Yang Rairan leaned close to her ear, whispering gossip and complaining, so arrogant. Ji Ningxin put a piece of beef into her mouth. The blizzard lasted for 2 days again, the wind howled throughout the valley, and the temperature dropped to -30 degrees. Whether it was the people in the village, or the people in the ranch, they all stayed indoors and did not go out, for fear that they would be blown away as soon as they went out. On the 3rd morning, the snow stopped again, and in the morning, the sun even came out. In the villages and pastures, people who had been trapped indoors for days by the blizzard went out one after another, cleaning the snow in front of their doors and on their roofs, and reinforcing their houses. It was a rare sunny day, but the old people in the village looked towards the snow-capped mountains with a solemn expression. The sky on the other side of the snow-capped mountains was covered with clouds and mist, and it was gray. Rather than calling it clouds, it was more like dust. The old man called out to his young man, asking him to inform others immediately, saying that they should not go out and do anything for the time being, and should stay indoors and wait and see? Wait and see again? The young man did not quite understand. But clearing the snow and reinforcing the house were both extremely important matters. Even if they could stop, other families might not be willing to do so. In the RV, Ji Ningxin had just finished breakfast and returned to her room. She changed into sportswear, and was about to do some warm-up exercises on the yoga mat. Suddenly, she realized something, stopped all her movements, and looked out the window. The 3 sides of the room were made of glass. From her current position, she could see clearly in any direction. She looked at the continuous mountains upstream of Lake Nass. They were now covered in white. She couldn't tell which were the original snow-capped mountains, and which were covered with white snow after the heavy snowstorm in the past few days. She projected her mental power over there, and stretched it to the extreme. She heard a strange sound coming from the mountain. It was faint, like the sound of something breaking. Crunch, crunch. She stretched her mental power again, trying to hear more clearly. Suddenly, a huge rumble was heard, Because of the extreme extension of mental power, it was like thunder that suddenly exploded beside her ears. She instantly retracted her mental power, pressed her buzzing head, and felt as if the back of her head was hit hard. She looked towards the snow mountain again. Thick gray dust-like clouds covered the entire mountain. Something huge was breaking, and then falling down the steep mountain. It was a big avalanche. Xiao. As she spoke, she instantly passed through the storage area and put herself into the RV. Xiao appeared in response, and immediately sat in the driver's seat without waiting for her to speak, started the RV and rushed down the hillside. In the past, in order to look up information, she had watched many disaster videos, and also videos of avalanches. But she had never seen such a fierce avalanche, as if the entire mountain collapsed, the ice layer several meters thick and the outermost snow layer all cracked, stirring up snow mist like clouds, and pouring down the hillside valley. She knew how fast the avalanche was, and how strong the impact was. They were too close to the avalanche, and the whole car would be swallowed up. It took only a dozen seconds from the moment she realized the avalanche had occurred to the moment the RV sped away. Ji Ningxin turned on the steel bones and the shield, still nervously watching the mountain behind her. The avalanche was too fast, and a large amount of ice and snow mixed with large and small rocks poured down towards the RV from above and from the side. The RV has a shield and rebars to protect it, which can indeed withstand the impact of ice and snow boulders. But if the entire RV is buried under several meters of ice and snow, the car will be completely trapped here. If they are all trapped in the car under the ice and snow, she doesn't know if she can still get herself out through the storage area. What about the others? Can they be successfully put out? But even if they get out, what about the RV? The storage area is not that big, and she can't put the RV into the storage area. For a moment, many chaotic thoughts flashed through her mind. At this critical moment, there was no way to analyze too much, so she could only choose to escape and let Xiao drive the car at the maximum speed, competing with the deadly avalanche behind. The RV quickly drove away from the hillside and headed towards the village in the valley. However, due to the terrain here, once an avalanche occurred, all the ice and snow would go to the lowest villages and ranches in the middle, and the crisis was not resolved. The people in the village and ranch were still in a daze, obviously stunned by the sudden roar and the surging ice and snow. It is common sense that avalanches are more likely to occur in places too close to snow-capped mountains in winter. But Nas Lake is some distance away from the snow-capped mountains. Even if there were avalanches in previous years, they only occurred in the mountainous area. They had never seen an avalanche of such a large scale. The rushing ice, snow and snow mist seemed to be able to flatten the entire valley. Chapter 88. Unlock. The last section. Hide. Run. No. No. Don't get in the car. You can't escape. Go inside, block the doors and windows. I don't know who is shouting at the top of his lungs. The earth roared, the ice and snow that were far away a second ago roared to the front a second later. The RV had already driven to the edge of the village. The ice and snow mixed with the rolling rocks stirred up huge snow fragments. The snow fragments hit the shield at the rear of the RV like rain, making crackling sounds. Lu Tingfeng and the others came out of the washroom. With such a big incident, no one could stay in the rest area any longer. Lu Tingfeng was the first to grasp the situation outside. He said to Ji Ningxin, "Stretch the shield." In an emergency, he couldn't explain too much. But Ji Ningxin understood immediately that if the shield was not stretched, it would stick to the RV. The avalanche would hit it. Although it could not damage the car, it would easily bury the RV. But if the shield is stretched, especially three-dimensionally, it can form an air-insulated protective layer outside the RV. As long as the height of the avalanche does not exceed this protective layer, the RV will not be buried. The most important thing is that this is a valley, and the terrain is much wider and gentler than the hillside. The snow cannot break the shield, and it will naturally spread to the two sides outside the shield and go to the front of the valley, which is equivalent to guiding and diverting the snow. As long as the avalanche can stop after 10 minutes, not only will the RV not be buried, but the people in the entire village and ranch can be saved. But the premise of all this is that the avalanche must stop after 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the avalanche will continue to hit. The RV can continue to move and avoid in the large area of the air barrier formed by the shield stretching. It is okay if it is hit. The avalanche is almost over, and the snow layer will not be too thick. But the village and ranch are in danger. The houses cannot be moved and are far less strong than the RV. If they are hit by the snow, They may still collapse. But now it is too late. If the shield is not stretched, the village and ranch will be immediately engulfed by the surging snow waves mixed with boulders. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. In fact, after Lu Tingfeng spoke, her hand had already clicked on the main screen. Stretch the shield. And at the same time, with the help of mental power, set the height to about 3 floors. She stretched the shield on the side facing the snow mountain into a cone shape as much as possible, diverting the force, and expanding the shield on the other side to the limit, covering as many villages and pastures as possible, increasing the space inside the shield, so as to prevent the large amount of snow and debris that had accumulated outside the shield from falling down after the shield disappeared, and crushing nearby houses. In the village, many people ran into the houses, but many people were so shocked that their legs were weak and trembling. They knew they should run, but they couldn't take a step. The few seconds seemed to be infinitely stretched. They raised their heads and watched the snow waves roaring in, easily engulfing the walls outside the village. And with a rumbling roar, they rushed down towards the houses. Those who were close thought they were doomed. But the snow waves rushed in, but slid to the sides, as if there was an invisible barrier in the air blocking the ice and snow. The villagers who were frightened by the avalanche and could not move looked at the ice and snow that kept coming and sliding to the sides, and felt their feet again. Of course, they knew that the scene in front of them was not normal, but they had survived the disaster, so they didn't care about so much now, no matter what the layer that blocked the avalanche was. They only knew that they were still alive. Their houses, their families, and all their property would not be buried, and they would not die today. The people who were frozen outside the village and ranch houses started to move again. Some ran back to the house, found their families, and closed the doors and windows. They didn't know whether to hide in the cellar first or find something to block the doors and windows. The people at the ranch were more thinking about leaving. They were farther away from the avalanche. Now the avalanche was blocked by an invisible barrier. Could they take this opportunity to escape? The fastest few people started the car and drove out of the valley for just a dozen meters. They found that the avalanche had caught up with them. However, the snow wave did not crush them from behind, but from both sides of the village and the ranch. Because the barrier bypassed this area, the diverted snow waves gathered again in front and continued to move towards the other end of the valley with great momentum. If someone looked down from the air at this time, a huge vacuum layer appeared in the middle of the valley where the avalanche occurred. This vacuum layer was like a strange cocoon, covering the village and pasture in the middle. The snow waves diverged at one end of the cocoon, and merged at the other end of the cocoon. The entire valley, except for the area of the cocoon, was covered with ice and snow mixed with boulders. On the edges of both sides of the cocoon, the snow waves were even slowly accumulating. The people who had already driven the car close to the cocoon on the other side looked at the gradually piled up snow and ice in front of them, and hurriedly reversed the car to the rear. Fortunately, the invisible screen seemed to be extremely solid, and even such a devastating avalanche could not break it. In the village, more people walked out of the house, and everyone was aware of the existence of the transparent barrier. The avalanche continued, and they were trapped in the center of the avalanche, but miraculously survived. The sun was still in the sky, and the barrier was filled with snow and fog, but the area in the middle only felt the warmth of the sun. Such a terrible yet peaceful disaster was astonishing. In the village, the villagers with faith began to kneel down, mumbling and praying to the invisible barrier in the air. 8 minutes later, the momentum of the avalanche gradually weakened, and the ice and snow outside the barrier piled up to about 3 meters at the highest, and the lowest was 2 meters. After another 1 or 2 minutes, the edge of the accumulated ice and snow once again heard a creaking and breaking sound, and the snow on the top slid down and landed on the originally safe vacuum layer. Inside, the villagers who were kneeling and praying nearby discovered this. They soon realized that it was not just one place. The invisible barrier that originally covered the entire village seemed to have disappeared. The snow and ice piled up at the edge were falling towards the inner circle due to the snow waves and gravity that continued to surge from the back. Be careful. Retreat quickly. Retreat to the middle. Fortunately, the people in the few houses closest to the barrier began to move to other houses after the snow and ice piled up more than 1 meter outside the screen. Now the barrier has disappeared. The accumulated snow and ice collapsed and pressed down. The nearby houses were crushed, but the people were fine. At this moment, everyone found that the ice and snow continued to spread, and they jumped up again. calling other people hiding in nearby houses, and evacuated to the area in the middle that was farther away from the ice and snow. The avalanche gradually stopped. The speed at which the piled ice and snow collapsed was not as fast as the avalanche. In addition, the terrain was gentle, and the entire safe area in the middle was very large. After everyone fled for a while, they soon found that the snow pile did not catch up. The avalanche stopped. After escaping death, everyone was still in great shock and fear. The survivors from the ranch drove to the village. They knew the situation at the outer end of the valley. The high layer of ice and snow blocked the road out. They had already driven around the perimeter of the safe zone and found that except for the area in the middle, the entire valley had been buried by avalanches. The good news was that an unknown strange barrier saved them all. The bad news was that although they were saved, they were now trapped. If there was no external rescue team, they would most likely be trapped to death in this valley this winter. If there is another blizzard or avalanche later, if that strange barrier does not appear again, they will still be dead. Moreover, the temperature outside is low now, so the ice and snow can accumulate in solid form around, but once the temperature rises, the ice and snow accumulated on the hillsides and valleys will melt, and all will gather in the lowest places. The water level of Lake Naz will rise sharply, and the villages and pastures will also face flood crisis. Someone held up his mobile phone and checked the signal repeatedly, wanting to call for help, but probably because the avalanche affected the signal, the person could not make the call. Some people thought of the landline. When the mobile phone signal is not good, the landline may still be able to get through. The village is relatively backward. Some families do not have mobile phones. They have landlines installed at home. Some people are also panicked by the several blizzards and the avalanche this time. At this moment, they are anxiously asking villagers if there is a snowplow in the village. They can't just rely on external rescue. Today, natural disasters are happening one after another. The blizzard has affected many places. This place is remote. Even if people outside know, the rescue team doesn't know when they can arrive. They had to save themselves. The best way was to take advantage of the fact that the heavy snow and avalanches had stopped, and dig a way out from the ice and snow area in the valley. Although the avalanche covered the valley, it was impossible to cover all the mountain roads ahead. As long as a road was cleared in the avalanche area to accommodate cars, they could save themselves and leave here by car. The villagers in the village also had cars, which were small trucks and vans used for transporting goods. At this time, escaping was the most important thing, and they didn't care about the crowding. Even if they had to use yaks to pull the cart, they had to leave this dangerous valley as soon as possible. However, in such a village, where would a snowplow come from? Every household has a snow shovel. But considering the current layer of ice and snow that fills the valley, it is simply a pipe dream to use the snow shovel to shovel a path for the car to leave. Someone remembered that someone had bought a wheeled hand-push snow shovel before, which seemed to be twice the size of an ordinary snow shovel, and asked loudly. I don't know if the sound was too loud, but the snow layer that was originally piled up at the edge collapsed again, which frightened several people nearby, and they immediately stopped talking. Afterwards, the people in the village and the ranch lowered their voices, chose a house in the central area, hid in the warmer room, and began to discuss how to shovel snow and make a way out of the valley. This matter concerned the lives of the survivors of the entire village and ranch, so they had to work together and plan well. At the same time, when the planning meeting in the village had just begun, the meeting in the RV park behind a few poplar trees in the middle of the valley and the ranch had ended. Obviously, the current Naz town is no longer suitable for living, and they should move to another place, a distance southeast of the town where they took the immunity drug last time. There is a very large saltwater lake, where the altitude is low and the terrain around the lakeshore is flat. Most importantly, the area of this saltwater lake is very, very large, almost like an inland sea, with a 10-kilometer-long silver beach on the northern shore, and an ecological park and various camping bases nearby. So there are rechargeable parking areas for RVs. In this case, there must be survivors there. When their RV arrived there, it was a bit like being in the city. After deciding on the direction and route, the next question was how to leave the valley. Opening up a snowy road was not a problem. Ji Ningxin could clear a snowy road through the storage area, but when clearing the snowy road, the RV could not follow. Otherwise it would be too conspicuous. Wherever the RV went, the snow layer disappeared. It was better to be safe than sorry. There was only one road in Huashan, and the RV could not leave while being invisible. Otherwise it would be targeted. But she would not have such concerns if she cleared the snow road alone. Anyway, if there was any movement, she could teleport back to the RV at any time. As long as the RV was hidden in an absolutely safe place, everyone would be safe. Lu Tingfeng was worried and wanted to accompany her out of the car. But obviously, Xiao A, who had a high combat value, was more suitable for this task. In case of a real situation, she could also put Xiao A into the storage area. The valley was not safe. They planned the action and executed it immediately. Ji Ningxin put on warm and sweat-wicking underwear, fleece and ankle-length white down jacket layer by layer, put on a hat and goggles, and wrapped herself in a scarf, trying to dress herself up in the same color as the ice and snow. Little A was simpler. After the clothes on his body were reshaped by gelatinization, the originally pure black combat uniform turned into pure white, and the silver mask also turned into a white mask covering most of his face. Lu Tingfeng drove them to the ice and snow layer. After the two got off the car, he drove to a few poplar trees nearby, stopped beside the big tree, and turned on the chameleon static camouflage, quietly waiting for Ji Ningxin return. It was not difficult for Ji Ningxin to move the ice and snow and clear the snow path. The difficulty was that she had to walk on her own to clear the snow layer. Accustomed to the warmth of spring in the RV all year round, the temperature of more than 20 degrees below zero outside is like another world to her. Fortunately, when she cleaned up, she also cleaned up the original snow and ice on the ground under her feet. At least, she didn't have to endure the cold and slippery walking on the ice. Xiao A always walked beside her, and kept a distance of half a step more than her, just in case the snow and ice piles in front of her that had not been removed collapsed and crushed her. As time passed, a snow trail was formed along the valley mountain road. Ji Ningxin felt tired. Not physically, but mentally. The ice and snow looked beautiful and soft to the touch, but their weight should not be underestimated, and she had to try to move them to a slightly farther place, otherwise if they piled up nearby, it would easily collapse the road that had just been cleared. She couldn't help but feel a little lucky. When the avalanche occurred before, they chose to escape down the hillside at the first time, otherwise the RV would be trapped on the slope. Even if she could clear a way down the mountain for the RV with the current mode, she would be exhausted to death. There was a layer of white ice and snow all around. After a long time, Ji Ningxin couldn't help feeling a little dazed. The illusion that she had been fighting and moving forward alone in a place at some time appeared again. She moved her legs mechanically moving away the snow and ice, and the road ahead seemed endless. This battle seemed to be fought by her alone from beginning to end. She was willing to do all this for someone, but this road was too long and too lonely. Someone suddenly pulled her. She suddenly turned around and met Xiao A's face. The white mask on his face was half removed, and he was looking down at her. "Master, I will carry you." As he said this, he turned his back to her and squatted in front of her. The road ahead was long. Even if her body was not tired, he still wanted to help her and accompany her to finish the journey. Ji Ningxin did not refuse. She could feel the other party's pure companionship and help. After a moment, Xiao A carried her steadily and walked forward again. She leaned on his back. Wherever they passed, the ice and snow disappeared. This snow road would not only allow the RV to leave smoothly, but also be a way for the villagers and survivors in the valley to leave. At around 3 p.m., Ji Ningxin, who had a splitting headache, returned to the RV with Xiao A. She had such a headache that she didn't even want to eat. She forced herself to go back to the room and fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already dark outside, and the RV had already left the town of Nas. The driver was Lu Tingfeng. He was very cautious. After Ji Ningxin cleared the snow path, he did not leave immediately. The people in the village and the ranch discovered this road that appeared for no reason. They tried it out, and then they were ecstatic, while thanking the gods for their protection again. They quickly packed up their things and evacuated out of the valley. Lu Tingfeng used mechanical template camouflage to modify the appearance of the RV, making it more inconspicuous. After some vehicles evacuated, he also drove into the escape route opened by his sister. Ji Ningxin hadn't overdrawn herself like this for a long time. She took a nap, and the headache was completely gone. She regained her spirits and felt her mental strength improve again. At this time, she was only 100 kilometers away from 20,000 kilometers. She had a strong feeling. Whether it was the snow clearing this time, or the illusion she fell into when she released her mental power to investigate the surrounding area in the mall botanical garden a few months ago. Those inexplicable feelings might not be just illusions. She really had fought hard and alone for someone. The next afternoon, after a night of rest, the RV arrived at the scheduled destination, the camping base on the north shore of the saltwater lake. They deliberately took a detour in order to drive the full 20,000 kilometers. On the car owner's screen, the last unlit symbol finally lit up. Unlocking the 6th zone. The conditions have been met. Do you want to unlock it? She took a deep breath and clicked unlock. The last zone is the driving zone. Driving zone? What's going on? The driving zone of the RV. Isn't it the original space of the RV? But it was previously called the initial zone. The white light spread and instantly enveloped her. This time, the teleportation time seemed longer than before. She could feel herself staying in the void for a long time. And the white light that enveloped her gradually disappeared. Ji Ningxin felt a little dizzy. Just like the first time she was teleported in the interval. Her body should have adapted to this kind of teleportation. But this time, she actually felt this uncomfortable dizziness again. Compared with other unlocked intervals, the space in front of her at this moment was not large. And it was very dark around her. There was only a faint blue light near the ground, which flickered with her footsteps. This is an arc-shaped semicircular space, with a flat ground, surrounded by silver-black walls, covering the entire space in a semicircle. Compared to other areas, the color tone here is much colder, and also full of high-tech feeling. At the front of the space, she saw a black arc-shaped round table, and behind the round table were 2 black seats. She walked forward and reached out to touch, and found that the round table and the seats were actually soft gelatinous layers. This touch reminded her of the changeable clothing on Xiao. This does look like a driving console, but there is no dashboard on the entire black curved platform, and there is no transparent window in front of the platform. If this is a driving console, how can it be started? She thought about it, sat down on one of the chairs, reached out to touch the curved platform in front of her again, and then released her mental power. Almost at the moment she released her mental power, the pure black platform in front of her suddenly changed, and the gelatin layer began to emit bright and dim light, and then reshaped. After a while, a huge driving system appeared in front of her, with complex symbols and buttons that were completely incomprehensible, and a 3-dimensional screen hanging above it. This is indeed a control panel, and it is a control panel from another civilization. So, what is the essence of the RV? After the control panel was fully revealed, a projection rose from a certain part of the table. The projection gradually grew larger, and finally appeared in the driving room behind her in a 3-dimensional shape. The person projected in the 3-dimensional projection wore the same colloid combat uniform as Xiao. She slowly opened her eyes and smiled at her. That was a face that was deeply engraved in her memory. That's her mother. You're finally here. Ji Wani still looked the same as she remembered when she was young, but she had a completely unfamiliar temperament. The 3-dimensional projection of Ji Wani looked at her gently for a moment, put his hand on his chest, and slowly knelt down on one knee towards her. Commander, I'm very happy that you're finally here. Chapter 89. The Answer to All Mysteries. This is a video, or a letter written to her by her mother Ji Wani. In this 3-dimensional picture, what the other party said, what he did, what kind of expression he had, were all planned long ago. At a certain moment, Ji Ningxin was a little dazed. I don't know if it was because of Ji Wani's extremely respectful greeting, or the commander she mentioned. Her mental power disturbed her thoughts. On the one hand, her cognition told her that this title was wrong, that was her mother. How could her mother look at her with such respectful and almost worshipful eyes? What went wrong? On the other hand, her mental strength was adapting, as if everything was natural. Don't worry. I tell you everything. As if sensing her emotions. But in fact, it was only part of the planned picture. Ji Wani's projection stood up again. She stretched out her hand and lightly pointed at the void. In the huge driving area, it was dark for a moment. And when it lit up again, there were tiny starlights floating in all directions, which were the light composed of countless pictures, from small to large, and soon swallowed her whole body. She saw many scenes related to Ji Wani. She woke up from the black colloid liquid, ignorantly explored the environment she was in, everything around her. She traveled through different areas, but could not find any other life forms. Next to the silver metal box filled with black colloid liquid where she woke up, there was another identical metal box. The metal box she was in was numbered AL01, and the other metal box was numbered AL02. The people in AL02 had not yet woken up. She soon discovered that she was inside a half-damaged warship, which seemed to be deliberately hidden under the ice and snow in the uninhabited area for some reason. She walked through different areas of the warship, and then found various records and information left by the warship owner in the cockpit. She was a created biochemical robot. Her owner was a Tyne Starman, and was also the commander who evacuated some of his people when the Tyne star system civilization was destroyed. It is said that she is one of the 5 commanders in the Tyne galaxy who has not been invaded by artificial intelligence and fought for her people until the last moment. The commander's name is Arul. The appearance of Tyne people is not exactly the same as that of humans on Mercury. G1E or AL01 was born like this because her commander created her according to the appearance of Mercury people. When she woke up, the commander no longer existed, leaving only mental power, memory and genes, which were still stored in the battleship. From these data and information, she learned the causes and consequences of the destruction of the Tyne galaxy, and also learned the reason why Arua was stranded on this planet. She saw Arua's helplessness in being unable to leave the planet because the warship was half destroyed, and also understood the reason why Arua created them. However, biochemical robots with only bodies are not complete. Arua did not force them to have mechanical consciousness, but gave them a long time, waiting for them to awaken on their own. Unfortunately, when she finally woke up, Arua was gone. The last part of Arua's life was lonely and chaotic. The Tyne people had a much longer life than the Mercury people. The civilization of Mercury was too backward. She could not use the existing technology to repair the warship and leave here. She wandered alone for a long time. Her appearance was different from that of the Mercury people. In most cases, once she showed different abilities, she would be immediately regarded as an alien. By chance, she had friends when this planet was in chaos. But for her, her friends' lives were too short. She had too many experiences and memories, and she could never really integrate into this group. They were created by Arua, born on this planet, and had the appearance of humans on this planet. She couldn't do things, but they could. AL01 saw Arua's long life, her loneliness, confusion and regrets in the last years. So many years later, when AL01 truly integrated into this group as G1E, and had her own lover and family, she made a decision. She wants to revive Arua. She is a biochemical robot. This technology was developed after the destruction of the Tyne galaxy, when Arua and some of her people were wandering in the universe in a spaceship. The main purpose is to increase the population that does not need to consume food, which is used for spaceship construction. Strictly speaking, she is a second-level life form. The reason for this definition is that biochemical robots have 2 defects compared to the Tyne people. First, biorobots cannot give birth to life on their own. Second, their spiritual power will dissipate after death. Unlike the Tyne people, who can survive, even some powerful spiritual bodies can be revived again under given conditions. She used Arua's genes, and used her own body as a gestational bed, reshaped her body. This process, translated in the language of the planet Mercury, is called pregnancy. She made up for her regret of not being able to become a mother. She created a background of growing up in an orphanage without a father or a mother. When she integrated into this society, she never thought that she would fall in love with a human being and then marry him. Because they could not have children, they adopted a child, who was a boy. After she was pregnant, Lu Yue was ecstatic. But G1 had no way to tell him that the child was not his own, and that she had no genetic relationship with him. She had to ensure that she grew up in a completely safe environment. Lies were necessary, and she could not allow any hidden dangers to exist. But as she grew up in her body day by day, she felt a special emotion she had never experienced before, which was the love of a mother for her child. It's amazing. For AL01, Aru is her god, her beloved commander. But for G1E, this child is her daughter, her baby, her closest connection in this world. She named her Ji Ningxin. Ningxin, originally, was actually Ningxin. She hoped that she would have a peaceful and stable inner world, and not repeat such a lonely and chaotic end of life. However, when Li Yue registered the name, he mistakenly thought that G1E meant Ningxin, and then he used it. But unfortunately, she couldn't watch her grow up and revive. The biochemical robot forced life, but the price was the rapid decay of the body. One time, she received the information about the planet detected by the battleship. The ancient virus that was once buried deep underground would be revived on this planet in the near future. She used the battleship computer to preview the future. This planet was about to enter the evolution period. This was the process of history, which could not be resisted by the technology on the battleship. The planet may survive the evolution period, but the fragile humans on the planet, including Ji Ningxin, may not be able to survive this long and huge evolution. Ji Ningxin is still too young, and the reshaped human brain and body are not yet able to carry the revived mental power and past memories. So she thought of a way to separate the undamaged part of the battleship, modify and remake it, and place it in the RV in the subspace mode. She bought this RV as a gift for her family. Only Aru or Ji Ningxin's spiritual power can activate the hidden space in the RV, to ensure that she and her important family can survive in the era of catastrophe evolution. The RV has Ji Ningxin's genetic imprint. Even if an accident occurs in the future and the person and the car are separated, she can enter the hidden space from any corner of the Mercury planet after awakening her spiritual power. She used the battleship's computer system to create the RV system. After Ji Ningxin activates the hidden space in the RV, this system will guide her to activate all the hidden areas step by step, including implanting the disaster scenes she simulated into her brain in the form of dreams. Eventually, when her mental power is strong enough one day, she will come here, find the memories of the past, solve all the puzzles. When all the puzzles are solved, she will also take the initiative. She can choose to remove the memories of the past, retain only the mental power, and survive only as Ji Ningxin, or she can choose to keep everything and accept everything. I am very lucky. You created me, gave me life, gave me time and patience to awaken myself, and let me become an independent and unique individual. This life is short but full. I learned love, married like a normal human being, and had my own children. It was my own decision to revive you as your mother. You are my God, my commander. You will never know how proud I am to call you that. But I also love you as a mother. The person I admire and respect has become the most important part of my life. It is a very wonderful feeling. I will always remember the feeling of holding you in my arms for the first time. You were so small, so soft, so cute. Your little hands tugged at my fingertips. I remember the smell of you, remember the expression on your face when you first opened your eyes and looked at me, remember the way you first learned to turn over and sit up. The first time you called me Mom, the first time you stretched out your arms and hugged me and said you loved me. I know, after I die, all my memories will dissipate along with my spiritual power, but everything that has happened will not disappear. They will remain in your memory. Let me exist forever. This is the bond between lives, and it is what Aurora longed for the most in her last years. I hope you, my most important baby, can spend your new life easily and freely, and no longer bear such heavy responsibilities. I hope you have ties, and no longer feel lonely. Ji Ningxin saw Ji Wani personally tie a bow on the metal box of AL-02. But now she knows that the uniquely shaped bow is not a flying bird, but the appearance of Aurora's battleship flying in space. Not being able to fly in the universe again is Aurora's lifelong regret. That was not only a signal from Ji Wani to her daughter, but also a signal from AL-01 to the commander. As the light and shadow records drawn up by Ji Wani were played, all the memories related to Aurora returned to her mind through the guidance of mental power. Compared with Ji Wani's short life, it was really a very, very long life. She experienced many wars and had a brilliant record, but she grew up in the era of frequent disasters in the Time Galaxy, always living for others, and never had a life that truly belonged to her. She lived for her people. Fighting and rescuing were all she remembered. She escaped with some of her people at the cost of losing an eye. The explosion of the star was too powerful. When her spaceship reached the safe space through the jump space, it had completely lost contact with the spaceships led by other commanders. Maybe they were all dead, or maybe they were still alive, but the universe was boundless. She didn't even know if they were still in the original universe dimension. They used the spaceship as their home, wandering in the universe, trying to find a planet suitable for survival. But decades later, the technology on the spaceship continued to improve, but the habitable planet never appeared. Later, an accident happened and the spaceship encountered an electromagnetic storm. She had already retreated to the second line on the spaceship, but in order to save her people, she put on her combat uniform again and set off with several other warriors in small warships. They saved the spaceship and helped it get rid of the giant electromagnetic storm. But the small warships she and the warriors drove were attracted by the black hole hidden behind the storm. She saved those soldiers, but her warship fell into a black hole. After waking up again, she found herself seriously injured. Her warship was seriously damaged, and she was in a strange universe, not far away from the planet Mercury. At that time, mechanical civilization had just appeared on this planet. She used camouflage on the warship, landed in the ice and snow without human activities, hid the warship in the ice, and put herself in the treatment hibernation chamber. At that time, she did not expect that she would eventually be trapped on this planet until she died. She had never expected that. Many years later, she would be reborn as an ordinary human on this planet. She had actually awakened once, when she was 12 years old. It was not long after G1's death. She was too shocked, coupled with the incident in the RV. She ran away from home in a state of agitation. She encountered danger and awakened her mental power in advance. After all, she was once a commander. Even G1 had not expected that. With her 12-year-old human body and brain, she could not bear such a huge mental power. She triggered a mental riot in the RV area and awakened AL-02 in advance. G1 also left Ji Ningxin genetic imprint in his brain. Even if he had just woken up and had no idea what happened, he would still be loyal to Ji Ningxin. At that time, the RV system was also affected by the mental turmoil. She entered the driving area in advance and obtained memory fragments. Therefore, she knew that if she didn't stop all this, her brain and body would not last long. So, with the help of AL-02, she used the system in the driving area of the spacecraft to generate a memory clearing and mental sealing program. Similarly, she also sealed part of AL-02's memory, putting him into a forced dormant state, to ensure that the entire RV system returned to the starting point. However, after AL-02 was forced into hibernation, it could not wake up on its own. So she installed a function called housekeeping in the RV system. Unlocking housekeeping was equivalent to lifting AL-02's forced hibernation. She thought that one day in the future, when the virus hidden in Mercury began to break out, she might need some help on her way to growth. When Ji Ningxin returned to the rest area again, it was already dark outside. The driving area was severely damaged, and there was no way to place it in the RV in a subspace mode. It was still buried deep under the ice and snow in the no man's land. Therefore, her previous round trip was equivalent to a circle around the entire Mercury. It is natural that she would feel uncomfortable after such a long-distance transmission. Standing in the corridor of the rest area again, looking at the familiar car owner screen in front of her, she felt as if she was in another world. She thought about how she had unlocked the function and ignored the recurring housekeeping. At that time, she would never have thought that this function was actually installed by her when she was 12 years old. And some of the memories in Xiao A's brain were also locked by her personally. There were hurried footsteps coming from behind her. Chapter 90. Ji Ningxin turned around. Her father and brother were walking towards her. Unlock the new section? Why did you take so long this time? Lu Yue held her, looked her up and down with worry. Are you okay? No, everything is fine. It's okay, you must be hungry. Let's eat first. Lu Tingfeng reached out and pressed her head. She looked at her family's worried eyes, stretched out her arms, and hugged them both at the same time. Even though they are not related by blood, they are her most important family and bond. She is Ji Ningxin, and she is also a Ruo. She will not remove the memories that belong to a Ruo. Those distant pasts will make her cherish her present life more. This is probably the meaning of rebirth. Lu Yue was a little dazed when he was hugged. It was rare for him to see his daughter acting like a spoiled child to him. He patted her back gently to comfort her. Oh, my baby girl. What's wrong? Don't learn from your elder brother. Remember to tell Dad if you have anything. Dad is always here. Ji Ningxin nodded gently. I just suddenly miss my mother a little bit. Lu Tingfeng noticed that she was a little unusual. He noticed that after she went to the new area and came back, her eyes had something heavier. It was difficult for him to describe the feeling accurately. It was like being weighed down by years in time, passing through countless stardust, long and vicissitudes, but still warm. He guessed that she must have found something in the new area this time, which might be related to their mother. But she chose not to say it. She must have her own reasons. Anyway, he didn't feel any bad emotions from her. That was enough. To this day, in fact, he no longer cares about the truth of the RV. For him, the most important thing is always the family itself. She has grown stronger than any of them, and he will be her strongest backing, and become her warm harbor when she is tired and in need. Xin, you are back. At the black door, Yang Renran and Yang Yin came from the dining area together. Yang Renran was holding a thermos in her hand, and handed it to her like a treasure. I said you would be back soon. It's almost 10 o'clock. You must be hungry. The fish soup everyone drinks tonight. My mother specially made it for you. I filtered out the fish bones. There is a whole thermos of fresh fish soup. Come and drink it. Thank you. Aunt Yang. Ji Ningxin had just said one sentence and was hugged by Yang Renran, walking towards her own room. The door of the owner room slowly opened, and little A stood inside the door, as if waiting for her return. She suddenly remembered the scene when she first saw him at the age of 12. The violent mental power made her thoughts confused. The memories of the past and the present overlapped. She felt pain all over her body, as if it was about to break apart. She fell to the ground and moved herself with difficulty. She knew that the thing that could save her was on the opposite driving platform. But the short distance of more than 10 meters was like a natural chasm for her at that time. Then he appeared. To her at that time, his appearance was inexplicable and strange. The confused thoughts made her completely forget that she had created two biochemical robots. She held the fruit knife she carried with her when she ran away from home, and stabbed the hand that stretched out to her. He did not dodge, red blood flowed out, but he seemed not to feel the pain, gently picked her up, then walked quickly to the control panel, helped her open the battleship system. It turned out that, whether she had Arua's memory or not, whether she awakened her mental power or not, the habits imprinted in her genes had never changed. And he, no matter when, no matter what she did to him, no matter whether the memory in his mind was blocked by her, no matter whether she was the commander who created him in his eyes, he was loyal to her. He was different from others, he was the party involved, and he was also qualified to get the truth. The next morning, when everyone else was still asleep, Ji Ningxin came to the black door of the rest room, and called Xiao A. He soon appeared in front of her. Come on, follow me to a place. She reached out and pressed the symbol of the driving zone. He followed her, smoothly crossed half of Mercury, and was teleported to the driving zone in the distant land of ice and snow. Ji Ningxin eased the discomfort a little, and then said to him, I can now unlock the blocked memory in your brain. Sorry, I locked that part of your memory before, in order to restore the RV system. As she spoke, she walked towards the control panel, planning to touch the platform to release her mental power, awaken the control panel, and use the battleship system to unlock the locked memory for him. However, before she took a few steps, he stopped her. Will unlocking my memory have any adverse effects on you? It won't have any effect now, Ji Ningxin said, tapping her forehead with her fingertips. All my memories and mental power are back here. You can rest assured that I am stronger than ever before. He let go of her hand and nodded to her. Unlocking the blocked memories in his mind was much faster than her getting her own memories. She had seen Jiwani's life and understood Arua's original intention in creating them. Arua did not implant mechanical consciousness in them, so that they could have their own lives. Therefore, Xiao A actually has a completely independent and unique personality. Just like her mother. He is not her appendage. Nor is he a real housekeeper. Just because he calls her master, he does not have to stay by her side for her all his life, to handle all kinds of trivial matters. He has the right to have his own life, to live for himself. But Ji Ningxin looked at the man kneeling in front of her. He had recovered all his memories, and after listening to her explanation, he saluted her again, with the highest standard and respect in the Time Star Army. She thought he saluted to express his gratitude and to set a date for his departure. However, he said, I will not leave, Lord Commander. Whether my memory is locked or unlocked, I will be completely loyal to you as before. Ji Ningxin shook her head, walked up to him, and looked down at him. Leaving does not mean being disloyal. You are loyal to me, but you also have the right to have a life that belongs entirely to you. These 2 points do not contradict each other. Strictly speaking, you have only been in this world for a short time, and you have not yet fully formed an awareness of the world around you. You can go to the outside world, take a look at the wider sky, and find the meaning of life that belongs only to you. He raised his head, and her face was reflected in his cold and beautiful eyes. He stared at her with a gentle gaze, but also very firm. But, you are the meaning of my life and my faith. He stretched out his hands, took her hands, and rested his forehead on the back of her hands. This was a pious gesture. He said slowly again, I don't want to leave. I want to stay by your side like before. I am willing to do things for you, big or small. As long as it is related to you, it is the most important thing for me. Commander, please let me stay by your side until the day you really don't need me anymore. Ji Ningxin's heart softened. She let him hold her hand and squatted in front of the man on one knee, Are you sure? Yes. I'm sure. She looked at him. His tone was firm and pious. He spoke in high-sounding words, showing his loyalty as a subordinate. But his ears turned red when he held her hand. Ji Ningxin suddenly thought of 4 words. Abuse of power for personal gain. She smiled silently, and suddenly wanted to tease him. What if I don't allow you to leave? The fingertips of his hand holding her hand trembled slightly. Ji Ningxin stretched out her other hand and tapped his red earlobe. Your ears are red again. He didn't say anything, but just held her hand tighter. She tried to pull her hand back, but failed. Ji Ningxin sighed and didn't intend to embarrass him anymore. Well, I don't want you to leave. I'm used to you being by my side. Xiao, do you want to give yourself a new name? They stayed on the north shore of the saltwater lake for about 2 weeks. Everything was back to normal. In addition to the memories, truth and all mental power obtained in Ji Ningxin's mind. The only thing that changed was Xiao's name. Ji Ningxin gave him the name of the Time People, following Arua's surname. He is now called, translated by the pronunciation of Mercury. It is a Chao. Chao, in the Mercury language, means morning, which means the beginning of a day, a brand new beginning, full of hope. The temperature this winter is much lower than usual. Even the surface of the saltwater lake is frozen. They sometimes wear waterproof and warm clothes, bring fishing gear, and go fishing on the ice. There are not only camping bases nearby, but also several lakeside scenic parks, with many houses inside, which were all provided for tourists to stay. Several nearby towns have not been completely cleaned up due to the outbreak of infection. Although everyone has received immune drugs, if they rashly return to the towns that have not been cleaned up, they will encounter a large number of zombies, and will still be bitten to death. Those who fled were originally crowded in official shelters or underground bases. Now, as long as they have a car or a little bit of material conditions, they have left those crowded shelters. And relatives and friends have formed teams to stay in these scenic spots or parks with accommodation conditions. They were afraid of large groups of zombies, but they were not afraid of individual zombies. This was the northwest region after all, and the houses were all insulated, with double-layer glass insulation. In addition, the houses here were all independent, and almost everyone had a fireplace. As long as there was enough firewood, they would not be cold. Although the military shelters were crowded, they had enough supplies, especially warm clothes, for both adults and children. Many of these refugees were from the same family, with both old and young. When the temperature was higher during the day, you would see adults taking their children out, some going to the lake to break ice and fish, and some taking advantage of the sun to get some clean ice and snow nearby, melting them and heating them up to wash the accumulated dirty clothes. Ji Ningxin and her friends went out and caught some fish. They would keep a few fish except for the ones that were not found in the ecological zone. The rest would be given to the children watching them fishing nearby. There are many kinds of fish here. There were many winter fishing activities in previous years. They are rich in black perch, red snapper, carp, whitebait. Some fish are very large, and catching one can make a good meal for the whole family. So even if everyone has more food, fresh meat is undoubtedly more popular than the official instant food and dry food. This winter in the northwest is much harder than in previous years. Blizzards and avalanches occur frequently. In addition, the troops have to clean up the zombies in the town as soon as possible and disinfect after the disaster. The troops have almost no rest. The lack of manpower will slow down the progress of repair and reconstruction. So many young and strong boys and girls have joined the army. Special times, special policies. The troops are divided into many different teams. Some specialize in cleaning up zombies in the town. Some provide relief to the disaster area and distribute supplies. Some are responsible for disinfecting the town after the cleanup. There is also a kind of team member who is sent to the most dangerous area to perform the most dangerous tasks. Ji Ningxin learned about this situation from Gu Hanqing's message. She had accumulated so many merits before, and in fact, she could have stayed in the safe city north of Fenghe River and only done simple rescue and construction work. Even if she went to clean up the city still occupied by a large number of zombies, it would not be too dangerous. But she took the initiative to apply and went to the southeast restricted area to serve as a peripheral guard for the workers who were building the high wall and to clean up dangerous creatures at the same time. In addition to all kinds of strange radiation zombies, there are also newly emerged radiation animals and corpse animals. It is now the most dangerous place in the entire Hua country. To this day, when a large number of people and their families migrated to the west and north of Hua country, there are still people who resolutely go the other way. One night when winter was almost over, everyone in the RV gathered together for a meeting, and finally decided on the next stage of the itinerary. It is undeniable that this decision was partly influenced by Gu Hanxing. But this country, this home, is theirs after all. With the current situation of the RV, and the frequent natural disasters in Hua country, there is still no place that is absolutely safe. In this case, they decided to go south, bypass the heavily guarded banks of the Feng River, and directly cut into the southeast radiation-restricted area from the west of Huagua. They had a small ambition and a complete plan. Just like Ji Ningxin once said to Yang Renran, even in the most desolate desert, there will be an oasis. If you are lucky enough, the oasis will spread little by little, turning it from the inside of the desert into a complete oasis. Maybe they will not succeed. Maybe they will give up soon. Maybe this is just another adventure. But who knows, some things, you have to try them to know the result. Anyway, their RV has everything they need. In such a disaster era, they have a lot of time to try everything possible. A new day, the morning light is dim. The outdoor temperature is 3 degrees Celsius. There is a breeze, no snow. In the cold air, you can smell a little bit of spring. A RV that looks old and inconspicuous slowly drove away from the town where they were staying temporarily and headed south in the gradually brightening morning light.